Well, welcome. It's day 3, stage 2 here in the beautiful city of Austin. And, you know, we've already had some kind of wild games take place over these first few days of stage 2, Hugo. I think, you know, the big storyline right now is 100% Legacy making the 3-0 run and sticking the landing on something that you would have felt like was impossible for this team with how they got here, or maybe didn't get here. That's the impressive thing for me, taking a look at what's gone on in these first few days.
Yeah, there's highs, Harry, but there's also lows. There's two big storylines to me. It's this 0-2 recovery run for Falcons that we have to worry about as well. Like, are they going to do it? They looked horrible in the BO1s. They lost to Lynn Vision on Nuke, but they showed up yesterday. It took them 3 maps. It took them quite a while, but they managed to defeat OG down 0-3, who joined Bet Boom, eliminated from the tournament. And Falcons look to fight on against MIBR and perhaps even more tomorrow if they can do it. I'm going to ask you straight up, Harry. Look, there's no easy games right now. Can Falcons do this from 0-2?
I mean, you know, I think
you doubting?
You gotta believe they can, right? Like, it's always a chance. Maybe you show up day 1, you're not really feeling it. You're in the BO1s.
Yeah.
And you just have a bad day. Maybe that's what happened to Falcons, Hugo. They're trying to go on the reverse sweep now. They're down in 1-2. They're going to be playing against MIBR later on today. So yeah, I hope they can.
Yes.
You know, I want to, especially because, you know, there is that man waiting for after this major to move into the squad.
Yeah,
I want this iteration to have a proper swan song on their way.
You don't want them to like just bomb out and then like, okay,
No.
we needed this change, right? You want the Bucharest run.
I
where,
also think,
hey, we want
know,
it, but I do have to cut you now.
It's a disservice to just Counter-Strike enjoyers as a whole, right? I think like provably Vitality versus Falcons has been a sick match, great rivalry. So you know, I think in the big picture would be a huge shame to lose them.
Yeah, there's also FaZe versus 3D Max over on the A stream at some point today, and that is I'm going to call that game of the day. I'm going to call that banger alert, and I'm going to warn you that if FaZe do lose that and Falcons win today, there is also the possibility, not definitely, that we could see Falcons v FaZe, which is crazy to imagine for that final spot. But, you know, some heartbreak here on the way out of stage 2. And, of course, we have M80 versus Nemiga to find out who's going to be surviving one more day as well here in the Swiss bracket. So, you know, for me, we haven't seen Nemiga yet. M80 have been pretty disappointing. Nemiga have been punching up. What do you make of it?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm hoping we can see a bit of a recovery from NA. I've been waiting for our chance to have more NA squads in this position. M80 now are like the last full flag-flying crew to try and do it. Other than that, you're going to be looking at like Elige and Liquid in the hopes that you're going to have some NA players making it into that next stage. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it would be sick. But I think we have some interviews ready to go. So let's go ahead and listen into them and see how the players are feeling.
Sin, I remember how much that win you got at Blast over FURIA last time was so important for you guys. On the other side now, losing to them the way you did on Dust 2, how did that feel for you?
I think we had a good showing on CT. There was definitely more rounds in there in that game. For example, one of the last rounds on the CT side was a B stack. We lost it, even though they came B, so we had good reads but couldn't convert. I think this has been kind of the story, and then maybe a little bit rushed T side. Like, we had some good rounds. I think it's still good calls, but like we didn't get really we didn't get like rounds to get going into the half. So then we were kind of running with the head against the wall. But yeah.
When we spoke on day 1, me and you discussed the improvements you were trying to make to your map pool. So far, though, the only map you have won is your Ancient, your go-to. Is that a worrying sign, or have you just not had a chance to show what you wanted to do?
No, I think, for example, also our train has been better in practice, but in the first game versus Tylo, I think, yeah, just like, I mean, we played stuff like we did in practice, it looked really good, but then just, I guess it's the official jitters, right, the first game. So new stuff happens also, and we couldn't really adapt in that game. So time for the best of 3 now, so plenty of other maps to come.
Plenty of other maps for sure, but how much of this, in terms of the veto, depends on, like, is Ancient a must-win for you guys in this series?
I wouldn't say so, but we're very confident that we're going to take it home, and this should give us a good head start for sure.
And are you ready for the individuals and the way that Nemiga plays?
For sure. Like, we looked at their maps. We had a good night, or like a good day actually, of preparation. So yeah, just looking at them, I think they're one of the upcoming teams, right? They've been playing good. But yeah, it's time to send them packing and keep our run here in Austin.
You ready to be shouting back at him? Who are you looking forward to be able to shut Lear down a little bit, because he's been getting up and crazy every single round he had an opportunity?
Yeah, I heard about this trash talk. I heard about him. But overall, it just focuses on the game, focuses on our team. And as long as I hype my guys up, I think we're going to be pretty confident in shutting them down, and they're going to have not so much to shout about.
17 years old at your first major, already through to stage 2 as well. How has this all been for you?
I don't really care which tournament I play, which stage. I just play my game, so it doesn't feel any special things.
So this doesn't feel any different to you because it's a major?
No.
Wow. That's probably a good mentality to have. Do you think, though, that things have got harder for you guys here in stage 2?
I don't think. I just think we lost some confidence from stage 1. After we lose first game against Spain, when we were so confident, I guess I was guessing like we will win without any chance, because they won 1 game for the last 3 months, but we lost. So we lost a bit of confidence, but we won MIBR and lost comeback against 3D Max. So I think we have a lot of chances to win tomorrow BO3 and go through stage 3.
How is your mentality and how is your confidence coming into this game? And is that really an important factor for you to be able to win?
I don't think we have any day we lose this game.
Okay.
We play a lot of pracs against MIT, and we know how to play. So at least me have a lot of confidence against them. So I don't think we're gonna lose any chance.
And when you say you don't expect to lose, right? Ancient is like always their go-to map, but it's also a map you guys play pretty well. Is that why you have even more confidence?
I have confidence on every maps. I don't really care which map I play. I just play, so just need to shoot. Don't care what map is it.
I like the attitude.
Not a lot of dams given by Zwei, but a hell of a lot of confidence coming into a game that he says they won't lose on any day. It's quite a statement when your major life is on the line, but this is the guy that Donk predicted as his player of next year coming into 2025. He said this was his bold prediction, this young Belarusian player who has looked excellent so far in the major as an individual. 1.21 rating across that first stage, 1.12 here in stage 2, and looking to bounce back and recover with his major lifeline on the line versus an M80 that have had waning form, Harry, bombing out in Astana 0-3 and now looking pretty disappointing here. Sure, they pulled back that 12-6 comeback against OG, but otherwise there's not been a lot to love for M80.
No, you know, the other BO1s you've seen him play, they end up losing out fairly dominantly as the game reaches its conclusion, right? Those second halves were letting down M80, unable to kind of have longevity in either series you saw from them, FURIA or Tyloo. For the side of Nemiga, you know, battled through stage 1, got through 3-1 fairly cleanly. And we just heard from Zwei in the interview, right? Like the loss that kind of stands out was the comeback L that they took to 3D Max. That was one where they were set up 10-6. They actually get to, I think it was like 11-8 on the board, feeling quite good. Right, like they're on track to close it out, and then 3D Max launch this comeback right at the close, snatch it away in regulation, and that one, you know, does leave a mark. You don't want to feel like that's cost you everything if you're Nemiga, and it seems like that was the vibe in the interview as well.
Yeah, that was a game where Zwei really went on a hard carry performance. He was the only guy positive for his team by a long shot, shall we say. So we're going to need more players to step up today. We've got the maps in. Ancient coming through for M80, Dust for Nemiga, and we have Inferno to close as well. Ancient been a bit of a go-to for M80 as of late. No train allowed. They're even the ones banning it out, even though Sim was saying it's looked pretty good in practice. So not liking what they see from Nemiga, who also play it quite a lot as well. You know, this is I love that confidence for Zwei, to be honest, coming in. He's really putting himself out there, saying there is not a day, there's not a bad day we could have where we lose this game. You've got to be feeling mad confident to be saying that against a team you've not really seen too much. Sure, they may have pracked them while they're out here in NA, but we've only seen 3 maps from M80 so far in this tournament.
Yeah, you know, I think you need to be coming in with that sort of confidence, though, and that's what like losing to a comeback teaches you, right? The day before, people get in their heads a little bit, and so you try to offset that today with some fighting talk. You know, I think this is one where I think it's kind of 50-50.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards the EU side.
I think that's the justifiable position out of the two. Nemiga, just there's more tape on them. You know their recent form is feeling a little higher. M80 haven't inspired a great deal of confidence. If you want some, you know, maybe promising stuff to look out for, it's a Swisher had a couple of like nice maps in there, looking like his form's kind of coming back. But yeah, you know, I don't know. I'm going to say like 60-40 to Nemiga's favor. That's kind of how I'm putting it.
I'll go even further. I think Nemiga could squeeze through on that last day, right? Matchup dependent. I think if they drew like a you know, say a Lynn Vision or something on that last day, I definitely think this team could win that game and go through to the next stage.
I'm hoping, you know, with this being in Austin, with this being the NA major, I'm hoping that that's, you know, don't get me wrong, that's more pressure for M80, and they could crumble underneath it, right? We can all admit that. You can crumble under the pressure, but I hope it kind of, you know, really forces them to level up.
Very mobile right now, Harry.
Yeah, I am.
Fist bump in
I'm
the
hoping
air.
that we get to see the most, you know, in-form M80 we've had, because this is their lifeline. This is their opportunity to try and fight to make it in to that next stage.
I'm with you. Oh, talking smack in the warm-up. No, I'm with you. I would like to see that for M80. It's just, unfortunately, since Malb's left this team, I've really struggled to get behind it to any large degree. It has shown they have shown a significant drop-off ever since that change, and so yeah, it's, you know, until they make me believe, I'm gonna stay agnostic to this roster. But it certainly would be cool to have more NA representation. I think just considering what a shame it was to see so many NA teams disappear way earlier than I thought. I thought, you know, the stage 1 lock-ins would be coming through. Teams like NRG, even teams like Cole with a stand-in, I thought they had a pretty good shot of making it to this next stage. So it's only M80 off the back of VRS that start here. Of course, we have Liquid waiting one stage deeper as well. But yeah, it would be nice to actually have an American squad make it through to that next stage. They're going to have to battle through 2 BO3s if they want to do that. And while Nemiga on the other side looking very confident, having a lot of fun, getting ready for this elimination game.
You know, we had the veto up earlier on. Has that given you any like strong leaning either which way? I think M80's dust thus far has looked a little exploitable, a little weak, but as you said earlier, Ancient one that they're trying to, you know, really make a bit of a home map.
Yeah,
I think this has got 3 written all over it? I think it does.
I think they, well, I'll say this. I think M80 need Ancient in this series, right? Like, you don't want to play a CIS squad on Dust 2, definitely. And like you said, Dust 2 of M80 looking pretty weak. And we're even speaking to Lake on Media Day about it. And he's had some trouble lately with Dust 2 on those T sides. And that's a player that you need activated if you're going to win this game. You need your hard entry player who is going in first and making space to be feeling good about the map. So I'll say M80 need Ancient. If they don't get it, then I'm definitely leaning towards the 2-0. But yeah, it's hard to know. I want to know why Zway's so confident. Like, is it just this head-to-head that he feels good about, or you know, based off of prac and history against each other, they've never played an official versus each other, or is there something else? Has Box got some special prep? We've been seeing a lot of players at this major credit their coaches with the game plan, with the prep. We saw it from Lynn Vision, giving a lot of props to Gum for reading Falcons like a book, and it says it's, you know, 80% of the stuff that he prepped for that Nuke BO1 was right, and it helped them run away with that upset. So definitely seeing the value of coaches at this event. And so, yeah, Rory Jackson v Box, Harry. Who's it going to be?
We're about to find out. On one side, it's Nemiga from stage 1 who blistered through there 3-1. Had a little choke yesterday to 3D Max, now trying to recover their run in Austin versus NA's hopefuls. 3 Americans on this squad at the major in their home country. M80 looking to try and turn this one around. They've had 2 fairly devastating losses so far, falling at the hands of Tyloo and FURIA on their run. Only win to their name was over OG. An impressive comeback, sure, but a squad that would go on to exit this tournament dominantly in stage 2.
Oh, when you put it like that, good luck and have fun as we get into the game. Fist bumps out, live on 3, M80, Nemiga, tournament life on the line here in stage 2. Loving the energy we're getting right now this morning. Let's see who keeps it up.
All right, M80 starting off in a 4-1 split, and they're looking to crunch onto this mid control. Nemiga are attempting these fights. 3 players flung out into middle. Aggression down the ramp for Xanta. He's on the board early with these dual Berettas. It's a good play. He knows that Cave's been taken now. He is vulnerable to this wraparound from behind, but it's not even needed. Sin's going to get there ahead of time and deal with Xanta. That's opened up the route to the bomb plant here. Nemiga group with 3 players over towards the long side. They've still got this Cave player stuck in, and Khan makes his play. That's 2 kills from him on the swing out Cave side. Hell, why not a third? Huge round from Khan. And Nemiga turned that one on its head very, very quickly. M80 might have got the play they were looking for. They were very prepared for a heaven swing. They have 3 players fighting them there. Good timing on the mid split, and managed to get into that B site, taking control away. And Khan just annihilates them on that Cave push. He was out on an island here.
Yeah, back turned on that first player. Maybe some kind of miscom here for M80. And to be fair, those ancient B-site post plants are really hard to hold on. You need more control. You either need Cave or you need long. And we see what happens when M80 have neither. Stuck on the site, stuck in the open, down on ramp, denied. So space has got to be taken in those post plants. Nemiga come through with a pistol round, and M80 look to force. Fighting from the heaven side though, Nemiga are keeping the pressure on. Deep ramp smoke. It's uncomfortable, especially when it fades and Xanta gets away with his kill. They've got him trapped right now. Can they keep the pressure on? The molly ticks onto his position. He's got to move out of there, somehow surviving. Should not be alive in this round. Meanwhile, Lake walking out A, it's empty.
And Nemiga don't have the ability to like fast block this down at elbow. So for now, all the pressure is on Lake. If he's able to hold this room and secure the A site, that would be the round. Instead, he's going to fall. Zwei on the rotate, and M80 lose their diamond in the rough. Sin and Rek left up in this 2-on-4. And they've got to blaze a new trail with Lake getting extinguished on this A play.
Yeah, how the hell do you win this? I mean, at least right now A is open, but that's not going to remain forever. They've still got this heaven info, so Zwei can be mobile. He's going to start rotating back to this site. Good clear from Zwei on the deep position, but he's still got to hold on to A. Can he pinch off one more kill here in this 4-on-2? The smoke comes out. The objective remains clear here for M80. A bomb plant would be nice, but it's not going to be easy, having to fight their way for it. Sin going for the stick. No way they're allowing that. And Nemiga coming in confident into this game, getting rid of that force buy with ease. Excited to see Khan today. We've seen a lot of Kazakh AWPers come through lately, right? Even just at this tournament, you look at Molodoy and you look at Icy. Both have had pretty decent runs so far. Icy's looked incredibly good. Peaking at the right time. Can Khan find that form as well? He's been solid.
In this little partial buy round, it's Zwei who's going to get tested. Vulnerable to this full blind. They'll run through Zwei.
CT Molly just sucks, man. Look at the damage. They ran through a full Molly. Look at them. They're fine. Bomb's
Slashes the bomb. It's a bit of a matchmaking classic here.
They have to push through. They have to come help him. How long till they realize Nemiga get all the kills in an instant? Has the penny dropped yet?
Eventually it's going to, and yeah, now it has. They start to turn back around. Slacks has taken an aggro line, but will get overran.
NT.
And Sin just too late to get to play into this.
Saddest part about that is how clean the entry was on A. You know, they could have actually got the bomb down and they wouldn't have had to push through Temple, through CT. They could have played a little bit safer.
You know, I mean, that just shows you, though, right? All you're really looking for, the big objective in the round was the bomb plant. And so, to that end, they get what they came for. Still, for M80, feeling of what could have been with how clean they got past Zwei in A.
Lear's been a vocal guy this tournament. He's been letting his opponents know. He was shouting at 3D Max yesterday. Didn't go well for him in the end, but he's had he's been the guy talking smack for Nemiga so far this tournament. Let's keep an eye on him today. Smooth moves for Zwei. He might have to smoke. That molly's very deep. He can find behind it. That molly is way too deep. Zwei's over the top. Shuts down 2 players on the B side, and Leah still looks eager. Look at the confidence on Nemiga right now. Full blind will not stop them. They go back for more, fighting every step of the way, and forget what your call is, M80, because the round is just unfurled in front of you.
Yeah, that's brutal. I mean, you know, that's the rippling effect of one slightly off Molotov, giving all that room to the swing out from heaven. Zwei gets a free double kill in a fight that, as far as M80 were concerned, he shouldn't be able to take at that point in the round. And so, you know, one small mistake has these huge rippling consequences. Lake left in this alone.
Someone high-five him.
Come on!
He's earned it. Yeah. He had to stand up for that one. Jesus. Everyone's so locked in.
Felt like I was watching a skit for a second.
Yeah,
that was good.
Like everyone ignoring it.
That was good. Yeah, the way that no one reacted.
Yeah, this molly is not good. It's not good at all.
Lear is very locked in.
Don't play it again. Such a delay.
Whatever else frozen in place. Oh, that's
Everyone's
good.
lagging.
That's a good bit. Lear might be my new favorite.
Yeah.
He's so real. He's so real for that.
Oh, careful Lear though. Out of ammo. Keeps 3 bullets on the reload. Swisher can walk in if he wants, but M80 just want to feel like they got to play around. Right now, they've not had great chance of doing so. Xanta, double setup with Lear. We don't really have the util to clear this out. It's close. Oh, lazy check, but he's been given a second chance. They have to trade this kill at worst case. They'll get it cleanly. Damage done through the wall. Lear survives. M80, this is the round you've been waiting for. 5v4, a lot of control. Got to bring that bomb back through spawn and set their sights on B. Oh, this is crazy.
Khan on the AWP takes a very aggressive line and chance to strike. Sails past him. Sin in the feed next. Gets one with the spam, and they're going to trade that AWP.
Oh, but Bob.
Risky Bob.
They won't know.
Yeah, the bomb's only just crossing now, but the timing's been missed on Zwei.
No.
Risky Bob now has to try and stop this, and they're splitting him through cave and ramp. First kill comes through for Risky Bob, but as Zwei tries to close the gap, he walks right into this cave setup. Finally, something for M80. They fan out at the start of the round. They're playing this long line in between mid and heaven, just looking for that first fight to start their play. And they're able to win it. This is the kill that gets them so interested in this B play.
Okay, M80 still feeling good. On the board early, at least, after some closely contested rounds. Contorping on the A site. And running through the molly on B, Xanta, he's already trying to piss him off, and he's doing a good job. Swisher just gets run down at the B lane. They have to pick up the pace on mid. Moving through Donut. Khan. Can watch this. He sees them. Oh my god, was not ready for that pace. Just jumping out of Brokey. Lake with a double entry, and that is more like it. M80. They get caught off guard on B, and then they throw it right back in Nemiga's face. Should save here. If you want to buy next, should just call it instantly. So it looks like Nemiga are going to give them the round. Nice entries from Lake. Good speed up call when they lost that B control. Well, that'll cost you your orb, Khan. Not going to get another one for a minute now. Just jumped over the donut line. Never even scoped it.
I like that Sin's kind of gone back to some like simple, just grouped calls in the last 2 rounds for M80. Whenever they've gone for like the more of a default start, right? Player trying to harass mid, guys looking to take away the lane control. They felt a little bit strung out. They haven't all been on the same page to help there and actually lend assistance. You think about that devastating round where they missed the Molly Heaven, lane gets shut down, then the mid guy, when he tries to react, you know, everyone's ready for it on the side of Nemiga. So, you know, going a little faster, a little more direct in these last 2 for M80, grouping with like immediate reactions to the first bit of info or the first kill that comes through. It's a nice way trying to squeak some rounds past, but this push from Lynn should have the kill on lane, dead to rights. There's the backstab for Swisher, and here's that fast reaction. Once again, they wait for the early lay of information, early lay of the land, and now they're going to try and react quickly, but they've been blocked on main.
Yeah, 2A, they're in donut. They heard every step, so this has been given up. Some very obnoxious CS being played by Nemiga. I'm enjoying what I'm watching. The late smoke on the molly and just running down B ramp from Leah. Him and Xanta have both done that now, and M80 have been completely caught out. Swisher alone in this position. Does not look fun. They're throwing A smokes, but I don't know if they're going to go here. They know it's a bit predictable. Donut smoke comes in to block a potential AWP. And M80 try and use middle with Red Room smoked as well. This will have to end A, and so Nemiga are fine in this position. Through the smoke, Leah.
Well, hang on a second, though. Nemiga, they've also traded places back in A. This push isn't going to work. They've fed M80 2 kills with the aggression.
Yeah, the silence. Nemiga got paranoid.
That's really awkward on the main walk as well, right? It was like 2 pushes. If anything, not getting contact in main, I think, is why you saw Lear actually smoke walk out mid. It felt like they had fully gone back.
Yeah. Did he let him go through main and take that shot late? Because he killed him on the A main steps. Or did he just check his back?
He might have. I actually don't know. I was only looking from the minimap, right? And it's like Rek was on the left-hand side, like creeping up the left wall.
Just feels like a weird check.
The push, yeah, no, it does.
Might have just cleared it to be safe, and man, it goes a long way for M80. The pause. Nemiga freak out. They don't like the silence. Okay, that's a crazy entry kill. He just went back to check. And boy, does it pay off for M80. Building into this T side now, they have a real shot at a good half, considering this has been back-to-back saves for Nemiga, and they've not really got money.
And you still have to treat this one like it's a full buy with these 2 guns in play. You're expecting them to try some aggressive moves early on. And Nemiga have a lot of attention put on mid right off the rib in this round, and that's with M80 setting their sights on a B play. Good chunk of damage done from long, but it's the double opener for M80, gonna see them through to a bomb plant. Xanta already wounded from that skirmish down in middle, and an AK retrieved. This is a tempting save for Nemiga.
Yeah, 3 saves in a row, but all of them justified here for Nemiga. No real reason to overplay your hand in a round like this. And M80 are getting bomb sites really cleanly right now. So Nemiga don't want to risk their limited economy. 4-4, game is tied up really quickly after what felt like Nemiga had full control. And so M80 have got to be feeling pretty good about that one, as Nemiga now have their best chance yet.
Terrorists win.
AWP available, full buy, every reason to fight for a post plant now.
Mason, I will do flash, donuts walk. Off of this play, whatever. It's like a fast where we...
I do like listening in. All right, then I smoke flash. Blake gets to do whatever. Let's see what his play is.
He's getting given mid. Got to remain aware of this B push.
Setting their sights on this B site, and Khan
It's quick.
gonna catch Slacks on that swing with the AWP. Now Lake making his play, comes through Donut, and Sway holds for that exact move.
Good awareness. And we're back to the beating grounds, Harry. 3 kills in 20 seconds. Everything goes wrong.
I mean, this B site has been a tough nut to crack for M80. Reckon to pull one back. Hold on a second. Can he make this at all more interesting? They know they have a second player. The other A guy trapped back in the donut. So he gets that smoke hit in time to slow the roll of M80.
Back to B. I like this. It's decisive. They make steps red and they just go back, and they've actually pulled the AWP back to red as well to cover this flank. Zway's making a really nice info play, but they still have good timing on this 2v2. Lear gets the spot. Smoke on short, third player going to be covered, but they still need to get this entry cleanly. Xanta jiggling, misses his shot. Lear is also in the bomb site, and they know about it as well, but can't get to cover off. Rek 1v2 now. Bomb planted, he gets it down, so Wade's timing is still good.
Swing onto the AWP, car knocked out. And Rek not quite ready for that second player. Zway will catch him.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it mattered at the start of the round, but immediately going back donut and walking A main the whole way gives Zway such good timing when it comes down to the 1v1.
It's a wild near 2v5 turnaround for M80 coming down to that 1v1 at the close. But Nemiga keep the lead, refusing to give that over to M80. Both these squads thus far having streaked together 4 rounds in a row. That's Nemiga breaking the M80 streak right there.
Yeah, it may feel like a good round because you made it so interesting, but just remember how it started. Again, 3 blistering kills from Nemiga, winning on all parts of the map. So something to say for the coach of M80, because it's not really been going to plan. Nothing worse than those rounds where you just get shut out so early on. Can M80 bounce back with this full buy? They've got a lot of money. Liking what we're getting out of Khan as well. Other than that one round towards Donut, it's been reliable. Oh, flash layout mid. Look at that from Lake. Both kills, fully blind. And recovers that spray expertly. 5 on 3. going to group fully before they go.
These B plays have been the toughest thing for M80. But looking to go back there in what was a 5-on-3. Extended now by the Slack Zorb, just holding for ramp aggression. There's still 2 players here for Nemiga, both the Remainers. Locked in over towards this B site. Khan on the AWP moving over. Holds the long line out towards ramp. Blake dead first. A follow-up tag from that AWP, but not the killing blow. And Lear nearby, sure, on the extremities of this B site and not going anywhere quickly. But should never be in a position to play for this round.
Yeah, no kit means this is going to fizzle out here. And he probably should just leave while he's got the chance of fighting him, and he abandons ship. Trading out rounds, M80 will definitely take that. Their streak of 4 broken, but then they respond, and that will put Nemiga's money in the bin. We now have the chance for a very healthy half for M80. Oh, I wanted to hear what they thought the buy was, because it's a decision Nemiga have to make. The smart play is to just eco this and get a 4 buy in the last.
Easy call, okay? Wait, what's that buy?
Making a gamble. Good round to do it. M80 fearless out middle though after that last round.
Very heavy A-lean for Nemiga. And they're going to be left so far away from this B hit if that's where it ends up, which is certainly where it feels like M80 are planning to end this round with how they've started it. Good timing on the rotate back for Lear's M4 at least.
Whoa, Peace. It's got like double headshot. All right, it's Lear. Or it's M80 on the board again. Back in the wallbang. What could go wrong? No one would ever wallbang twice, Harry. And look at the gamble. They went from 3A to 4B. And they block. Uh-oh. You're going to go
30
through.
seconds, yeah, that's a big problem. Rek does have a nade. Put down on this smoke now.
Oh no.
But it's not panned out. The M4 delivering. Deagle spam will whittle down Sin. Slacks and Swisher just going to close the gap in time. And so M80 dodged the embarrassment there, playing through the ramp smoke, forced that play at the hands of Nemiga. Yeah. Good timing on the stack in towards that B site, getting in there, limited util at the perfect time. Slow burning round for M80 nearly comes back to haunt them, but they're able to close it out and now looking to win out this first half.
Good grenades from Nemiga, right? Like they stall it out really well. Xanta and I think Lear. But it's Sin, the captain, finds a triple late in the round. And here we go. This is what Nemiga have been waiting for. They get pushed at middle. M80, Lake, suffocated. Down to 3 health. Meanwhile, they were boosting A main for a pick. Khan is moving in, so there will be potential for an all-B all battle. Swisher playing outside the B doors. He's seen Xanta and Lear take the space a lot. It hasn't changed. Meanwhile, Nemiga stack A, and for good reason. M80 probably shouldn't go while that B doors smoke is down. And one thing to notice about the CT side is just how mobile Nemiga are. They go from stacking a bomb site to re-clearing middle to stacking the other bomb site. They're always making moves. So's Lake, but 3 health. He's done so. Not going out is probably the best call. They're going to try. That's so sad. Swisher sat there all round. The second he peeks, he gets spotted. 30 seconds. Desperation for M80. Can a B play answer their call?
I mean, look, M80 started this game 4-0 down, right? This would be one hell of a recovery, but to stick the landing, they've got to break through a triple B stack. Lake and Slack seem to believe they can. Bomb now planted. M80 stumbling back to their feet in this round. That last second change of heart away from the A play, all the way back around, linking up with Swisher outside of B. Now, 3 of these players are super low. For Lear and Khan, this isn't an impossible 2v4. First kill gonna come in. Swisher on the chopping block. Khan's AWP tries to own this angle over towards the ramp, and he's been given the fight. Now Lear moving in cave side. These are all the low players falling like dominoes. It's Rek left up in the clutch, tries to play the trigger discipline, and it comes back to haunt him. M80, that's a 4v2 that goes against them. Nemiga tie up this first half.
Stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major is done, and now we're going to look back and rank the best pop-offs from the Major. Time for the Roar Roundup Part 1. Okay, you know what? We're starting off with a very normal one. I'm liking the volume. I'm liking the length. I'm liking the lung capacity here. This is like a solid middle ground. There's nothing too exciting. There's nothing too creative. There's a medium amount of passion into it. I'm gonna start us off low with this one. I'm gonna go in with like 3.7. 3.7 out of 10. Nice red in the face reaction, but nothing extraordinary, nothing exceptional, nothing too special. I'm sure we're gonna have better clips in here.
Guys, we are not in Australia! Step up!
See, this is what I'm looking for. Player popping off, IGL next to you, reminding you what the strat is in the next round. We're not in Australia. We're getting personal, presumably about FlyQuest. But that's, you know, we're getting a little bit more of a personal attack. Just nice volume, nice loud, immediately pop-offing off after presumably the round ends. I'm gonna say that's a solid 5.3.
Not again! Not again! Guys, you have to win those! Come on!
Oof. That's a classic shit talk strategy there, which is to show mock sympathy for your opponent. We don't know the exact context, but I have to assume they failed a man-up situation, maybe lost to ecos a couple of times. So Cruisin showing them just a little bit of sympathy and reminding them that you really do. You gotta win those. That's a classic. Nothing too special, nothing too complicated there, but personalized to the moment, which I always do enjoy. So we're gonna give that a 5.6. 5.6 there. I don't even know which one to rate. I think it's the team synergy there. I mean, you always love seeing G on your screen. You really do. Good mouth shape there to get maximum volume out on your pop-off. Full extension. Speaking from the chest there, little diaphragmatic projection, so you know your opponents are going to hear it. We'll give it a 5.2. 5.2 out of 10. What? Is he playing Counter-Strike or did he see a mouse? Can I get that one more time? I don't know if that's going to inspire fear or if that's going to see if they should call an exterminator. Good for comedic value. I don't know if that's putting fear in the hearts of your opponents. We're going to 2.4 on that there, Viddy.
Let's not talk about that last round. It didn't happen as far as M80 are concerned, but a 2v4 snuck under the radar by Nemiga right down the tail end of the half. That's a bit of a disappointing way to finish, to sit here for 2 minutes thinking about it.
Yeah.
M80 have got to strap back in.
Yeah, it's a sad way to end an otherwise good half for M80, right? They turned that game around from being 0-4 down. They were in a very good position to actually win out the half. And you could kind of feel that one happening with 3 players on like sub 20 health in semi-aggressive stances. But look, that round was in the past. That's how M80 have got to think about it.
Oh my, run.
For Nemiga, it's given them a lot to fight for in this second half. Pistol round goes down. And we have that bomb plant already. The A site taken.
Flash goes out.
Slack's Dooley's firing off. Swisher here alongside him. And the trades go even to open this up, but that's only for a moment. Eventually the advantage breaks away in Nemiga's favor. Sin trades out onto the Doolies, but he's low on ammo. 4 shots left in them and 3 enemies left to find. There's no winning this for Sin.
Yeah, very hard round. Leah letting them know. And that is both pistols in this map for Nemiga as they look to convert upon it. 3v3 until it wasn't. And Nemiga just playing aggressive in the post plant. Got the force for M80. Don't see second round full ecos anymore. Definitely not at this major. Maybe on the CT Anubis. That's about where, or Dust 2. That's where I'll give it to you. Pretty much everywhere else you got to be buying up on CT side. Odds are pretty good. But Zwei gets that entry kill. 5 stack on B here for M80, or 4 now. That was Zwei just 1 bulleting Lake in Donut. And so Nemiga going into the stack, or maybe the stack will come to them. Great grenade, they cancel the push off of it. And the issue is with these setups is you just feel paranoid that someone's behind you. They're looking at the back, but Nemiga are all coming from cave and ramp. Oh, wall bang.
Well, that's Sin getting a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah.
He got a bunch of these in the first half. But that's the force buy up for M80 getting picked apart.
And look at that paranoia. I think it's also partly you're trying to save. You know you can't win this round. So M80 get out of there. By the time they realize it's too late, bombs planted. And they'll try and give it another go, but Nemiga converting on both pistols in this game, so it seems.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this first full buy round for M80 when it eventually comes through. You know, Nemiga at the end of this with this force buy in the second round are going to be at a 9-6 scoreline with that first and most vulnerable CT buy that you get.
See ya.
Then making its appearance for M80. The hunt gets denied here, so a couple of SMGs saved forward, pistols dropped around by those players just to give M80 something to work with in this round.
Any wall bangers?
This is, you know, a powerful position for Nemiga to be in.
Yeah, it's going to get sweeter. Wide mid-smoke. They're coming through this. Oh my god, on the boost timing. That's great timing for M80. Catching players jumping. Hello, Zwei. They are in your spawn. He was knife out for a second. Oh my god, he's fighting for his life. And maybe the round as well. Just trying to survive. To a corner. Zwei run through the molly.
They know they have one guy trapped right here, but no, what's that from Khan?
Nades. Oh.
Lear could still win this. Lear could still close, and he's
dude.
going to answer back. 1v2. Spawn push denied.
That was easy, boys.
You really want to shout after that round?
It's a very chaotic round. Lear tries to break that tension by telling M80 this was easy.
I've never seen the bomb get trapped in spawn on Ancient T side while pistols run at you. Look, good double for Sway. Khan pulling the nade is not ideal. We've all been there. But luckily, Lear keeps it under his thumb. Okay, this is the round you're talking about, though.
This is the round that could break the backs of M80. If they fall down here, you know, suddenly Nemiga are sprinting towards that finish line. The money would be broken for this M80 squad. And so this is a round that they have to win. If they want to pick up Ancient, if they don't want to have to do this with their backs against the wall the entire time, they have to stick the landing now. There's even an AWP in play for Slacks, and it's in the right place. Scoped in at A main, waiting for this first peek. He sees the shadow, misses the shot, and they'll chase him down. Double opener. Khan and Sway have cracked open the A play.
That's got to be prep for Nemiga. That's got to be, you know, some research, knowing that Slacks likes to play that angle on the first CT gun round, his first AWP round. They double nade him down to 15 health, and he runs, but he's not getting out of there. And they chase him down.
This save is called in so quickly, right? You lose both players in that A hold. Already you're in a losing position. If you had a bit more money here, if everything wasn't on the line in this round, maybe you would hang around, push and prod, see if anything entices you to go for this 3-on-4. But because of that situation we've been describing, the dreaded situation for M80, they have to back out and save these 3 guns.
That's the worst part with having such a clear map pick in a series like this, is Nemiga are going to prepare, they are going to watch your games, and if you play predictable, if you play things the same way, ways that work, it will get used against you. That's great prep, surely, for Nemiga.
It's also the case, like, you know, you can imagine the playbook feels pretty shrunk for M80 on this CT half. You want to stick to what's comfortable, what you're used to in your first and most important gun round. It's not the time to be taking crazy risks. But now that scoreline, these margins start to widen. The 3-man save does mean a full buy gets to come through for the side of M80. A timeout called in. They need Def's words of wisdom now more than ever.
Yeah, I don't know what you can say at this point to save you. We'll have to see. Nemiga in a fantastic position on M80's map pick with elimination looming over these squads. Can they do right by this lead and finish what they started? M80 had a brief moment of respite in that T side. It's yet to appear on the defense. Oh, okay, that's one way to do it. Nemiga just run out middle. And M80 chew them apart. MP9 for Rhett goes far. Somehow Nemiga have maybe taken this one for granted. Way too quick. Shut down on the ramp.
Sick, guys. Good shit. Nice.
But if you're M80, you will take that every day of the week. You just got gifted around.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge for M80.
This is crazy, though. Look at the route. They're going full dock, but, like, without all the kills. Speedy round.
Just so important after they lose that first rifle round. They get out with this one, and they keep it fairly clean as well. Rumbu's the cross for Lake. He's going to be fast up on a lane and looking for this control. Hunts down Xanta in the corner.
M80 given a new, you know...
Here's the reaction. Nemiga got info about the mid push. They see a guy fighting Heaven. They hear another fighting the elbow. They try to go quickly in reaction out towards main, but Slacks will get here in time. Orp on the line. It's another swing and a miss for Slacks. And twice over now, he's been first to fall in these A plays. Swish's reaction gets denied. Desperate play through the CT smoke twice over for M80. And Lake's about to get shot in the back. Lurk out through mid. They know where he is. And that roar is the last thing they hear before Nemiga get up onto 11.
Just a round of desperation. I really can't blame M80 for feeling like they have to pop through the smokes, but they do it one by one by one. And yeah, Nemiga are able to just clear them up one after the other. Slacks, I'll say he's had a poor game. That much is clear. He got beat by Khan head-to-head first half. He's not done anything on A, but the counter util is really strong right now. They're double nading him, they're flashing him. He's getting no room to play his role. and his positions are doing him no favor.
And you described this coming into this series, Hugo, as a must-win map for M80. A map that they've looked to make a home map for the squad. Dust 2 up next, one that you've seen them have struggles on, and a good map for Nemiga. It feels like this is where they had to leave their biggest impression, and right now...
Oh, maybe no.
Another opener in towards this A site, M80. This could all slip through their fingers. Xanta hears this push down the B lane. He's even heard them leave. And at this point, it's an asymmetry of info, right? M80 think they've cleared out lane. That's going to galvanize their belief that Nemiga want to follow through with this A play. For now, Nemiga just hold their ground. They've heard these rotates, they've heard the CT side's aggression, they've heard the shuffle. And so they're going to lend some time to Xanta on the extremities.
Oh, no.
Rest of the gang group back up over here in middle. Lake gets the spot off, tries to fall back now, has support from Sin. It's an awkward lineup there, but Lake keeps this in M80's favor. Here's the play out of Xanta. Now through the doors, he's traded places with Swisher, who's coming in on a great timing right now. He's either going to find the bomb at the back of the pack, or this swing up into Xanta in the heavens. There's the bomb dropped. Xanta now spotted. And an awkward 1v3 laid out in front of him. 10 seconds left. He can't win this. M80, hold on and live to fight another day.
It's been a very interesting fight between Xanta and Swish, or maybe lack of fight, should I say, in some of these rounds with how they're patrolling B lane, playing late on the door. CT's having more control of lane in this whole map, really, than the T's. But that was pretty indecisive from Nemiga, just getting stalled out in middle. If they hit A on their timing, it was empty. If they went back and hit B, later timing, it was also empty. They just sat around jungle area way too long. And then late gets that info and they feel like they have to fight middle. Would like just a bit more decision on that call there. I feel like Nemiga have absolutely let M80 back in this game off the back of that mid rush they did after winning the first gun round. So trading out rounds now. M80 absolutely winnable at this point.
Inside cat and mouse.
It really was cat and mouse. That was people just chasing each other around the map.
Yeah.
Clearing positions and not finding anyone.
Pass down mid.
All right, it worked
Away
this
with
time.
the flashes. And this time it will work wonders. Convincing mid presence here from Nemiga. They even had Heaven ready to come out. Xanta played far faster out onto lane. And so mid was the object in this round. They've gotten out with an early kill on a Lake, a 5v4, and the control they were looking for.
Oh, is he gonna go for it? This is...
Swisher making a move, but two pairs of crosshairs trained in on this smoke.
Waiting.
Hang on a second, he's just moved out past them. Swisher doesn't know how close he came.
They're gonna peek together.
Counting
One
down,
would be
3,
great.
2, 1. Jiggle on that first player. That's the Molotov to pin him in.
Okay.
There's no punish yet, no swing yet. That nade falling just shy of the Heaven player. Swisher tries to get the ball rolling now, and that's when he's punished. 4 on 2. This is the chance for Nemiga. Chance to get up on a map point. Do they play through and finish off at this B site? That's where both players reside for M80. Slacks has been struggling to get going on this AWP. It's been the util that's made life hard for him. Well, there's not a lot of that left now. This is where Slacks has to hit hard on his AWP.
No excuses here. Needs to hold his position, and he gets pre-fired by Zwei. Goodbye. He is in their head, and Nemiga are on map point. Slow and steady. Dear, oh dear. And the mid-rush works finally. You see why they've been going for it. Swisher also, very unfortunate round where I feel like he missed a lot of timings. The whole time, 2 players are left and right on cave. Very uncomfortable place to be. 12-8. A last-ditch attempt. Pushing through this mid-smoke would actually work. Lake is inside of it. Oh dear.
He's touching the boost right now. And now he's heard them dismantle it. Lake.
Oh.
Strong position.
Wow.
Double up on the MP9. Lake keeps M80 in this. They can't let that double kill be in vain. And this forced buy to try and keep Ancient going. Lake has provided a blinding set of openings. On a ballsy push, a desperate play out through mid. Nemiga now lagged behind. Had a comeback go against them in the BO1s versus 3D Max. A loss that they won't soon forget, and mistakes they don't want to repeat here. They'll group up and go for this red room push. They have found the gap in the M80 defense. A lot of room taken. Slacks is watching this from lane side, but the AWP has an angle. Missed shot from that AWP. And Khan's not able to hit it the second time around. That's info for M80. They know about the CT spawn being taken. These A players hunker in place. Rek just going to hold this close angle on the SMG. He needs this kill, and he's going to get it. His teammate falls short. But Khan are left in a rough spot, ready to get pincered by these SMGs. That's a huge pickup for M80.
Right when you're ready.
And a hell of a time for Lake to find the courage to go for that play through mid.
Every time you think M80 have run out of steam, they come through with a round like that. Sick double from Lake. Sets that round up perfectly as they break the smoke. They're not ready for him inside of it. And Rek is reliable in Temple. No one overplaying their hand, letting Nemiga come to them. So 3 chances now for Nemiga to close out Ancient. And they call a timeout ahead of it just to make sure. Final chance to break the momentum as we've been trading rounds out for the last 6. Did I hear Crunch B? Spy's not great, and they're fully in, so buy, eco, buy is the plan for Nemiga. This could be a 24-round plus game.
He's left open at the start. Gonna go back and pad that out now when they don't get given the fights in middle.
Slacks has been getting wrecked on A. He's donut again.
Every round Nemiga have gone for this A player dead on. Slacks has been the first to fall.
They're not interested. They changed their mind.
I mean, Santa has been able to confirm that there's no lane aggression. In rounds gone by, when he's been at the doors, there's been smokes that have come down, the util on the lane. All things to give Nemiga pause of going for a change of heart like this. But Xanta actually has lane control. He's even taken Jag away just on a feeling. And so this is good real estate, and it's far too tempting for Nemiga to not use it.
2 smokes, 1 molly, 1 flash. That's all you've got.
Lake's just left. Going back to pick up middle. Going back to go play the red room. That's going to leave him a little further away from this B hold. Suddenly a lot of pressure on Swisher and Sin to hold the line. And the captain of M80 out of the round first.
That might be it.
Sin tapped. Lake on the move back over, but they've lost this site control. Swisher, the last bastion of hope that remains over in the cave side, and he tries to make a play, tries to force a fight, but he can't hold on. Nades rain in. They've stopped that plant with seconds remaining. Spam connects. M80, hold on. Seconds the difference on this round. That Spam had to come through.
I think it was full buy. It was full buy. Nice, guys.
M80 are holding on.
That's crazy. I mean, you know, the buy was low anyway, but the situation that they got in was perfect. 5v4, clean entry, smokes down, but there's no trade on Swisher, and that pressure does matter. His damage does matter. Zwei gets naded off the bomb, and they can't get it down. They have to plant in the open. There's mollies everywhere. M80 denied plant, play objective, and keep themselves in it.
Slacks, AWP, pistols, and a hero gun coming his way.
He's got to hit these.
A bare minimum, he can't fall
Oh,
first, and that is a huge blunder. Slacks dead. Late gonna try and make up for it. And it might be on that missed shot from the AWP that this whole thing comes unraveled.
Saved AK, double entry for Zwei. That's why he's the young talent of this team. As Slacks takes a leg shot, M80 might lose their map pick off the back of a one-gun Glock round. They picked up weapons. They're putting them to use. M80 fighting back. Sim with a double, but the Glock finds Swisher and Donor. That flank from middle goes a long way. Orb no longer in this round. 2v3. Molly for the Donor. They got a kid on Rek, but they've got to clear this site right now. That smoke's good for them. That might not hurt. Rek gets another kill. He needs to stick. Sin cannot. Going for a fight. Sim with the cover. This is a 2v5, and they're recovering it. Is anyone going to stick that bomb? 5 seconds on it. Lear can't stop it. I think M80 will survive one more round.
Counter-terrorists win.
M80 just refusing to die on Ancient.
What's that smoke? Why would they smoke that? They smoked themselves off. Just lobbing it out, Donut. Dear, oh dear. Nemiga. That was their chance. I mean, we said it might come down to 24, but that's back-to-back favorable rounds in the post-plant. M80 just don't want to let go.
You feel in two like really weird minds about that round. On one hand, it was one gun and Glocks that nearly closed the game for Nemiga. On the other, it feels like it was right there. That one smoke from Xanta certainly hurt them. And that comes with the pressure of feeling like you're about to daylight robbery this whole map.
Dude, Slacks, you've got to thank your team. You've got to thank them with a kill in this round because, my God, they have just carried you through some of these retakes, some of these late rounds.
No, the rest of M80 have been making up for his shortcomings, right? That was a huge miss at the start of the last round. It gave up that opening. It gave up a double kill to Nemiga and a 5-on-3 in the post-plot.
Felt like it gave up the game, but what do I know? Crazy retake. Still feeling the reverberations of it. Nemiga go back to this B hit that got them into a 5-on-4 off this entry.
Lake's done a really good job of keeping this one smoke in the round. It was a little more limited in this buy for M80.
Nice.
He's used it on the cave side, but that's going to entirely lock off this cave position for the time being. Still, Nemiga, the bulk of the hit was coming in out through ramp. And so it's not going to slow the roll into this B site too much. They've lost two very heavy hitters. Swisher and Lake have both had their moments in this game.
This one should be too far gone, Harry. This one should be Nemiga's game.
This is a game that's been held up by the Riflers. And two of the heaviest hitters gone for M80. Slacks with 6 kills and an AWP in this retake. This is where he's going to have his moment, or else Nemiga in the full 24 rounds look to take it away. First shot lands, but he's low on health. Comes out wounded. M80 in this map just refused to die, but finally Nemiga will shut them out of it. The full 24 rounds needed, but this time the comeback denied. Nemiga learned from their mistakes yesterday in those BO1s.
Yeah, closing a game that was getting way too close for comfort, some favorable situations, maybe a map that should have ended earlier, but M80 got to commend them for holding on in that game.
And for NA's hopefuls now, this squad of M80, their hopes lie on Dust 2. That's Nemiga's pick. They're staring down the barrel of elimination in Austin. A painful full 24-round loss for M80 on their pick of Ancient. The North American hopefuls now hang in the balance, heading on to Dust 2, Nemiga's pick in this series.
Yeah, it was a disappointing way to lose the game, considering M80 held on every step of the way, but that final round comes crumbling down, and now we go to Nemiga's map pick, a map. They did lose yesterday, though, so, you know, even though I set this up, same as the odds, and saying Nemiga should be eliminating M80 right now, they choked this game yesterday, Harry. They had a lead versus 3D Max, and they fell apart right at the end. Zwei had a masterclass on the CT side, but when it came to T-side, no one was able to carry Nemiga through. I'm very interested on this, on Zwei as well, because he plays a lot of anchor roles. He plays not always the most favorable positions. On this map, he's the CTB anchor on Dust 2, and he went 18-7 on CT side yesterday. So I want to see, you know, how he can keep up these good numbers on a CT side on such a difficult site. That will all be later, though. It's M80 who start on the defense. Zwei gets straight out long. The rest of his team meet him on Cat. At least a blocked Xbox smoke gives M80 the info. Look at their rotation.
Full grouping for M80. They've got all 5 players here ready for this play out through Cat. They've got him fought the long side. They were ready for that piece of contact. Oh, still, this one's flipped on its head real quick. M80 might have had the numbers for a moment, but now it's just Slacks. Left to tap from afar. Nemiga dodge him entirely. He's got 2 bullets as he's pulling up here. Both of them have to be headshots, and he's going to fall straight away. That is a wild turnaround from Nemiga.
I felt done. 3v5. They lost the long control. M80 are everywhere on the ramp, on the cross. They've got all their players grouped up, and somehow bing, bang, bong, headshots come in for Nemiga, and it's over. Look at that double for Khan on the ramp. That one hurts. I think M80 made the right play. I always can't tell if he's talking English sometimes. His voice is so low. I think M80 made the right call there. They blocked the smoke. They knew it wasn't a fake. They full rotate off B. They reflash long. I actually like everything they did. But Khan just destroys them. 4 kills, pistol. So block it long, but Nemiga will just wait it out. Scout has to hit him for Slacks. An underwhelming previous map. Peace.
That's brutal. And Nemiga just try and follow through on the back of this. They missed the smoke, had to deploy a second. Still feeling fine right now, 4-on-3. They have the site control, bomb now planted, and M80 with a low player just going to commit to this save. Yeah, I think, you know, there's got to be some eyeballs on Slacks here. This is going to be a map where the AWP can make a world of difference. Khan has started off this game very, very strong. He got 4 in the pistol, 1 in this round here.
And had a great last map as well.
Yeah, there was no question about who was finding more impact on the AWP. And so Slacks, you know, will be a requirement here on Dust.
Yeah, not a good time to have a day off here. But a new map, a reset. It's still time to save this series for M80, but can't deny that Nemiga must be feeling very good about their odds right now. They said they were going to win this game coming in. Zwei said there's no world we lose it. And to be fair, I'd say...
Yeah, they had us going in the first half, though, didn't they?
There was a world they lost that Ancient. But here we are, a map up on their pick. Game will speak for itself, won't it? Another anti-eco here. Should be simple.
Pop through on this long smoke. This is a play Nemiga are waiting for. They play anti to that exact call. Players waiting in the long doors. Risky Bob hiding out behind the blue bin. 2 players anti-flash. And so it's a very, very clean handling over that, you know, attempt to pop through the long smoke from M80.
Oh, that's a sniper of an MP9. Risky Bob, got to be careful. It's low health. Still going for this. Oh, and they've hit Lake down suicide, so he ain't getting out either. 3-0 lead, 1 casualty. And this game has got to start instantly for M80.
Hey, Ethan, listen, I will do the pit smoke, okay? Yeah, I will do.
And they killed was Khan. That's the AWP for Nemiga. He's gone ahead and purchased one up straight away into this first buy round. So AWP's out for both squads from the get-go. Slack's also getting his for the side of M80.
Oh,
But it's Khan in the feed, Lake caught crossing. And an instant 4v5 in the first rifle round for M80.
And you want the tiny detail that costs him right there? It's like when you see teams go for the nade on mid, they often cross together. Swisher does the nade, jumps across, and it's faded before Lake can get there. So Khan tracks him through the doors. You know, a lot of top teams would have crossed on the same second. Yes, it may slow you down to that B bomb site, but there's the other side of the coin. And B is so tempting now. So Nemiga just go right in. Psych.
Yeah, Swisher with the block util at least stops them from just spilling over into this B play. Still though, you've burnt the only piece of B util there is, and Nemiga know that. So certainly something they'll be considering for a little bit later in the round. Sin is feeling pressure. The map is quiet. And so they double push out through the long doors. It's a good timing play, but he's not able to pick up the kill. Xanta even spots a second player. That should only galvanize this B hit now. Are they ready? Tucked in at car is Swisher.
Nice.
Going huge in the hold. Swisher, one-man army. Pistol pulled. He's not able to get the better of Khan, but you'd like to think with a hat trick locked in, Swisher has played his part in the round. Down to the rest of the M80 squad to finish what he started, and it's rapidly getting out of hand. Slacks, the AWP that couldn't hit, the AWP that couldn't fly straight in that last map of Ancient.
Time.
Well, he's left up in this 1v1, and he's got his AWPing counterpart on the other side to beat in it. Both players down to the rifle. There's a belt of util on Slacks. Does he value that or the element of surprise more? Moving out through the doors. Khan has missed this timing. And so Slack's allowed to creep out, starts clearing angles, gets past Khan. Spot now found, Slacks closes. An important 1v1 to get M80 on the board. Slacks delivers and finishes on the task that Swisher started with that sight hold.
It's more than just the round win, I think, at this point for this player. It's knowing that you can win a round like that and keep your team in the game, because he's had a pretty horrible series. I'll give him a much-needed lift. Sick hold from Swisher. Never would have even happened without him on his own. Unassisted 3K.
Nice!
So Khan cannot. There's always later. Could have said he can't.
Yeah.
That would have been better, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It would have been.
All right, I'll do that
They
later.
can't all be good, though.
No, they can't. Anyway, can't say. They've left the bomb, but no worry. Slow default here for Nemiga. Better to get the bomb earlier than too late, so Zwei will start to make the move. Making catwalk out. Now I'm just thinking of Khan jokes.
Feeling like a mid to be. They went and took Catwalk early. Alongside this mid control. Regrouping in the tunnels now with the bomb. And a mid to be fake throwing in. Lakers a resmoke at 20 seconds. That's a big problem.
TikTok.
Nemiga gonna try and leave and link back up with Lear, but this is a last-second decision. It's allowed Rek on his long aggro to snipe one from the ranks of Nemiga. Swing and a miss for Slacks, but more time to go through the motions here. They are making it across. Those are unforgivable misses.
Yep.
Slacks, after the hire, that 1v1 going his way, can't get anything going on the AWP, and that's given over a plot. That is a round where one kill on that AWP would have made a world of difference.
I might have even won the round. It would have stalled out that player maybe, so they don't get the instant stick at 5 seconds. Can Sway finish this in spawn? He doesn't overdo it. The molly ticks away, and Sway just lives.
They're coming back to fight Sway. They want to try and get him out the back line, but for M80 now, he's just wasting precious time. Time they simply don't have. Save called for M80. Those misses from Slacks. Back on Ancient, felt like they weren't punished a lot. His team were able to bail them out. That's not the case here on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, considering he knows it's coming, Rek has found the kill from top mid.
I mean, that one is going to cut.
Yeah.
Slacks knows he has just cost M80 a very valuable round there.
He had all
It's
the
also
info.
just how many attempts he gets, right? Like, he got to fire, what, 3 shots, I think it was, before he gets punished?
He scoped up, though. He was,
Yeah.
2 shots. Couldn't do it. Lear lets him know. And this... Oh.
And yeah, you know, I mean, that will get in your head a little bit. Slacks being called out now head on by the opposition. Lear lets him know just how punishing that miss was.
Yeah, how do you get out of your head? Back in the game here. He's not even AWPing in this round. He's gone for the rifle with nades. Both B players cross together with the HE this time. No AWP madness in middle. It's a long pop instead. One that will be resisted. So M80 start a man up.
Yeah, good stuff for M80, right? They play anti-long rush there. They have flashes raining in to assist that push out through the smoke. And where last time Nemiga were actually able to handle that setup, last time the M80 tried to do it, this time M80 get out with the man advantage 4-on-3 as the long fights go their way. It's also just an important position to have not conceded. You know you've won that long battle now. And so they fall back into a more, you know, passive 2-2 hold between either side of the map. Lakers out on a bit of an island out here in middle, but starting to walk that back. Doesn't want to throw his life away to an Nemiga that are hungry for a pick.
They've got a lot of room. This jump spot needs to come through. There it is, but Khan just picks him out of the air. Lake drowned in this round as we have a B hit coming in, and there's nothing M80 can do about it. They've taken the tunnel's control and lost the site in the process. I think the penny's going to drop for Nemiga. Where is Swisher? He must
Really
be in
awkward
those
though.
tunnels.
Even as you come through mid here, you've got to waste time clearing all these deep angles. You're kind of thrown off by just how quietly Nemiga were able to get all these players out through mid. That's not confirmed info yet for M80.
Khan is playing a great game. One more shot might just solidify this round. It's a very hard fight for Swisher, who has only an SMG. Flash is good. Second flash nails him, but Khan will not miss. He is refusing to go down without the round. 11-2 on Khan. What did he say? 11-2 on Khan. I mean,
Mate, 12-2 on Khan.
oh, sorry.
Even better.
Wasn't familiar with
Yeah,
this
and
game.
you know, for the kind of big story of this game really being a battle of two very different AWPers in two very different places. Across this series, Khan has been very impressive. Here on Dust 2, he's coming into his own. He is dominating leaps and bounds ahead of anyone else in the server right now. And that's at the time where Slacks and his misses have been costing M80 dearly.
Leave her out of it. Another 5v4. Oh dear. Zwei is not even relevant in this game, and Nemiga is still stomping on them. Keep the pressure on B. Might see Sin even fall for a rotate as well. They're still ambling about middle. Oh god. It's swaying time. Nemiga just looks so comfortable on this map. Just playing. Oh my god. They're all dead. They're all dead. There's nobody left. Just playing pack CS. Trading out nicely. Winning disadvantage rounds as well. This was our worry. This is why we said M80 need Ancients.
Bro, I mean, we've heard Lear a hell of a lot in this series. He's been super hyped up, trying to get in his opponent's head, trying to hype up his teammates. And he does just have this terrifying, booming, low voice that at the end of every one of these rounds is all M80 can hear. 6-1 lead for Nemiga as they try to knock out M80 in record time. They are running away with Dust 2, and it's not even close. Spearheaded by Khan on this AWP. 12-2 from the Nemiga AWP. Slacks donning his again, but thus far hasn't been a threat. In fact, there's been a bit of a problem for M80 in this series.
Look at Lear's pace as well. Path so quickly to that corner. Won't wide swing though. There is an ult there. Down and lower. Xanta holds the line, and Slacks is flashed off. I will say Nemiga's util has been expert at making him uncomfortable across these maps. Rek gets a double kill, but Khan responds, and his AWP hits hard again. Lower cleared out by the B player. 2v2. Nemiga make it in. Retake round for M80, hoping there's a kit down in the bomb site because they're on the clock.
Long flank coming through, and Khan's gone back to try and watch this. AWP on the line at the right time. Khan has got a fantastic read on this game right now. Is he ready for a second player out at long? No, Slacks is going to get the better of him.
Redemption.
Is this the road to redemption? Can Slacks walk this road onto the rifle now? He goes searching for Risky Bob. Plays a risky game in the sight, and a wide swing seals Slacks' fate. 7-1 lead. Nemiga keep stacking up these rounds.
Yeah, they're having a great time. Khan is not missing a single shot. Nails every one he takes. And Risky Bob, well played in the clutch, hides from him. No info for Slacks. He has to run. He's on the clock. And Risky Bob uses the audio cue to his advantage. 7-1, simple stuff. Even running down suicide, they call it that for a reason, but Xanta, unperturbed. Scout will connect. Can he finish off the AWP? That's the play you're holding for, the boost in the smoke. It's really the mid doors you should worry about. 3 players lay behind it. Nemiga might just walk into this setup. I sense an eco win.
Oh yeah, Slack Scout gonna find one more, and here's this aggression out through short. Sin double dig. It's just Sway left to be. 1 versus 3 laid out in front of him. He's got a minute to work with here. Let's have time. That's not his enemy yet. But the AWP on the angle. Rek gonna walk it home. And a low econ round coming through for M80.
Yeah, far more aggressive look. 3 fighting middle. Scout hits some shots for Slacks, and Sin pushing off Cat with the Deagle. They don't give Nemiga any respect, and it works like wonders. But if you're Nemiga, you can just write that one off. You can forget about it pretty quickly. By no means any cause for concern. If you can just go back to your winning ways. Some more long pops, perhaps.
Я дам ворота и дам флешку верхом.
Nice! Woo!
I mean, did well to break the streak on a low econ round, but
rush.
you want to start stacking them together now if you're M80 and they're not in position to do so in this round. An all-in B play. Swisher playing outside these doors, and a missed smoke goes a long way. Swisher keeps Nemiga out of this B site. Khan's going to pick up the trade, but still the roll's been slowed here with these missed smokes down at the door. Khan paths across.
Dude, don't count him out of this round. Khan is feeling it right now.
Even the way he's moving, trying to take as many fights as he can. That's a lineup in the door. Khan AWP fires off, and these crossfires are too strong. M80 trying to play with speed and aggression in that retake. Khan hits blinder after blinder. I mean, the level he's tapped into right now is crazy.
Dare I say it, like, I get M80 are trying to go early and they're trying to catch Nemiga off before they're set up in a 3-on-4. They don't have perfect positions. My God, those are crazy shots, but they have 2 guys with near full util. They don't use a single bit. They throw 1 flash and they run around the corner. No one even clears Car out. Where's the mollies, boys? Where's the smokes? So much more available to use. And M80 jumped the gun. It backfires. And a double entry out long. When they've wanted this position, they've had it. Slacks' AWP is back, but already in troubled water. 3-on-5, committed on the long side. He gets bound through the smoke and the wall. You can't stop Khan right now. It's not meant to be. 19-4 on this Kazakh AWP. Hell of a major debut for Khan. And he's coming for them all. Look at him. He ain't stopping. He ain't slowing. They haven't even got the money. They don't care. They're getting all the kills. Swisher trying to fight for survival. He will not. Oh, just blocked. 9-2. M80 may have met their maker.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Nemiga have just leveled up here on Dust 2. There's no doubt about it. Like, the riflers haven't really been super required, but whenever you get to see them in those, you know, spots to make a difference, the long entries in this round being a keen example, it all just looks so clean right now, what we're getting out of Nemiga. They're on the same page. It's all feeling effortless, whereas for M80, there's a lot of different ideas, a lot of different paces, a lot of different faces to this squad. They're showing us aggressive rounds, passive rounds. They're trying everything, but nothing is working. Nemiga have hit that flow state. Khan at nearly 20 kills deep, having his best game at the major right now, goes a long way.
Yeah, this was elimination on the line for both teams, even though Nemiga aren't playing like it.
Well, that's the other thing as well that's like felt so rough, is that as Khan is having his like most dominant and in control map, Slacks, who is the top rated player for M80 at the major thus far, usually their best player on Dust 2, has missed some sitters, and I think that's only making the gap feel even wider. Chance for double digits on their T half here for Nemiga. And they don't have much standing between them and that goal. A couple of rifles, a mixed bag by for M80 in the final round of the half. They've already burnt through most of this util. And Nemiga set their sights on a B play. They lob in fake smokes over here in middle, but it's only one man committed at most. Lear will keep, oh, that's so awkward. They've lined up in the double doors as well. There's the free openers. Nemiga have this B site control. M80 are scrambling, but a man down on the back foot. Info gained for Nemiga. They know about the double tunnels flank. It's been smoked off. There should be no way back into this for M80.
And I don't think there is. One by one, they come crumbling down. Khan, 20 and 4. A 5 KD. And M80, acceptance is all they have as their major lifeline may come to a close. 10-2, dust 2, it might be done.
For M80, a major in America might have felt like a dream, but right now it's their nightmare. 10-2 down, just 3 rounds away from elimination here in Austin. Being the latest in a long line of NA squads that have found these early exits from the Austin Major.
Yeah, no full American team remaining if M80 are to be removed, or no core rather, with NRG gone, with Cole having Junior eliminated early. M80 joined the Deadpool.
Very real world where We have 3 individuals from NA in that next stage trying to stake their claim, and even that hinges on FaZe.
Yeah, let's not jump the gun yet, right?
Last play, M80 try to explode out through the catwalk. They've already lost late, dropping down. Clean stuff for Xanta. Khan in the kill feed as well, continuing his hot start here on Dust 2. Taps from a range, he can't quite find them. Reckon Slacks pull this one back to an interesting position, but there's the backstab that seals the deal on M80. And without that pistol round, any hopes of turning around Dust 2, any hopes of saving themselves at this major has gone out the window with it.
So many strong players, so many reliable pieces today for Nemiga. Everyone's been able to answer the call, and even though Khan is taking a lot of attention, Zwei is the young talent on this team that we have seen time and time again in the last year or so. Put on masterclass performances. Khan with just an undeniable game here, 21-4. The eye test and the impact. Oh, that smoke's wild. How's there a gap there? Can't catch a break, can they? Of course they give Khan a little gap to peek through with this scout.
Yeah, that's not at all how this is supposed to go.
Never seen that smoke bloom like that. Okay, there's something, but they're all low and the flanks come out. Nemiga are playing like they're 11-2 up, and maybe it's because they are. Suffocating game.
Oh, bro, he's going to get out, isn't he? Khan does so much damage with the scout in this round, and then his teammates just clean up.
Attention, attention. Taxi driving the cop in a few meters.
Oh my God!
It's creative.
Stunning on him. That is like that is such an original line. I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, that's pretty
Liz
good.
been cooking that like for the last 10 rounds, bro.
Oh, dude, that.
Attention, attention. Taxi driving the cop in a few meters.
Dude, he's
Oh, that's so epic.
Oh,
and they have
God.
destroyed them as well. He's earned it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh,
He's not doing it too soon,
that's
I think.
so baller, man.
Attention.
Brutal scenes. M80 just got stunted on,
Yeah.
and it might all come crumbling down. A dominant L taken on the second map of this series. The NA hopefuls of M80 will remain exactly that. Elimination from Austin in a dominant 2-0 fashion. First denied that comeback on Ancient, and then blowing out the water on Dust 2. Attention, attention. Taxi's on its way. M80 are done in Austin.
And Nemiga, definitely a team to keep an eye on right now. It's sad to see the NA hopefuls go home in such a shambolic second map, but I've got my eye on Khan, I've got my eye on Zwei, and Nemiga go into the final day of play, a 2-2 matchup where there is nothing stopping them but themselves to potentially go through to that third stage. This is a major debuting roster across all 5 players, and they have played an excellent game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think, they've had to learn some big lessons early on, right? Stopping that, or being unable to stop the comeback versus 3D Max. This time they do it today versus M80 in that opening map. They came in speaking big words, lots of confidence, and that reflected in the gameplay. Khan with a monster second map. For M80, this is the end of the line, and an unfortunate way to see it go. When they lose their home map of Ancient, that immediately put them in harm's way, in peril. And Nemiga, well, they are the danger. They are the one who knock. They're going to send M80 packing from Austin with nothing but sour memories of a dominant Dust 2 against them to close.
Yeah, we now look at just one American player left in this tournament in Elige. We've got 2 Canadians on the Liquid side waiting in that final stage, but Elige is the sole American representation here at the Blast TV Austin Major as Nemiga send home a full core from M80. That is it for this one. Nemiga go through to that final day of play, and yeah, they've got a great shot. Xanta, top of the board. Khan, unbelievable KD. I can't wait to see what these guys have in store for that final match.
Gum, you're now just one best of 3 for making it to stage 3. When we caught up with Komisu after you qualified for stage 2, he said he didn't feel like it was likely that you guys would progress on to another stage. Has that confidence changed a bit now?
Actually, yeah, right. The first day when we, after the loss to Legacy, Starry says, oh, no, we're gonna be putting 0-3 because our next opponent is Falcons. And then after I told him, don't give up, we can win because I know how they play. And then we actually won that match. Then our confidence get back. And after we beat Tyloo, now we are facing, I think, maybe it's the last opponent in this stage. Yeah, definitely I think we can make it this time. And I mean, this match.
You obviously played Pain back at ESL Pro League. They managed to win 2-1. How much did you take away from that matchup, and what can you learn about yourselves coming into this major?
You mean learn from that match?
Yeah, was there anything?
Actually, nothing from that match because one thing we need to learn is do not take vacation before the event. But like before that event is China's Lunar New Year, and Komisu just added to our roster, so we don't have time to practice. We don't have time to actually like build the. Like how to say that? Like the teammates who. Yeah, the structure. So. Yeah, right after that, we went to Serbia to boot camp there, and we made a lot of progress there. So that's what we learned, and we are looking forward to win this match.
It sounds like you're putting in a lot of hours into kind of anti-stratting, counter-stratting opponents. We heard it in the Falcons post-match interview as well. Can you tell us anything that we should expect in the game versus Pain today?
That's my secret.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll keep it my secret.
We'll have to see in the server. Thank you so much, Gum, for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Bigazera, given Pain's recent showings at some previous events, do you think maybe people were underrating Pain coming into the major?
Yeah, of course they were, but I think it's normal. But I think our mindset was just about, guys, just relax. We know about our potential, and the last events and this kind of things was just unlucky. And we just have to keep thinking our job and our game and keep it grinding, you know.
You've had some pretty high-level words to say about DGT, the newest addition to Pain. What's his biggest strength inside the server? What do you think he brings to the table?
I think he has a great read, like a lurker. So he always thinking in some gap on the map. Is a good thing about him, and his aim is insane. So I think the mix of both.
Best of 3 yesterday versus Virtus Pro undoubtedly didn't go the way that you would have hoped for. Anything you kind of learned from yesterday's game that you won't be replicating today?
I think probably on City side we had to be more confident in our own read and take more like responsibility, you know. So like call your friend to pick together and this kind of things, you know. You just have to be more aware, you know. Yeah, I think that's.
Thank you so much for your time, Bigazera.
Attention, attention. Game starting in 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and I'm here for it. It's Lear talking smack earlier today. Good shout out, Mohan. Welcome back to the B-Stream, folks. We've got an exciting match. We have a game where dreams come true, where Lynn Vision or Pain will progress to the next stage of the major. They are both banking on one another's success. This isn't a 1-2 game where maybe some pundits would have expected this to go down. We're at 2-1, and based off of one another's success, one of these teams moves on today.
Pain looks like a pretty steep favorite here in terms of the odds, which is I think maybe a little surprising. I think it's also surprising that Lynn Vision have got here, of course. They're more likely to expect Pain, but based on the way that Lynn Vision have played and the fact that they've taken down Falcons and their interview, their coach sleeping 5 hours to prepare for their matches over the last 2 days, I feel like Lynn Vision fans are pretty excited about what more damage they can do. Now, ironically, coming down to this level, I think Pain are a little bit more excited. I think both these teams have shown maybe that they can punch up a little bit, but when it comes to teams on their sort of level, that won't necessarily be the case. And what better map than Dust 2 to figure out who's going to be punching harder?
My first thought today was I hope Gum got some sleep finally. Poor guy was running on fumes to beat Tyloo. Let's see what he could figure out with the Biguzera approach. DGT towards middle. Last fadeaway couple of bullets there catches Starry. So nice kickoff to the pistol. Dual Berettas of NQZ up close. Decides not to swing into it. Lets them come to him. Seems worth it as he tears up the health of Zacher as well. No real entry, even despite some damage back in return. DGT still standing. No cat swing either. Painter looking comfortable 5v3.
Yeah, they are. Now there is a little lead on cat, but I mean the setup here for Pain is just perfect, especially having Goose in play. I love that they're just forfeiting long, even though that looks scary from the map at the moment. Okay, they're coming back to check on it, and they keep Goose intact, which again, hard spot to clear, because you don't go up cat if you think someone's playing there waiting for you.
Davideus gonna get it done, maybe? Got a second one in him. Gets there in the end. Triple kill, in fact, from the corner.
Excellent.
And that Brazilian passion that we saw Legacy weaponize to qualify to the next stage is something that Pain are gonna bring straight out of the gate.
Yeah, you know, they're kind of, they've always been doing it. Legacy are kind of new around here. You have Lynn Vision, who I think Amelia is a natural, stepping on the table, right? That's the next level. And obviously Lear from last game with the Nemiga. The energy from the sort of tier 2 lineups at this event so far has been amazing. And it's also been working.
You know, it's almost like their entire lives have led to these moments and that their dreams are finally coming true and that their passion is coming out because of it, Launders. Am I crazy for thinking that?
No, you're not crazy. It's just a question of why hasn't this always been the case?
Because the old guard's getting too complacent. CS2, it's a new day, my boy. Don't worry about that, Nate. This is Pain versus Lynn Vision. Now you're allowed to make a few mistakes.
In that way, it feels like this is the RMR more than even last week.
Sure,
you know,
yeah.
With the emotions, that's what everyone was missing from the idea we'd lose the RMRs.
I mean, we've got two very, very selected 0-3 picks for this stage going head-to-head at a 2-1 game. Basking in the glory of the format. That nade, I feel like, could have been much worse, but it is still chip damage on the trio of mid players setting up. They come out still with an electric Tech 9 kill. Davideus peels Amelia off that pack of players out middle. Snow's got his double, and he does a good job of avoiding death inside of the B site. Looking to go back with the pistol, just teasing. Wow, now that is a new Snow. This kid would have swung 6 months ago, but he lets it go down. We'll see if the Tech 9 responds with anything. Absolutely not. Davideus closes out, and Pain are not going to allow that B site to crumble, despite what was looking like a pretty swift mid to B split.
I'm pretty excited to see what happens with NQZ this game. He was so good on the pistol rounds as an opper for Pain. I think, especially on Dust 2, he impressed so much. And he's somebody who I feel like has also just leveled up a ton in a short period of time. Around this time, maybe last year, I feel like there were too many rounds where I was like, oh, he's good, but he just misses too much. It looks like he gets a little nervous in clutch situations. I don't think that's any longer the case.
I'll ask because it's just 2 Glocks left. When the DGT inclusion happened with Pain, did you have super high expectations out of the gate like I did? Because I thought this was going to be the piece that like unlocked what was the rest of the potential. The floor raised so much with DGT's inclusion, I thought. And then it took some weird amount of time to get it all online. You know, we had stand-ins, we had coach playing, we had like an awkward string of events where I feel like Pain, for me even, somebody who had high hopes, I just kind of wrote them off at the Matrix. I thought those struggles were going to continue. But it clicks, Mohan. And when it clicks, you find yourself here, 2-1.
Yeah, they're just one of those weird teams, man. And Legacy said they didn't play many LANs this year, and they come to LAN and they look like they were made for it.
Oof, burnt out through the doors, so very adamant Lynn Vision to get that long fight going, and they could still sign up for more. Standing in the door was Call Me Sue. Westmelon trades out, not an easy job with that MP9, and speaking of which, DGT is still ready to hold them back off Blue Box, but he steps in, and this is the solution now. Sue with a couple of kills. It's everybody trying so adamantly to get out through that doorway that they've just gone over and offered up the flank. Big Uzera decides to push through Suicide. That's going to lock them in at a minute 14. They'll drop that cross smoke. Still a good volley of utility to come for Lynn Vision. And we'll see if Zacher can peel a player off, but it doesn't look to me like Payne are going to give him up that shot. Or, excuse me, just a test off the smoke with the flash. They thought about it.
They didn't see anything, so I think they're immediately just changing their mind about where to hold. And an MP9 on elbow, well, that might mean a plant goes down.
Again, 2 missed mollies 4 rounds into the game for Lynn Vision.
Really didn't need that one, though. They actually want to plant long plat, so.
Catwalk utility trying to draw attention. Nobody really considering Gandalf just yet. Bomb's gonna go down. Good cover from Sue. That's 3 kills into this round now. Zacher holds off on the flank as Big Uzera gets predicted. And unfortunately for Snow, no real opening at this. So I don't think he's taking a second look. He is gone. Lynn Vision take their sweet time down long to get the first one on the board.
So we saw Payne, the long smoke was really poofy. So when they flashed through, they didn't actually go out wide enough to see anything. And when they fell back off that, they just really trusted it. And I mean, they should have still kept a spot on A that covered long just in case. And they were still on A, right? They're still playing elbow. So they half expected to find someone here. But as soon as that MP9 got back to elbow and then they started watching their back on Cat, I think there was too much doubt that came in. Not enough info, really. So a nice play, though, because if Lynn Vision made any noise on that long cross, then they probably could have found some better spots and fought back.
I'm still scratching my head. It's a missed Molotov on site that actually lets them plant, but what was that going to Molotov?
I don't know.
It looked like it was supposed to land right in the center, right?
It was, I don't know. The only thing I could think was supposed to molly Cap, but like the Cap plant, I should say, so.
Sure, just in case someone's hiding?
Yeah, but it would have spread both sides and slowed them down. They had the time to do it, but that one definitely would have missed.
Just a fireworks show. And some explosions maybe here to the B site. They feign a little presence, get the reaction out of the utility, and still let that scope sit in case anybody peeks plat. But even with 3 defenders essentially on site, nobody giving Zacher that shot he's hoping for.
So hard to read the map with Payne sometimes. They're not playing middle at all. They're no one's pressing up. Any pushes. Cat's open, man. This is a great call for Lynn Vision, to be honest. NQZ will have to be the beginning and end of this round, I think, from the ramp. 1 or 2 kills really will make a difference, but the first flash is great here from.
Good recovery for the second shot. Davideus also on the corner. So NQZ has given them a bit of space, but he's done a good job of holding them back, and he will continue to do exactly that, dropping bomb top ramp in the process. And Zacher's still no rebuttal. He'll get his kill eventually, but very swiftly swept out. And that is a fast response out of Payne.
It's really solid. I mean, it's 3 in the B site on this round, right? So they're so heavily stressing NQZ on the ramp, and the first flash hits him. Sometimes that's going to be your last chance to get a really clean shot. You might catch some crossing elbow quickly, but right here, as soon as they go to molly him, he takes that fight out and gets some support in from his teammate on long. This is super good from NQZ. If Payne can lean on a setup like that, then what's weak, really? You know, Cat was the best place to go right there, and if it was a mid-B split, they would have run into a stack. I think the first outing for Lynn Vision last stage on Dust 2 was so impressive because of their flashbangs. But what they really needed to do was get that molly off safely so NQZ couldn't stand against the wall on the ramp.
No, Molly gives him a chance to recover that despite missing the first shot. We saw the second and third connect. So definitely didn't feel too frazzled. Zera skirts by middle. And again, we got this 3B lean going down for Payne's defense. Didn't stop the A site from holding strong 1 round prior. And the rumblings of this cat presence, I wonder if Big Zera does double back. No, he just gets deeper, further allocated into site.
Yeah, see how they're just doing the exact same thing? Because, like, again, the worst that happens is they pick cat again and they run into NQZ again. But I didn't really see NQZ get tested last round. I think he was perfectly comfortable. So Lynn Vision have a hard decision to make. Or they just come forward with a better exec.
It'll be tough to get that better exec with less grenades, especially with just the Desert Eagle trying to work its way up cat, but Bomb's still there with it. And we do get Lynn Vision out through mid doors for a moment. We had 2 players on the other side of it.
It's turning into a B split now.
They will double back. Okay, cat players peel off. We're going to get this test for Big Zera. Teammate right behind him to try to line up this hold. 20 seconds to the clock. The first 2 kills go down real smooth. And Davidea is going to keep this clean. Triple headshot to kick it off. Slaughter of Lynn Vision as Payne's defense looks rock solid now.
Yeah, this is what real confidence looks like from Payne, because this entire round is Lynn Vision, you know, appropriately trying to get information, trying to get someone to peek, trying to get someone to rotate, but they don't know that this round starts off with 3B. No one comes back to mid to give them info one way or the other. They never find out about NQZ over on the A site, and so they go into a mid B split because no one's watching it. It actually seems like a solid idea, but Payne, again, happy to go with the lean. It's pretty much a perfect game plan, you know. As long as they could rely on NQZ, and as long as the B split was coming up after.
And 2 for 2. Good snap down from NQZ. Tech9's not going to be able to force it in. Like the DGT just didn't stress it. Let the Tech9 take that lethal step into the doorway. Amelia finds himself alone, 1v5 at 1:20. No bomb possession. Top middle controls being taken. It's another instance here where Payne are just swarming. And I don't know, we can't identify a weak link on Payne at the moment. Snow is letting him know about it.
Yeah, there is no weak link, it looks like, after 45 seconds, and no one's been killed. So one antidote to that is going back to basics and trying to get early map control. So if they take long really fast, that might be their best chance to both get a kill and map control at the same time. Then now Payne can't just play NQZ on the ramp on A and 3 players in the B side, right? So they could try to go for a pick play. It's definitely going to be much needed, I feel like.
Sacker posts early. Gun round back for Lynn Vision. Still 2 pieces of this team without a kill to talk about. Amelia and Starry. Gotta pick up this slack as the flash comes out through long. NQZ up on the angle and that rifle up close.
I don't know if that flash actually just ruined this round. So I had the full commitment there from Starry, who's now 0-7. I don't think either player was blind. No flash in the kill feed for NQZ. And if they're going to go through that smoke, maybe they should have waited until the last few seconds, so at least someone would be throwing utility to refresh it. Amelia and Starry 0-14 combined.
Damn, smoke right ahead of them as well. Oh, the Molotov just, I've never seen a molly hit like that. Crazy. Just catches the very lip of the arch and DGT. Ooh, drops the ball on that one. We've got a little X factor here. Call me Sue allowed to get a second.
This is a gift.
This is a grace of God. After that Molotov and the fact that it gets extinguished, and they're still able to come out from this. We're gonna get the flash. Oh, no, fire over the wall. try to flush out Sue, but he's just going to keep his head tucked behind tall box. Banking on the op of Zacher to peel the first retake player off. And it's a window challenge queued up. Damage now on both of the Lynn Vision players. Nice pathing from Biguzera out through that smoke. Sue never sees it coming. And this op feels all too valuable in a 1v3 versus 3 fully health players. He concedes it. And so a plant is all they're allowed.
So even though that spray was messy and missed in the end on the B site anchor, they just show that they can do a retake as well. Man, Payne playing the best CS so far. Okay, the flash worked a little bit. He got after him in flash. Wasn't enough. And even if NQZ missed, whoever was in front of the door wasn't blind at all. Down to 1 timeout here for Lynn Vision. I think they had like the right idea last round, but the execution wasn't great. But they were looking to take long early and do it a little bit, do it through smoke, do it in a different timing instead of the more standard timings. They've been trying to do real standard stuff as well as they can, but those plays, it feels like Payne are really ready for. So whether it's a B rush or something faster or clearing out mid control and trying to fight someone in A ramp after faking long control, something like that, just they need to find a tempo.
Runway's drying up for this T side now. They try to break out of the expected. Gets him in a post plant at least. That's a silver lining. That was the first bomb plant of this half, barring the 1 round that Lynn Vision have won. Call it progress, I guess. But they're obviously still not content, so smoke goes down right ahead of it. Snow,
they're committing.
Expecting the execution, gets fully blinded. Sue on the entry with another double kill. If there's any saving grace so far, but Biguzera gets him back with a spray through the door. Oh, just a bit more damage done to Amelia. Felt like that could have been way worse. And an additional smoke grenade thrown down on the door to try to make this retake difficult. Consecutive bomb plants on the B site. This is the half somewhat reopening.
They're going to try to get all the kills in the exit right now, and Starry's running through the tunnels. This will be heard from Davideus, and this was actually the best way for them to be able to save. So
this round's going to come with a price tag.
Yeah.
No denying Lynn Vision the win. Just about how many players actually exit. Starry opens up the rest, and Amelia clears his way towards mid.
That's huge. 2 players who had no kills, both got a frag to exit on a round that they win. This actually gives their half a chance. All Sue with the great flashes behind it, you know, that's what makes the difference.
Nice!
Amelia's been waiting a while to let that roar go. Can't be screaming on 0 kills. You mentioned it, first frag for Amelia and Starry in the same round. Time to get it on. 3 to play for here in the first half. Call it a slow start, secure 5, forget about it. Second half, yours for the taking. That's what Lynn Vision have to try to believe in.
Now, for Payne, I think there's a bit more of a question mark as to what Lynn Vision will do next. They're playing a bit more of a normal map here. Biguzera keeping attention on middle. Looks like they don't want to go for the 3B commitment right away, but he starts to lean over now. They're worried about it from last round. And they see him cheat back. And so, fundamentally speaking, I mean, Lynn Vision got by most of his vision.
Ouch.
Oh,
Jesus.
That's a huge grenade.
Missed shot from NQZ though. Flashes make it awkward. Big Uzera's gonna bomb down Starry, and QZ just sitting here.
Good scaling, yeah.
That is confident stuff, but it costs him, and then the deep peek coming through from Amelia. Talk about a turnaround. Triple kill to his name. Had 0 kills 2 rounds ago, and now is a key fighting force in peeling pain off of this A-bomb site.
To be honest, think about it, Connor. What do they have to be worried about eating that HE grenade if there's only an op waiting for them on the ramp and a headshot angles from long if they're going to be fighting across? Lynn Vision got what they were trying to do the last time they cat exec, and that was mollying NQZ, scaling properly up default, not letting him take the first shot in. And from there was no easy angle for him to grab. Amelia with a huge bounce back already. Starting off 0-8, now 4-8. With some big impact.
You can tell NQZ really wanted that fight around the box, but a good path from Lynn Vision delayed it and delayed it. He got stuck there sitting in the fire for a little too long.
I think they also, they saw Big Uzera cross back, so they did take a little risk there, right? If they're running up alongside the default box, they can be seen from CT spawn. So they're like touch concerned about it, but they were right that they had time to try to get there. And they also realized that NQZ is the biggest threat. Obviously, it was a great week for Chinese CS in general. Versus Lynn Vision versus Tai Lu was a surprising victory from my perspective. I thought Tai Lu were, for some reason, just going to be stronger. It feels like here they were just, but they both just have shown such great energy, such great prep, everything like that. And Tai Lu's game's actually happening right now, right?
Yes.
Just want to make sure I don't say anything before there's an actual result happening, but they were up a map. Oh, they're going to 3 maps versus Heroic now.
In a 1-2 game, sent down there by Lynn Vision.
Meanwhile, Legacy set the standard here for Pain in this stage.
Yeah, right?
You better meet us there.
You finally
We're going playoffs,
You
sir.
finally think you're gonna be the best from your region? And a 3-1 finish wouldn't cut it for Pain.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But hey, that's Counter-Strike for you. That's a major format for you. Ruthless are these best of ones, MR12.
I don't know if we can blame that, to be honest. He saw Falcons playing.
Hey, I'll find an excuse one way. Tech issues sorted. We dive back into the play and try to use that decoy to elicit some kind of a mid-peek. Not going to get what he's looking for. Molotov burning the cat push, and Big Uzera is gonna take that as an invite to just come give a jump spot to bottom tunnels. Cheeky gander. Chucks a frag with it, no contact on that one.
That misses.
Again. That's the first Molotov that missed at the very start of the half. Amelia gonna need to work on it.
I think, yeah, Lynn Vision look like they're just, well, they still got Sue up in the tunnels. but I can't help but feel like they just want to try this cap play again. It's, again, not something they've done so much, not just in this match, but oh, they're gearing up for that full B. This time, Big Zero, we're paying attention to him as the third guy over, is on the right side of mid. This is really important. The exec isn't taking place just yet, but look who controls middle now. It's the T side.
Gonna get exposed here. Oh, okay, DGT gets rattled. Snow peels one back. Clean shooting from the kid. And Starry's gonna clear out the site. Big Uzera tries to fight for it. Knows damn well there's a player at car. Comes back in. How brave to give that fight back over. Now pushes Davideus into the clutch. He fights at 7 seconds. Bomb on car. All he's got to do here is live.
It must be the kill, and how is he going to find him?
Got to push to find him. And Davideus, a 1v3 clutch for an 8th round on this defense.
And he gets the kill after time as well.
Owned.
Salt in the wound here.
Not the only brave Brazilian to step out through that window. Big Uzera tries to do the same thing off of the flashbangs, I believe, from Davideus. Snow obviously did his job already with this 2K.
Such an excellent hold from Snow.
And Davideus just comes swinging.
Nice lurker, bro! Nice lurker!
It was a must-hit trade from Starry, and he couldn't do it. Really changes the narrative for this half, where it looked like a comeback was taking place.
That's the first time I've ever heard a Pain player yell in English.
What did he say?
Nice something, bro. And I think it was sarcastic. There we go. Third time's the charm. But it's still not going to be first blood for Lynn Vision. Unfortunately, man disadvantage after man disadvantage. Bomb plants have been difficult to come by, let alone round wins. We had a big multi-kill moment from Amelia that made it feel like maybe the individuals of Lynn Vision would turn it up a notch towards the tail end of this, but things have seemingly fizzled out. 3v5 cat play into the waiting op of NQZ with a player on site and Big Uzera holding down on CT jump up. You can throw that op over towards long. There is an eventual play from Starry set up, but Amelia looking to be the jackknife of the bomb site first, gets past the incendiary, slides down under the scope of the op, and clears out Goose. Now missed shot from the sniper. That's gonna start to activate Starry, but Big Uzera brings it back from boxes. NQZ gets flanked, but not fast enough. So 1v4, a single kill deep, 20 seconds to go with that bomb up on full display. You know Pain are gonna draw the line in the sand. 3 is all that Lynn Vision are allowed. hands in the Pain Gaming camp all half long. We go 16 kills to Davideus by the end of that one. Slick retakes, and honestly, just that right amount of disrespect in some of those mid-round moments, like on that B site where Davideus pulls off the 1v3. Certainly the star of that half, and well, unfortunately, a slow start for Starry, for Amelia. Hell, even Westmelon, 2 kills into the half. This has not been the Lynn Vision firepower as we've seen previously through this stage of the major. Gonna have to turn it up if they're gonna compete on their map pick. And Amelia's gonna hold back on long A for the moment.
That's huge. Got the kill and left.
Now got teammates right with him. Didn't go too far. He wants right back into the action. But this fight does give NQZ something to pull on. Ton of damage done. And a 4v3 for Lynn Vision could be a comfortable way to start this CT side.
Let's see how this one plays out. I mean, it's just probably going to be a prolonged long hit unless... Yeah, they just have 3 people here. I don't know. See, your odds don't go down that much just because you only have 3 people, so it's hard to justify leaving this. They've also got this P250 for some ranged duels. Lynn Vision are not playing up against the sight box just yet. Now, we'll take a peek. Chance for the kill for both sides, to be honest. Zacher has to be careful.
Letting them get close with that smoke as well. Zacher, nicely done. Just contends with the corner of it. Snow's gonna try to come clear him, support in the background. Zacher just laying down the law. Okay.
Amazing.
Clean headshots on the final 3 players. Zacher goes from 5-8 to 8-8. And
I love that because there's like, you know, when people are crossing long, like there's just no fight that feels comfortable. They always feel awkward. Other guys are swinging in front of the smoke, and then you have to worry about them getting to the ramp, or you peek behind the sight box, and there's a guy on long plaid staring at you. And so Zacher just stands up and just starts spamming the low cross, and he's relatively safe here. If they go out wide and far back, that's one thing, but that wouldn't be safe for Pain to try, so I really appreciate that timing.
Nice!
math, man.
Math.
It's angles. Crunch the numbers and crush Pain. But we do get a slip out through the mid doors. Shouldn't be something that gets you too excited because it's just Glocks with a scout in the middle of it all. 2 defenders on this B site though. Scout chance for NQZ missed. And now you're fighting a FAMAS and an MP9. I think I'd rather be the scout here. And if you can get cover to this one side, now that we've got players going back through tunnels to try to split B. But I mean, there's no flash, there's nothing to actually get them out. Thought maybe they'd leave a little more towards middle, but they opt to go heavy tunnels instead.
They're going all in on the scout shot, is what they're going to do.
Met by another smoke, though. And luckily for them, there's no clearing of mid by Lynn Vision. They're content to just lean back on the site defense. And the fact Davideus is still floating here and sees nothing feels like Pain. Yeah, they're going to try their hand at getting into B again, and there's a world where this scout can just pop Call Me Sue in the backdrop. Sue gets his one. He's going to draw them forward into the SMG. There's a dink. Sue taken down low. NQZ can't crack open the site though, and so this one goes south.
Yeah, there was no mid player, so like their help would have been really late. But they had good spots. They played them well, and they had significant advantages right there. So very decent here for Lynn Vision. The first half didn't tell the whole story in terms of how well they, I think appeared to play in some spots, but Pain were just better. I don't think their game plans were terrible or anything like that. I think NQZ just had a really good first rifle round with his op. I think they made some good calls on the stacks that were hard to figure out, to be honest. We were talking about Amelia and Starry with starting 0 and 7. So they've made a little recovery, just a little. Kills combined, Shaq and Kobe.
Scrawny and Lauders. Zacher and Amelia. They hold off to the door as Pain aren't all too adamant about following through behind that. SMG is going to stay stuck on the doorway. Ooh, Snow crawls out. He gets hit by that util, but still able to pounce on Starry. Yeesh, defense feeling a little slim now. Og gets in with a good headshot. Snow survives it. Wow, what? Cross and has DGT just took a chance, gives his back up to middle.
That was awesome.
And gets away with both those frags. Nothing else from Amelia. Pain have responded. 3 rounds into this T side, they get there first.
That's great timing from GGT. I mean, he plays that spot perfectly, and
risky.
It's risky, but he also knows like he has to check behind him because the exec's coming in. Like there has to be some kind of mid push. It's the CTs who don't come in for the deep clear here when they could have. New side, new problems. Last time out here, for the coach that doesn't sleep, Gum said that before they played against Falcons, he slept for 5 hours over the course of 2 days. And then in preparation for Falcons, he said that, well, that only took 2 hours.
Yep. He also said winning versus Tai Lu was much more important of a game than that one versus Falcons. Respect to their regional opposition and brothers in arms.
Well, you can be the best team in the world, but you still want to be the best team in China.
Lynn Vision trying to prove that's the case. Head to head. Check.
Secured.
Top 16 in the process. Made into catwalk. He's going to find half of DGT's health gone. Viguzera not deterred by the utility. Thinks he's got a timing to play with. Feels like he does. Starry with the palm flash, but we've already got Pain, I think, beyond the expectations of Lynn Vision. Starry's gonna have his hands full. Blind scout shot for the headshot. You take those. They let their guards down now in reverse. It felt like Pain had the element of surprise. Then suddenly they get drawn over towards that scout instead. Now 2 players on the car to try to stop it. Smoking the site to give them a little more cover to play around. They're trying to challenge. Zacher gets another scout kill. And so we go 4v2 here. Lynn Vision CT side looking to get a quick bit of success, but DGT's gone quiet. And inside that silence, he hears rotations. Movement gives him the picture, but a CT up close. Didn't anticipate Amelia hiding in the shadows.
Very nice.
And that'll turn Snow away with no bomb, so Pain thought they had that sight under wraps. Little did they realize Starry holding Goose.
That, and let's just watch back the Zacher kills, because he was just collecting icons in the kill feed that round. The first one, he hits that shot blind. I think he comes right back to this, default cross angle. Oh my God, he saw it for a second. So that's excellent. Oh, that's also earned. He saw both those guys. They just didn't stand a chance.
Okay. There's something happening elsewhere.
That was quite a yell. Maybe that was just the echo from Amelia.
Okay, sure. Reverberating through the halls of Austin.
I gotta say, man, I'm so impressed with the level of play so far.
What's that, sorry?
I'm so impressed with the level of play so far these past couple weeks. Whether it's Pain or Lynn Vision or Tai Lu or Legacy or, all these surprise teams. I'm not seeing people get lucky, man. They're just playing like really, really well.
We've already definitely had that conversation about how the gap between Tier 1 and 2 has closed so much, but we kind of stopped talking about Tier 3 to Tier 2. Or when I say Tier 3, I really just mean the teams that get way less LAN experience specifically. I feel like it's not fair to clump them in with the regular challengers.
Yeah, as time goes on, it's not easy to be like, okay, this is Tier 1 exactly, and then Tier 2. It feels like there's like an elite, then there's tier 1,
Yeah.
then there's tier 2.
It's not a
There's like
science.
tier 1.5.
It's an art. Subject to interpretation. No resistance here. Pain are going to pounce this B site. Big chance for Westmelon to line him up with Starry. The two of them just peel back that entire attack on middle.
That was literally amazing.
And the tunnel player's not able to exit. Snow trying to cheese his way around that smoke grenade. He's actually getting chased through. On the reload, Westmelon hasn't had enough. He's not content that Starry took that third kill from him in middle because it looked like it was going to be the lineup. And a perfectly timed pinch between the B doors and a CT peek give Lynn Vision a 7th.
The timing on that doorway swing was awesome, and then obviously Starry was in such a good spot to both cover the window, watch tunnel if he needed to, but also assist through the doorway. That was how you complement each other inside the B site. Very tough there for Pain because they were so close to making that split happen. It's amazing. Look at this. The score is 10-7. We're almost out of timeouts for both teams.
Gum doesn't have time to waste.
Yeah, no kidding.
But he'll thank Pain for the chance to get back into the ears of his team. Here's that Westmelon peek. Just enough peek as well, right?
Yeah, I think you bring up an important point. Like, if he goes wider on that door, he will just get killed by the second guy shooting at him for sure.
Just the right amount of distance twice. You know, the fact that he's exposed to two people is only because Pain peek into him. Ooh, catching him behind the door, though.
The flash.
Snow thinks he's got a chance to win that long fight. Flashbang finds him full white, hiding in the corner, cut off from his teammates. No big brothers to help out.
Called Snow White.
And now a nade goes beyond the Glock player, who's taken down to 58. So we've got the NQZ op still out on the field. But the first of the two saves dealt with quickly. Lynn Vision about to push this to just a 2-round gap. And that feels unbelievable, considering Amelia, Starry, and Westmelon all had like 2 kills by the end of that first half.
Yeah.
This may have been the slowest start we've had from Lynn Vision. Could just lead us to the amazing recovery. Bottom ramp peek. They know NQZ safe, so they should know the ops out there.
I mean, as long as they're not smoking middle, they don't need another peek from the ramp. This op's just going to be wandering around. You're always at risk of losing 2 players and B at the same time, but you also don't want to plan for that outright. And the B players so far have been great for Lynn Vision.
Last time Pain had so little to work with, we saw NQZ try to get the scout into the plat kill.
There's info.
Stu just sends a bullet perfectly onto the corner, and Davideus hits the ground.
Map's just a bit too quiet, isn't it?
Guzera's gonna catch the CT coming out from spawn, but he's got a huge advantage. Sue does pop up into the opper, so a chance, however slim, to try to push beyond. Bomb hits the ground, op could be saved a second time, and that's really what NQZ's hoping for here. Looks like Lynn Vision will give him that respect. Looks like he'll be allowed to hang on to the big green.
He's literally running on fumes. I don't even, he doesn't have armor, does he?
Who's a farmer?
Doesn't have armor.
Oh, doesn't have an armor. It's like, I don't know what he's growing at home.
Close. He has 150 bucks. I think no armor, no nades.
I feel like you should have armor saved from 2 rounds ago, no?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think glass cannon twice.
Nope.
Wow, no armor.
At least he hasn't been shot.
Explains why he had to be timid. There's been this affinity for trying to split the B site, and now it looks like Lynn Vision are trying to play ahead of it with this corner player on the door. And Starry trying to contend with a CT smoke. Molly's going to get Westmelon out of here, so he actually peels back, but NQZ is ready for it. So unraveling the setup, and with a headshot from Big Uzera, plus Davideus with the perfect exit out from B. Pain have been gearing up to take this site eventually. And just when Lynn Vision tried to change up the defense, this one doesn't work at all.
Yeah, they disrespected it. I mean, if they didn't win this round versus Mid B, we'd be criticizing them for being repetitive, being lazy, being too stubborn, trying to make this happen when Lynn Vision are just getting better and better at holding. But now they just change it, to change the game totally. They have now successfully, not only successfully won, they just won this round. The split comes in with no deaths at all. Very easy from them. It's a double mid setup, so it's not like Lynn Vision weren't taking it seriously, but this is now Pain just getting to 11, solving a big problem they had in this game. He's like, I didn't think that would work either.
And if it was going to work, I didn't think it was going to work that well.
Yeah, it worked so well. They made it look so effortless. Big Uzera's shoulder peek is like going in slow motion. It's like, you're going to shoot, none you're going to die. B player's going to die, we're going to win.
Okay. Fast timing on the NQZ peek.
Catch him jumping up big box. But no one's starting there just yet.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Unless they jump late. He eats the flash. Now they're climbing over top of that angle. Smoke in front of him and he dodges. No use out of that run boost. Zacher patient, but is he patient enough?
The thing is, he can't stay up here forever because they can just walk up cat. There's no vision inside of middle here for the CT side. Oh, and Amelia goes down to this walkout all along. Walkouts have been the answer.
Big Uzera's time to kill is looking real sharp in these last two rounds. Crack of the whip towards Pit, and 5v4 secured for Pain, gunning for a 12th round win.
It's going to be a duel in upper tunnels. This is the next move for the CT side.
Oh, damage goes both directions. Davideus comes out on top. He's going to hold on to tunnel while he can. Smokes off lower so that they can't come get him.
Honestly, give up the site if you're in B, I think, at this point, because you've just left tunnels, you lost a player, down 3v5. If you're going to try this, you might as well stack or save.
It's a great highlight of the only kit on the round. Stuck inside of tunnels. Pack of Pain players ready to hammer it home inside of A. Interruptive attempt on the side of the smoke, and they're going to get nothing for it. Here comes the flood, and Big Uzera continues to tear it all up. Only Zacher to answer in all of these attacks. Nothing else goes the way of Lynn Vision. Just started to feel like they were recovering Dust 2 to give us a game, and Pain sliced through the defense 2 rounds in a row. Easy as can be for Big Uzera.
It's an incredible pair of rounds here from Big Uzera from his shoulder peak to come out middle to make that a clean 3K entry onto the B site to this round. With the walkout into Pit, instant punish on Amelia, who has an MP9. He wants to take, you know, some damage maybe and then fall back and delay a little bit. Big Uzera doesn't give him a chance to do that. Totally ruins the situation for Lynn Vision. And Pain also smart enough to watch their flank and upper, the only aggressive option Lynn Vision felt they had.
Oh, dirty peek into Zacher. And there is not much holding Lynn Vision into this game now. Felt like the tone was set very early on by Pain. Suffocating 9-3 CT side. An uptick from players that struggled out of the gate. Amelia tries to get positive. Westmelon and Starry still left in the dust behind him. And unfortunately for the Chinese team, it just felt like the engine didn't get going early enough to contend with it. And Pain get to tap into a couple of very clean Big Uzera entry frags 2 rounds in a row. And leave it to Big Uzera, of course, for Pain. When he decides it's time to win, he'll step up into that spotlight. Things go silent for a second as we hit 45 on the clock. Barely any utility left here for Lynn Vision. That scouts out on the field, and it gets popped by EVT. Talk about the headshots. 2 quick bursts through that defense. And there is nothing left between Pain and robbing away Lynn Vision's map pick. DGT to raise the floor for Pain. That was the plan on paper, and he does it so convincingly. A chance to shine in the tail end of Dust 2. Felt like Pain had their hands on this one early. It slips from them after that second pistol, but they regain their momentum with a convincing 3 rounds in a row to close. Pain gave Lynn Vision a little leeway back on Dust 2, but now we're going to turn this series to the map pick of Pain. It is Nuke up next, and a slightly subdued celebration because it feels like Pain are here to get the job done. You know, it's all business today. They had to roar back, made sure they were louder than Lynn Vision, who attempted that comeback. We see the odds very skewed in the favor of Pain because, well, for most of that first map, it just felt like Pain's winning today.
Felt very good about what we saw from Pain in the first half, and in the second, it was nice to see Lynn Vision get it together, recover some score lines, put up some good rounds, meet themselves, you know, with some dignity on their exit, but then Pain closing out very strong, and also just so happy to see Big Uzero be the one to get the kills on top and make the calls, because that's Pain at their very best.
Alrighty, we've got ourselves a fast drop.
Vent dive.
Down through the vents already. Gonna test this B site. They gotta fight towards ramp. Amelia gets his head popped, and now Zacker's clearing out lobby, trying to get some kind of control of upper before they... Oh, it's a dangerous game to go down vents, but I think Starry's gotten away with it. More space than you're often afforded. Now you've got 3 players behind you. 4 Lynn Vision players were inside these vents. DGT with the perfect reposition into the vents himself, comes back, triple kill, single mag, 3 frags, and a slick looking Pain slide to B.
Such a monster play here from Pain in general. How fast they got down the vent, Lynn Vision unfortunately had no idea. I'm not sure they started mini this round or why they lost Vision entirely, but this was very slippery, very sneaky, and such good pistol work from DGT. They couldn't even find him when he jumped in this vent. They had no idea where he went. Sacker aiming to catch the jump back. Looks like there might be a chance for it, but no. Very safe approach. 2 smokes on the cross. Got them making sure they've got someone on top of Silo. Knife comes out. Where? Is that Amelia? No, it's Wes Mellon. Where did he? Oh, okay, he's just going to sit in the corner, wait to see if someone crosses.
Starry tries to get crazy, gets shut down by Snow. It's always spooky when the secret player starts swinging. But why did he do it? To set somebody else up? Snow seems wary of exactly that. And even though he doesn't get the kill, he's at least got that Desert Eagle disengaging.
So the spot is great if no one looks. They can come clear you, but they're not looking.
Yeah, but that MP9 swing was just too suspicious.
Wes Mellon, though, he needs to peek eventually, essentially. Like.
And when he does, what's he gonna do?
As long as it's not too late. All right, there. No, he's got to.
Ooh, this is tantalizing for Wes Mellon. Taps down Big Uzera. Secret players yet to turn. Snow a little late to the party. And that ends up costing them the 2 costs inside main. Deagle shots out from heaven. DGT and Snow gonna close this gap. Frag to soften Amelia. But you gotta drop them all. And with 7 healthy repeats, tags Snow, who let his teammates die in main, but recovers this round nonetheless.
NT Amelia, very nice shot.
Man, he got him out of the corner, Call Me Sue, downstairs, but Snow was still very worried about another player's secret, and that late response to the garage peek is why the garage player gets 2 5-7 kills main.
Kick this off there. Starry taking aggro inside of secret, and Wes Mellon, well, that reaction was ridiculous. That was a quarter Hiko.
I wonder if Hiko's coming to Austin.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if nothing's coming to Austin. I wonder if Flom's coming to Austin.
Flom coming to Austin? That has to be.
It's not that far a flight, Flom.
Yeah, he doesn't have... I don't think he could create an excuse for his cat for that
Flom.
one.
It's just in Dallas, guys. I already left the house this month.
Automatic's got to come to Austin?
No, he's working on the backswing.
Could do that together.
Yeah, that's your high hope.
In Austin.
Well, swinging through Lynn Vision in the moment. Pain, very comfortable versus the pistols. Maybe Snow had a reason to be worried, because there are, again, a couple of gremlins down here in secret. Have you seen the videos of Amelia that have surfaced from his Chinese social media accounts?
No.
I saw it yesterday, last evening.
Oh, I need to see. I needed to see that before we started this game.
So, unidentified city. Camera pans in the middle of the night.
Okay.
And Amelia has his jersey pulled up over his ears like Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah.
But he's walking down the road swinging his arms like a ghoul.
Okay.
Seems like a real character.
Can someone send me these videos, please?
In and outside of the server. Farming the content.
How are you feeling, Amelia?
Good. Good. You're my brother. It's been really cool seeing the Brazilian scene rally behind Lynn Vision and Tai Lu, as they've been giving the Galaz boys on site some attention. Don't think Brazil's cheering for them today.
Uh-oh, cracking the smoke. Shot, though.
Shot, though.
Not there. And as soon as he goes back, he doesn't know if one crosses, even though no one did. However, Sue answers first.
Goes for the reload, though. That's an invite for Davideus to just slip down vent. And I feel like if I'm Sue, I think I held that back, but Amelia's going to ensure it.
What a spray.
Triple mow down on Secret. Snow's been so cautious about this portion of the map, and that's why Amelia cranks it up a notch. Davideus taken down to half because of the nade. Good peek from Starry, just as he thought he had open space, and it's ice cold Amelia. No reaction.
No reaction.
All the rounds.
He only
There
knows
it
for his
is.
teammates.
Late pop-off. Sick triple kill.
Yo, he's about his business. This is so good. They run down here because they make the vent connection, so they said, all right, let's not overcomplicate this. And they get met with the most beautiful fluid spray down that you'll see from that spot.
So Lynn Vision won't waste time. Guns in hand on the CT side of Nuke, and it's a round win on the board. You know, Pain take this to Nuke. Gotta remember who Lynn Vision have beat on this map.
5 bots.
With 2 hours of prep. Falcons fell here in a best of 1. Amelia after that game said, oh, it's just luck. It was all luck. Couldn't believe his win. Again, they draw them down into Secret again. Amelia tries to hold it. Oh. Gets in with a good USP dink.
Another dink.
Considering he's on a pistol, to drop NQZ to 32 is huge.
Yeah, they'll take that.
The numbers are even at a minute.
It's uncomfortable, NQZ.
Oh, missed the off shot, though.
Oh, Zacher got a he just was like, I need this. I want this.
Davideus cracks his head open down in hell, so 3v2 to Pain's favor.
That was a more classic repeat, the one you don't want to do. Not with players that are this good now. I'll shift back to Pain. Still plenty of time. And with ramp open, oh, that's really tough. Going back in for that next shot, Zacher. I think Lynn Vision, no, this is lower now. They should. But what can they do about it?
Nothing, seemingly. Save wouldn't be half bad, but fast answer out of Pain. Oh, he wanted the op. Greed is a sin. So instead of 2 rifles, it'll just be the Starry AK held onto. Doesn't look like DGT will press the issue. Keeps eyes on the op a little longer, and Starry doesn't want to fall like his teammate did, so there it is. AK held, Pain 4-1.
Got to make sure your habits are very good playing at the major, you know? The setup is solid. I mean, without the last dink, it's kind of middling, but I think that tipped the scales a little bit. Another buy's coming in now for Lynn Vision. They've got an op on Zacher. They're going to spend all their money to get here. Star with only a few bucks left over.
Zacher scours the field. Would have seen that.
He did see one, but he doesn't know if he's seen this really late. Single player on the cross. You know, Payne just want to go back downstairs again.
No challenge on it though, eh? CTs don't pop open smoke.
Yeah, they don't move really.
They don't have any spam because so many players actually inside A floor. So it was just that op kind of keeping Vision. Felt like more of an outpost, a scout, than really a threat to holding them back.
Snow's coming back up secret.
And again, there's still nothing really. The only thing this outer yard that Lynn Vision have is that angle from the offer. But maybe stacking this A site is the right call. But the player who drops Tetris gives it over. Davideus doubles. And the Heaven player tries to swing out. Zacher hits the ground. And that electricity almost catches him off, but he dies in the process, and Amelia's gonna get popped. Tries to peek out. Payne just flood that A site. The defender's in position, but none of them can hold.
Yeah, that's tough because it's just on the finest margins that all fails. Zacher dropping to the floor was a huge risk, but nearly lined up a shot that justified it. Couldn't land it. No one to recover this situation. And as good of an entry pair that this is from Davideus, to be honest, Payne had a better setup going for the lower split, I think, than going upper. It was Lynn Vision sort of frozen in place when the outside cross smokes and they saw that Snow had gone there. They didn't really adjust to it at all. So I think they were half hoping that it came back upstairs. Davideus from above again here. It's going to be an anti-eco. And a rare CZ here for Sue. Missed that gun.
Nate doesn't go deep enough, but he knows damn well Starry's in there.
You think Call Me Sue is like Better Call Saul?
Just a lawyer?
If you want to sue someone, call me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I catch your drift. We're in Austin after all.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a U.S. major without a lawsuit. Desert Eagle peek into hut, and it's all going south again for Lynn Vision. Pistols aren't going to find anything. Payne cutting through this like a hot knife in butter.
They want to leave a legacy.
Yeah. 6-1 T-side ferociousness out of Payne. Started this series by saying both these teams overperforming beyond the expectations the community put on them for this stage of the major. Both of them succeeding to the point, 2-1, where they set each other's dreams up. There's no big dog in the house in this matchup. No multi-million-dollar organization. I say that, I don't know the finances of Payne, but, you know.
It's a big org. I think there's CS division.
I don't know how any of this works.
Yeah, well, I guess for some transparency, it's an open secret that in Brazil, everyone costs too much relative to their skill level. And I think players are paid less than they should be. So it's weird, like the orgs are just having really expensive deals for not the best talent. It's making it worse for everyone. So, yeah.
Fast, man. Again, huh? Blood in the water. The tempo that Payne are throwing at Lynn Vision again screams of disrespect. Wes Mellon says, hang on. Respect this. With a double kill from Vent, he slows it down for only a second. Davideus goes right back into that lightning pace and this very deep lobby hold from the Opper has allowed for Amelia to slip the net back around through Hut. This should catch the site off, but he doesn't get the duel. It's Zacher to respond with a 1 kill. Davide is back into that A site. Are you telling me Pain can't feel this win coming?
Seriously, he's been too good. Actually, rare moment where a wide swing as wide as Amelia's looks like the correct decision, and right there it felt like it was going to work. But the adjustment is so strong. I mean, Pain are just ready for everything. They've been so good on these upper entries. That was a previous round, but it was similar to that. Man, Lynn Vision are broke, if you want to talk about finances. Pain looking even better than they did on Dust 2.
Starry given a lot of space. Thing is, the reactions of Pain have been so strong, but if they fully write this off, doesn't look like it. DGT's gonna come hard clear. Starry was trying to get sneaky.
That was just too quiet for too long. Fortunately, sorry.
They jumble up on each other, so this smoke gets a little weird. Westmelon tries to throw himself into the action, just anything to hold Pain back as they are sweeping through this lower site. There's no real scramble out of Lynn Vision. Felt like it had to be Westmelon if anybody was going to slow it down long enough for the other Chinese players to get into position.
It would be cool. The thing is, like, we've already seen now 3 or 4 rounds from Pain. They get into it's either Cat or it's Long or it's here on Nuke out of a choke point without using any utility. They like walkouts a ton. So if Starry's going to play a spot like that and not shoulder peek or just once in a while check, then yeah, that's going to happen. If Pain had never done anything like this and they only go for set stuff, sure. But you've got to play your opponent too. I think that's what was missing here on ramp. And on the left side of the box where he's holding, if he had even gone a little bit wider, not even exposed himself to ramp or to the ramp exit or to trophy specifically, he would have seen one guy at least.
Instead tries to do the all-in.
That's not how you want to die.
No.
At a minute, everyone's already downstairs.
Yep. I mean, I feel like it really forces the hand of Westmelon.
Because let's say he just checks trophy and dies, at least someone can rotate lower.
Right.
Now there's no chance.
Trying to play a little too deep in those shadows. Darkness starting to consume Lynn Vision as they feel the hopes of this best of 3 going up in smoke. They held on ever so slightly back on Dust 2. Nuke feels like Pain's field day. 8-1 T-side. Davideus, DGT, and Snow all with 10 kills or more.
They're going to try to stretch thin this low resource round. We've got 2 MP9s on this push. I don't know if they're going to go at this first. Zacher behind with an AK. Very strong if this ends up being ramp. If it's going to be ramp, it's going to be a lot later, right? Early molly comes out from Davideus. No tag.
Oh,
and there
spreads.
It is. Little info.
Oh, that nade.
That was full alert, maybe.
They decide not to swing, and he's going to go for it. That lack of move there, Davideus.
Such a good game.
Yeah.
Such a good game.
I think in the level that he's playing, when you hear that tick of damage and then there's no swing out of the CTs, like, unfortunately, they don't want to go because they think
they could have swung together.
Yeah, you got to make a move. Yeah. But maybe that is just a prime example as to the lack of confidence that is going to start to creep into Lynn Vision's minds. Same thing with like how passive of an angle Starry took behind that box. Yes. You don't want to die. You don't want to be the first thread that unravels all the setup. But within your inaction,
if you're confident, you don't play like
fast-moving Pain.
Davideus even picks up another kill after that, and that's exactly it. There's certain moments where your reaction is demanded. Like, look what happens.
Yeah.
The molly gets thrown, so Davideus knows they can't peek from far back. They can't leave. And if someone's up close, I know where they are.
Yeah,
so,
if they left, they would have made more noise in the Molotov. He would have known that. They're playing as if he doesn't realize they're standing right there. But freezing up, seizing up, and looking like a shell of themselves. Lynn Vision gunning for a 3-round CT side at best. And every move they make, passive or aggressive, is getting shut down by the sheer individual level that Pain have brought to this best of 3 today. Big Uzera out through the smoke. Something goes well here for Lynn Vision in holding back the silo play, but it looks like Snow's gonna play around smoke as well. Back turn to Starry. He gets wind of it, and he'll scope that AUG in, but only 2 kills allowed. It's something to try to work with. Sets Amelia and Zachar up for a 2 versus 3. Missed op shot is critical.
He gets away.
Critical
completely.
error. Hunt player floats around. Instant headshot from Big Uzera again. And even though he's only got 5 kills to his name, the 4th and 5th were clean this round. We've seen Amelia try from heaven before. Has to give up some space, and if Pain plants A, he's gonna regret having left heaven.
This has been the definition of confidence so far. We got Davideus 13-3, Snow is 12-5, DGT is 12-4. And Big Zero is the star of this round.
Amelia's gonna come back at it. And we got DGT to close. Yes, sir. Off angle, inside hut, double digits T-side spells disaster for Lynn Vision.
On Dust 2, I could see maybe, you know, minor comeback, maybe a chance at making that happen. On Nuke, we're just really not seeing it now.
Davideus across the series, 32 and 15.
Clean.
Absolute domination.
Such an impressive showing. Lynn Vision in a very uncomfortable spot. They're burning through all their timeouts on CT side. And this is to recover what is a 10-1 half now, meaning they can only win this 1 round. Hard to say it's even worth it, to be honest. But it is Last Chance Saloon. I don't even really know where you fight back versus Pain right now.
I mean, it doesn't feel like you can make a step in the right direction. Pain having their way with you every single round of this first half. DGT's gonna get zoned. Good wallbang, actually. Starry setting up Zachar for the clean scout kill. But because of the...
Please be watching this, though.
Yeah, the nature of all these other rounds means a 4v5. Huh. A 3v5. Smoke over towards ramp. They get their entry. Big Uzera's been good for these. And it's not like we've got a full force Lynn Vision in this final round of their CT side. Already taking a sniff down at that lower site, despite bombs still being delayed inside of ramp. But you'd be peeking into a scout.
Just a scout.
Not an op.
That bomb could have dropped, and it must have not for a reason. Looks like they're trying to lure one into Davideus as they search out lower.
But that bomb gets found out with Starry.
Yeah, very awkward. Luckily, he was facing towards the ramp, so a little easier to get that back. They might not know Davideus has made it back site, especially where they just saw the bomb. So as long Lynn Vision just need to play this one carefully, but
feels like that could be the forced error.
He's trying to bait. He's trying to bait the attention right here.
He's moving in.
Oh wow!
And he's gonna catch Sue off guard.
What a great bait!
Now you just got to be worried about that double doors, and if the bomb can get past it, then there's still cover to be given over. They close the double doors. He's going to plant within cover. Noah peek gets him off of it from the bottom of ramp. Davideus covers. There's the second. Oh, Lynn Vision able to hang on to that site. A second round, a lifeline, but for how long?
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Bigusera from Pain. Thank you for joining me. You're the in-game leader for Pain. How long have you been the in-game leader? You've been in this team for 6 years now.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but being agile has been 2 years. When I used to play with PKL, I used to say a lot, give some calls mid-rounds and this kind of thing. So for me, it was easy to play and say rotation and reads, this kind of things. So for me, it was the best decision that I ever could do.
To talk about positions on CT side, what's your vision as an in-game leader there? Because some in-game leaders, such as Apex, who used to play, star roles like Connector or Mirage, but then you have the Hooksy style, who's going to be jump spotting B apps every round.
I tried to play like a B on Mirage, and didn't work well because mid-rounds rotation, guys come mid and let's fight together. If I'm B spot jumping, I cannot have this read, We were playing Navi. That was like a 12-8 for us, the third map. We were in city side and we lost 4 rounds in a row just because the read of the guys from mid was not good. We just made the change and said, guys, these kind of things, it never can happen.
Yeah, you want to be in a position where you can affect the round and you can see the full picture. Where do you play now, just out of interest on Mirage?
Connector, yeah.
Yeah, nice place to be.
Nice place to be.
As an in-game leader on this team, do you prefer CT or T sides?
To play my own game, CT side, but I prefer T side because I can control and think more than CT side.
What maps are you really liking right now? What's working for Pain?
Nuke is not a secret. We made some changes as well about T side. Outside of Nuke was impossible to play. I'm now playing lobby because I was like playing for the team all the time and just dying all the time first. And I was, oh, what the f am I doing here? We made some change and worked well for us.
Pain, take 12!
I love that move, man.
Inferno and Anubis, if you start T-side, you can make 11, 12 rounds. So these 2 maps, I don't like to play BO1, but if you have to play, we're gonna play.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players, such as Snow. What's it like bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old when he first joins a top Counter-Strike team?
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him, he just absorbs all the time.
Exceeding all expectations, it is Pain!
When I'm not playing, I'm on the server. I just like to leave the Counter-Strike,
Bigusera, thanks for joining me, and good luck to you in Pain.
Thank you.
Well-timed perspective there, drawn out by Hugo Byron. Bigusera talking about his new role as a lobby entry when it comes to playing Nuke specifically. Also said, yeah, it's no secret. Pain love a little bit of Nuke, and after that T-side, I see why. 10-2 attack, and Lynn Vision have their hands full if this comeback, not only on Nuke, but within this series, is to ever take place. Look at those odds. Ooh.
21 to 1.
Oh! And with that pistol headshot, they skew even further.
22 to 1.
This
21 to 1. I don't know if I've ever seen odds that.
Is feeling like a shoe-in, feeling like a wrap, and with a pistol in such a convincing fashion, Pain have put themselves in the best possible position to advance to stage 3.
I want to see the odds again, because they would have got even worse. Or better, depending on who you are. Holy smokes.
All right, folks, put the house on it.
Yeah.
Take out a second mortgage.
Yeah.
Grandma's savings? I bet Bigusera.
Thing is, you just wouldn't get much back.
26 to 1. All in.
Wow. Wow. All right. Come back so good, you start praying here, Lynn Vision.
Yeah, just to all the gods.
Yeah.
Don't be picky. Whoever answers.
You weren't religious before today. It's time to start believing.
Hell, make a deal with the devil if you have to. Feels like it's going to take some kind of a miracle to get Lynn Vision into this one. Maybe they can overwhelm DGT, but he'll peel back from that ramp. All while Davideus sees it as an invitation to attack them, and it's going to flush them down into Big Uzera. He went for that fast lower rotate, puts up some kind of a defense. We do have Lynn Vision testing this lower site. It's Tech9's locked in. It's a bomb plant inbound. It's Sue along that front ramp wall with an M4 in Zacker's hands. You can whittle away the health of the MP9s. No immediate trade frag back, so man advantage for Lynn Vision. A force buy to kick off a T side. 26-1 odds. Remember that, just in case. Because it doesn't look like Pain are going to be sprinting away with the finish just yet. Round 14, Lynn Vision able to overwhelm that ramp room, push DGT off his original angle, and get through with some free M4s at that.
No Molly backside, I think, is the big one to allow for that retake to take place. So just wanted to try to frag out, couldn't do it. It's a good round here for Lynn Vision. I'll just say those odds are likely for the whole series, not just the map.
The match win.
Map,
surely.
Map's got still probably like 9-1 or something like that, but
Gotta let them know while you can. Let them know that you have yet to surrender. I like that attitude, Amelia. They're gonna try to charge it into A. Oh man, throwing caution to the wind. Will it cost them? Amelia gets closed in on the smoke.
They got lower though.
They will stampede downstairs again. So good space creation from Amelia. He let that roar out. Let him know what was coming.
Just a distraction the whole time.
Enough space created with that. And Pain, obviously, with the force buy, they'll cut their losses. Snow, the only casualty, looking to save these pistols and a scout. Hide in your spawn all day long.
I think it's the way to call. You're playing from this far behind to, it's kind of like, if we don't win this round eventually, this kind of round, we're not winning this game. So not only do you save some stamina for the bigger rounds, you keep it simple. You test everybody's focus for a little bit, and at the end of the day, it's an anti-eco. See how it says "Love you, Mom" on the card there, Connor?
Yes, I see that.
There's a picture of your mom. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Love your mom.
Dude, Sharon's watching, bro.
I love your mom. I just didn't know who
That's crazy. Oh my God. So is this another rinse and repeat of an A hit? Last time it was Amelia, this time it's Starry, and what do you know? Down vents again. This time a bit more resistance, but DGT's 5-7 won't be enough to hold back that M4. Using their guns against them.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh, careful. You catch West Melon in the open. He had a nade in hand. That Big Uzera scout's looking for a head. And Davideus catches Zacher, who was going for the ramp flank. I think this retake's on.
Yeah, look at Big Zero. He's talking, and he got some more information.
Little to lose. You know you've got him tucked, and now Amelia, who kicked off the last round's got to close this one. No kit, but the lineup happens. They jump on bomb, and by God, I think they've got the time for this.
Feels like it. It's going to come down to the wire. Under 3 seconds, one, and they lock it up.
That is 12. You wanted an electric attack down to the B site, you got it, but what you didn't account for was the comeback from the challenge of Big Uzera. Caught a player in transition, backside throwing nades.
Ooh. Well, it was just as impressive as how fast they got downstairs that this retake took place, and that first shot from Big Uzera, man, it's just so clutch at the end of games. Oh, yeah. All right, Pain. They can trip over the line now.
You said so clutch at the end of games. We got that back in Dust 2 for certain. When it felt like Lynn Vision were starting to reclaim some control, Big Uzera gave us some cheeky entries in rounds to close out. We've seen the ceiling of Big Uzera in the past when he served as a hard carry for this Pain core. We've seen Big Uzera take over in the server and honestly take over for Brazil. There is no denying that Big Uzera is a beacon of consistency for his region. This will be all 3 CS2 majors with Pain at top 16. Uncertainty coming into Austin made this one feel shaky, but exceeding all of the community's expectations. This new and improved Pain on paper piece it together. An awkward fight for Davideus, but an even more awkward fight for Call Me Sue, because it's him versus 4. It is him versus a red-hot Pain Gaming. I said 3 consecutive top 16s, but this is the first time that they will do it in such a convincing fashion. 3-1 name of the game.
Wow.
And to sprinkle in a little history as well, the first Uruguayan player to make top 16 at a Counter-Strike major. He leaves Max behind him, but DGT to greener pastures and Pain to stage 3.
The bar was set so high with Legacy for South America, but Pain meet expectations, qualifying in right behind them. And they are the ones who we normally expect to impress out of the region at majors. And it just feels like there is this special connection between the Chinese teams and the Brazilian teams here. And this moment isn't so sour for Lynn Vision because there'll still be a chance to be able to qualify, even though this might have been the easier competition. I don't know about that, though. Pain played fantastic CS, and they look like they're going to be a real threat as they move on.
Just for them to hit the ground running in Austin, to not have that warm-up phase of stage 1 where we've seen these other plucky underdogs try to swing for it. That's what surprises me the most. Again, you should anticipate Pain to succeed at majors because that's where Big Uzera does his best work. But a formula that was put under question due to some shaky events with stand-ins and coaches. It felt awkward for Pain. They make it happen. And one more shout out for DGT because he attended both majors back in 2022 with 9Z, unable to progress in both of those moments, trying to put his country on the map for South American Counter-Strike. He'll do it here with Pain. Top 16 for another Brazilian core.
Pain making it through to the next stage here at the Blast TV Austin Major. And just after the year you guys have had, how at the beginning of the year at Blast Bounty, good, you make playoffs, then after that, problems, more problems, stand-ins. How good does this one feel? It must be just a big relief for you guys.
Yeah, of course, it's a big, huge relief because I don't know, we were feeling all the time that everything that we were like doing was going wrong, the wrong way, and we were wondering about it, and I don't know. And right now, everything goes right. We play with the 5 players finally, and yeah, it's very. How can I say? It's very normal day right now. Yeah.
Now we're seeing the real Pain and the way Pain wants to play, but just for you as the in-game leader going through all of this, has it ever made you think, am I making the right move? Maybe like doubt yourself and think, this is not correct? You know, did you ever feel negative about all of this?
Yeah, of course you have to think about these kind of things, but at the same time I was thinking it's just a little time that is everything going wrong, and it's like a Bobby Marley song. Everything gonna be all right. So then, yeah.
You always believed, you kept believing in it, and obviously with DGT coming in, I guess this isn't even the best of him just yet, right? Is it still a lot of learning, and how much more do you think we'll see him improve and you guys improve because of this?
Yeah, like I said all the time, he's an amazing player, he's an amazing person, and we are so happy to be here with him. And I think he has a lot of growing because he always asking me about the game, what he can do better in the next match, and this kind of thing. So I think that his potential is not like on the top, you know.
Okay.
He can grow a lot.
Great.
Yeah, I think I can teach a little things for him because in the beginning he was like picking all the time, not enough, over picking, and I was saying to him, bro, I know you like to shoot, like to kill, but take it easy sometimes. And he's learning, and I think he's an amazing player.
Do you think that stage 2 has been good for you guys to kind of grow into this and now be ready for stage 3?
Yeah, of course. I mean, VP is a good team, but at the same time, we knew we could beat them.
Yes.
And we made a lot of mistakes yesterday, but yeah, like I said, I think we don't have to think a lot. We have to win the major. We have to be step by step, you know, getting confidence, play better each day, and I think the results will come.
And I know you've just qualified, but how will you spend the few days you have before going into stage 3? Is it a lot more boot camp style practice here, or will you get a little bit of time off?
Actually, today is my beer day.
Oh, it's your birthday?
No, beer.
Oh, beer?
No.
Beer day.
Beer day.
Okay,
Yeah.
So after this, we'll go to the pool. I'll buy you a beer.
Okay, perfect. And I will play Counter-Strike and drinking my beer at the computer, and I don't know, maybe some restaurant tonight.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah?
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I can pay for it.
You just, we even get invited out now. This is perfect.
Yeah, let's go.
Pain have made it through. We've got a date of going for beer and some good food. See you guys later.
See you.
There's no rest for the wicked here on the B stream of the Blast Austin Major. And inspired by the outing of Pain just before them, we've got Bait versus FURIA. Two teams looking to lock it in as well. And, well, for FURIA, this Brazilian core gone international, Mohan, kind of exceeded expectations. We all thought, what is this rebuild ever going to do? Astana stunned us and left a lot of people very impressed with this new formula. Molidoy feels like the real deal. Yakindar feels reinvented.
Yeah,
but I think under the radar, just to cut you off, excuse me, Bait has just gone above and beyond. You know, Heroic was the hype of stage one, and Bait have looked just as clean, if not better.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty high-level game here. I've had FURIA going through as well as Bait just because of Astana for FURIA, just how good they kicked off. Yakinder's form has been pretty fantastic. I don't really know who I'm more confident about right now when it comes to this matchup. It sort of feels like last game, though, by the end of the game, it's very clear who is the better team. So, Fallen deep in here, the underpass. And, oh, Alex gets him and Yuri right behind him. I don't even know how Alex sussed that out. But they will not be getting information on who's up in B halls. The CTs are just now pushing A. Bait, our guests, are partially assuming that they're going to be rotating over, but also know that Alex killed them both without them seeing much.
Nothing to hold them back. Free bomb plant to come with it.
Bomb has been planted.
Looks like FURIA have been outplayed in the pistol.
And so Yakinder has done two things. He's come through with good form. For his new team, his aim is looking good. And I'm not going to say that's because of the new team or anything, because he's got a role where he's the reason the round looks good from the beginning, right? It's not him coming in later and the rest of the team succeeds or fails, and then he kind of like closes it out. He is the guy, if he's playing well, then rounds are going to look good. And on FURIA, he's added to the entry pack right now. His form has been very solid in terms of getting those kills, the spacing. He's sped up rounds for FURIA, which is just nice to see, because it's a great middle ground between where Art used to be and where Fallen kind of took this team as a caller, which is slowing it down so much. It now feels like it was just based on the composition that was happening. And they're allowing Yakinder to be himself and to move a little faster. But Bait will still be a strong challenge. I missed the betting odds on this. Oh, there they are. On
what was
you.
That? Nah.
Missed the betting odds right there. FURIA slightly favored, which I can understand.
It was just slightly above 2 before that pistol went down. Or the starting odds. It's cool that Bait have picked up the Ukrainian flag and waved it here in Austin in the absence of Passion UA, who kind of ran that same story back at Shanghai at the previous major.
Oh, so sad that they just, like, not disbanded, but made any moves. That team was on something big time.
It's that scary prospect of doing well at an FGL.
But it's great to see Hedrick on this lineup, NPL on this lineup.
Yes. I think it's kind of like what a few of the Swedish guys did after their outings with NIP, and then, you know, to rebound in a different organization after, quote unquote, not being good enough, not making the cut. Coming up with players of their caliber and looking better than ever. They will seize the chance to drop through this A site with a split, and it is convincing stuff. Triple setup inside of the con, and 3 players left standing as Bait smile their way through the 2-0 start.
It will be a formidable challenge today. Odds favorites or not. I think there isn't too much data on who's supposed to win this game.
Dodging the rifle shots. Molidoy trying to set himself up for the deep kill, but made frantic by that utility. And again, Bait happy to just slide out through middle, bringing a certain electricity to the opening rounds of Mirage. Made easy by the ability to flex rifles over pistols, of course. We'll see once FURIA have a chance to actually swing back on fair ground. For now, it's this USP in Fallen's hands, tucked into Get Right. Support from Yakindar over on bench.
This is the round that's pretty much over unless, you know, Yakinder hits some blinders with the Deagle. Oh, and there's one. Okay, now he's actually in a spot to set up his next one. Oh, beautiful shot.
Okay.
And that makes things interesting. Fallen upgrades to a Galil. 2-on-2, and he can sit tight.
He's hanging on, and the pistol's gonna hold. It's gotta be Alex 666.
Oh, what a peek.
Fallen Galil!
Woo, peekaboo.
Yakindar had to save it, sets Fallen up to thrive.
Man, unless Yakinder hits those unless he has a Deagle in that spot and hits those shots, this is a round that's a perfect default with the lead up into B. There's no one pushed B halls, there's no one ladder room, and they turn the corner. Those are the three things you need to have in place for the anti-ego to go perfectly, and Yakinder has this one chance to get an easy shot.
Boom.
Oh, and he sets himself up so beautifully. Wow.
And that last one from Fallen, just cherry on top. Unexpected answer from FURIA in round 3, but the tempo hasn't changed despite guns getting thrown in the hands of FURIA. Alex looking for revenge real quick. That's a great grenade, damaging the 2 ramp players severely. Quesarado just biding time, holding on, swings into Sandwich, clears out Kenzazor, slides down that ladder without making noise, so could still be up top. But the approach out of Head Trick is good.
Yeah,
As Quesarado swept out. Essential single kill, Fallen response. And now it's man advantage secured by Bait, extended by Head Trick, who just keeps these headshots rolling.
Damn, as impressive as that last round was, the fact that Bait just don't respect it at all. Come through with another fast default. Dislodge Quesarado from under Balk, which was huge by Head Trick, and now send Molodoy into a save. They believe they're going to be able to take this game. They're making a case for themselves. And the best way to fight op is to avoid it.
Oof, this is no guarantee. But Alex actually writes off the threat of boxes.
But yeah, Yakinder, man. I would never have expected Yakinder to be the perfect answer to the playstyle problem that FURIA had.
Sure, yeah.
Because both his form was off, and now they're all speaking English, so there's like so many new variables that could go wrong. But it doesn't look like communication has really been a problem for FURIA. They've actually looked pretty solid in that regard. And he is bringing a little speed to a team that was moving way too slowly when they had Cello on the roster, with the way Fallen was calling around his op and everything. The pace was just so radically different from what helped FURIA succeed and become the team that they are now with Yuri and Quesarado as the bones.
No,
now they've met a nice middle ground.
You said it best, where it's like, I can't believe he's the solution. To be a fly in the wall of the FURIA headquarters when whoever had this idea had to bring that up. Guys, hear me out.
Yeah.
Molodoy, who? And Yakindar. Huh? And it works. Exceeding expectations thus far, and exceeding what they're supposed to in terms of damage with 5.7s. Yuri, not off to the best start, but Yakinder's Deagle finds another victim. Oh, and Quesarado controls that A1S perfectly.
Total difference maker.
Yuri may have gone down with nothing, but Quesarado takes up the place. Triple kill from inside A site sends Bait spinning.
Damn. 2 good rounds for Quesarado, and that 2K wouldn't have been possible without Yakinder's Deagle shot again. We got a marathon here for Essential to run through over towards A. I mean, I don't know if there's any world in which he could either get these kills or even get a bomb plant, but he's used the clock pretty effectively. And no,
he walked it perfectly, dude. This off kill should be free.
Quesarado hasn't really moved.
Just checked it. Just checked it for the first time, and oh my god, he's
gonna
gonna
get by. He needs to. Oh,
he's gonna have to execute Fallen, so element of surprise is gone. Low health and Sandwich.
No,
Oh, there's the second.
Chance. There's a chance.
Oh, but the op slides down, and Molodoy's gonna close. I mean, lovely play in terms of timing. Walks at the appropriate moment, slips behind Fallen, and a part of me wishes that he didn't have to kill Fallen as quick as he did.
Yes, that would have been extra succulent if he could have just walked by him. But still a great try.
Huge Deagle shot from Yakindar. Massive triple from Quesarado. Makes up for the absence of Yuri next to him.
There's a lot of playmakers on the server today.
Brothers in arms on this A site, and down to pistols go Bait. So Furia's 2 rounds, wild nature that they've pulled them off. Deagle kills needed in the middle of it all. But it is enough to contend with what was a very aggressive looking Bait out of this game, right? If their plan was aggression, I wouldn't have been shocked because the nature of the tempo they were throwing these mid plays, even in the first gun round. That challenge up catwalk, basically as quick as could be, but this one slows down. One of the slower tempos from Bait's T side thus far. Same target, different timing.
Looks like Fallen's made the good move here. This ends up being another B split. Sort of what they were trying to pull off on their anti-eco. It's a top con smoke, but this also just blocks off cap vision. So you can sneak one into the connector if they want to, but this one's a B split. And
curious.
With Fallen dead, now they're on for it.
Okay, Serato's gonna have to get a multi-kill again. Mac 10's already slipped beyond to challenge that market window.
He's been shooting hot.
Okay, Serato gets popped by the SMG. Yakindar can't get himself a second. Kenzazor worried about a flank. NPL just waits perfectly. And the Deagle of Yakindar may have set up the last couple rounds, but here's a Molodoy 1v3 attempt. Knows that Kenzazor's close. And that Mac 10's gonna get a triple kill. Pistols thriving in the hands of both camps. And we've got robberies of rounds on each end.
This is the second time it's a B split where it doesn't look like the guy who wins is going to be the one to do it. The setup was looking rough when Fallen died. And here's Serato in a very interesting spot with his M4 surprisingly dies to a SMG. Then it looks like there's a good chance for the 1v3 with the op. Everything's subverting expectations right now.
Feels like we're taking the gloves off and getting dirty early. Head trick into Molodoy for the mid-window kill. And then he can come support what's looking like the all-in A. Serato to come try to support Yuri, who's for now dodging fire. And even with the second volley of that, hangs on to a bit of a position. Finally, it spreads, but he gets both. And then again, the Deagle. Furia using pistols to subvert the expectations. Essential tries to recover. And Fallen, who is up in apartments, wastes no time to compromise this flank.
He's made haste.
Bait. They've got the cover of the site.
They haven't cleared out triple. There's a couple things they need to get in place before they start watching flanks, so there's a timing here for Fallen.
But Ascenthio's already checking Palace, so you know he's got wind of it. The idea's in his mind.
And Yuri, Serato so far away from this now. Watching for a window lurk. It's Bait who should be being patient.
It's a great pause.
Yeah, I mean, eventually they're going to come back and try to clear. They can plant default, though, safely as long as they know CT secure.
But do they?
The bomb's going back, so it looks like it's going to end up planning around triple.
Deep CT peek first. It's a bit of a grace. One small sanctuary
really
in positioning.
Bomb
okay, does go over to default. Fallen's going to feel like he has to force the issue. Cover is offered by Ticket. And now Serato, working with 2 points of health, has 2 opponents to pop, and only the Deagle to do it.
Yeah, good luck with this.
At least gets onto stairs. It's a little cover. If he is to dodge bullets, this is the kind of spot you want to be in. Concrete cover. Senthiel takes a bit more damage. Head Trick's able to cheat off towards the ramp, and Serato's got to concede it. So Bait slow down. They pause, and in doing so, recover the site comfortably.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, I think the one move obviously is Fallen. If he doesn't think about someone being under balk and just tries to rush that plant down, because they did go to properly clear CT. I think you heard some of it.
Terrorists win.
That would have been a much scarier situation. Good pistol kills here for FURIA, but also equally good to see Bait have some composure. Technically a 2-on-4.
Two Mac 10s. Feels like they know they've got FURIA on the back foot. Bait have already shown this affinity to keep up the aggression.
Bait have been moving very nicely. They're using mid a lot, which I love to see. And it's only the X factor that's shining through at the moment for FURIA, but overall they've got very good control of this half right now. Most amount of saves possible. And it looks like they're going to avoid the stack once again. Oh, maybe not. Okay, yeah, the bomb's going middle, and they have 1A ramp, so I'm assuming they're just going to do an underpass walk.
The trick coming out of that ramp with an op could be scary, but still nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Even in a 5v5, this side feeling way too free. But they're aware that Molodoi could have pushed up into the palace. Fire indicates it. Go ahead, gentlemen. Save your P250.
Bader like, finally, a clean anti-eco.
Yeah, but shit, what do we do with these MAC-10s?
Yeah,
right?
We were planning to lose too.
Yeah. You either want to make that money back and die in the process, or what are you going to do? Mind you, with the level of aggression that we've seen them throw out in some of the gun rounds, I wouldn't even be shocked to see them try to play with that same pace again.
Yeah, they could call around it, make it a B play if they want.
Molodoi's going to go down with bomb. But he did effectively keep that rifle out of their hands. So 2 MAC-10s go forward, but one of the rifles gets lost. That's something.
That is something.
That's something. It ain't nothing.
It especially is because the previous rounds were a little closer as well.
It's something.
It just puts Bait into a spot where maybe they don't want to upgrade it. These MAC-10s. I think it's a great moment for a timeout. I wonder if FURIA will try to take B-App's control again. So it has to be a great read from Sid. And it looks like they do upgrade one of their MAC-10s. And they still actually have quite a bit of money, impressively.
That's what a 6-2 half will do for you.
No B-Apps control for the CT side, but it is the Ts who are looking into it. Cat support is there from K Serato, and they can hear him.
Yoy. Frag towards top mid. They're trying to fluster Kenzizor. He's happy to sign up for these fights.
Yeah, they should have mollied him.
Yeah! Trade comes out of Alex, a little bit labored, takes some damage in the process, but at least you keep this 4v2 rolling, and Fallen in transition, not the most comfortable duel.
Uh-oh.
He even misses timing.
Yeah, but to be honest, just to go and save with this MP9 at this point.
Yeah, sure. Feels like he gets away from certain death.
I don't know what the utility was right there for the middle players, but if they were going to approach top mid, you can't let the top boxes guy just fight, you know, with a teammate on the corner, and unless you're going to trick him, expect to win. They needed to try to zone that fight. Solid performance here for Bait. Yeah, that's the zoning right there. Oh,
done, man.
Goodness.
Really minimizing any risks, right? Don't let that op pop off.
Didn't even take the... Oh, okay. Oh, man. Bomb's vicious. No upgrade for Fallen.
Oops. Yeah. Who packed that bomb so full of C4? unfazed. So 4-round streak.
Economy's just been in a terrible spot for FURIA all half.
Yeah.
Bait just winning all the right rounds.
It's like, luckily we've seen at least some 5-7 and Deagle prowess, so you got to give it a little bit of a belief, but
same round but faster.
You'd think it's just going to keep racking up for Bait now. 8-2 half inbound, unless MP9 can't get it done. Deagle will. Fallen with a second. Not bad in the middle of all that frantic hit, but leaves Yuri 1v3. Dangerous to be going flying up into the market like that, but it will push Yuri out of it. And, well, that's why. Alex has got the other side of the murder hole. They fluster Yuri into a pinch, and they fluster FURIA into a 6-round deficit.
This is crazy good out of Bait.
I mean, Bait and Pain stepped up today. Sorry, Bait and Pain stepped up today. Brought it to a whole other level.
I think another good use of the timeout, to be honest, even though they're running through them. They need to get organized for this rifle attempt, otherwise this half is just done. Bait have showed us a lot of mid-control, a lot of faster tempo plays. They're showing tons of confidence, and they're not getting scared by how close some of these eco rounds are getting either. I really just love the way that they're calling, on top of the way that they're shooting.
Yeah, I mean, their run at the major has been phenomenal so far. Closest game, barring their Virtus Pro loss, was that 13-11 versus Imperial to start stage 1. They owned OG, they smoked Wild Card, beat Falcons to kick off stage 2, and a victory over Heroic as well to remind us that maybe stage 1 competition is led by Bait. Missed op shot for Molodoy, certainly not ideal. Would have had a chance at a good 5v4. The elusive 5v4 thus far on Mirage. Yakindar is going to be sent forward to try to unroot him. Little does he know, it's already a quick reposition here from Kenzizor, and he awaits that arrival from Yakindar. Read like a book.
Wow, that's a perfect counter angle right there.
Man advantage Bait.
Oh boy. And I think with that kill, they're like, all right, well, now we can go into mid even more safely. This is our comfort zone. Our splits have been super solid, and I actually like that. FURIA right now are just playing everyone close to middle, not worrying about extremities. They've got the right read on the situation. There's no exact that's about to take place.
Oh, error. Oh.
That was just lining up his crouching jump throw.
Yep, and man gets rocked. Queserado with Molodoy up on catwalk, set up on stairs. And we've got the rebuttal. FURIA, 2 versus 4, turn 2 versus 2. Good timing, though, for Alex at this B site. It is an open invitation for Headtrick to come join him. Molodoy going to play with a barely visible angle, and he gets Alex where he wants him, unsuspectingly stepping into the scope of Molodoy, who has positioned himself to get a third this round. 20 on the clock. Molotov to try to fluster him, op combat, and Molodoy's positioning catches both those last Bait players entirely off guard.
Now, again, we saw Fallen just die in the window there, and it was already a 5v4 situation, so it looks really hopeless for FURIA, but they all play close to middle, right? Molodoy assisted from Cat. He had Queserado here at the top of Connector. They had outs because they knew that Bait were going to try to go back to mid and split something as they have been doing, so it was a really good adjustment here for FURIA. And this is one that goes out of prep. I'm sure Sid helped with their opening play to the top of mid in the first place. But when things got hairy, they found a way out of it. So at least there's one response. And I honestly think, luckily for FURIA, they get to use another timeout from Bait to think themselves. They could use the extra seconds. It's been 3 from this half. I know part of them is like, we want to answer mid, but we now have to worry about, are Bait going to try something really fast? Because they are just throwing those in.
Oh, Headtrick gets him. Working on his own back there in ramp. Oh, goes for second servings. Yuri able to press into ramp to hold back the opper.
That was very risky out of Headtrick. Got his kill, but didn't get out.
Gives the rest of FURIA just a chance to kind of sit back a second, deal with any mid-aggressions, these kinds of positions from Kenzizor.
How did How did MPL get dinked there? I think maybe it was Yakinder from Ticket. Not exactly sure. He's down to 20.
That must have been something through connector. Trying to retake some control of mid. Here comes that MP9, looking to make it awkward. Whew, Fallen gets it over the line.
And they're not in a position to speed up just yet. Fallen gets that kill just early enough.
Good on Fallen to lay down the smoke ahead of it as well. Nade bounces in. Could have killed NPL if well timed.
Vision.
Fallen, oof, eats the flashbang, still keeps his head tucked down beneath. They're gonna hard clear it though. NPL, low health, doesn't give a damn, gets the entry. Utility flying in and out of that market window. Yakindar flying up catwalks, gonna find himself exposed to 2. That's positions confirmed here for the retake attempt of Quesarado and Yuri. 4 rounds, best case scenario for FURIA. As bait get beyond Fallen, who looked like he had the better of the timing for the defense. Smoke fades, T exposed, and now a health advantage for FURIA to just put this in, to just get it over the line. Trade needed, no allowance whatsoever. NPL from the bottom of that scoreboard closes with a 3K. Bait came out swinging on this Mirage T side. Absolute domination of middle. Didn't give a damn about those 5-7 and Desert Eagle pop-offs. We saw FURIA try to hold them back with whatever tools they could afford. And I do want to say that it felt like economic problems also held FURIA back in a couple of these rounds as well. But that is also the nature of the beast when you only win 3 CT rounds.
I'm willing to call that a masterclass because, like, the rounds FURIA won, they had some great shots and they really tried hard. And then the fact that they couldn't build any momentum off those plays, very impressive. The way that Bait called that, yeah, this is feeling like Pain versus Lynn Vision. So we'll see about the answer back here from FURIA as they switch to the attack.
Gonna try to blanket A with smokes. Denies NPL his angle. Gonna take some kind of a smoke shot as Alex falls back away from Ticket as well, and the off chance FURIA flood into him, which is looking likely. Deep smoke for CT gives, what was supposed to be a solid position. Instead, Alex takes the kill and then immediately gives up CT spawn. This is a heavy jungle retake emphasis. We got a whole lot of bodies flooding into this site now. Fallen with cover behind triple, a little bit labored, still able to get a second. Glock goes dry. Yuri's helping out, but only gets his one, and Yakindar still trying to find that Alex position from early on. It's a kit for the defuse, down to a second.
He's so close.
Alex all the way through.
No way. What a round. Alex getting his kill, leaving immediately, and had Yakinder chasing Ghost that entire time. Yakinder, though, I think smartly pushes into CT just to get control of it because that's what they're planning for.
Gotta check.
Everyone comes in behind him, so he does offer up some good spots for his teammates to fight in. This ends up just being an excellent round from the perspective of mechanics here from Beta as they go in for the retake afterwards, though. All crossing the site, swinging together, even answering back to Fallen's 2 kills. Really just demanded 3, which is just too much to ask. Monster game here by Bait.
Justifying their map pick with conviction. Force buy for FURIA, so we've seen them work with less. We've seen that Yakindar Deagle sing.
I'll say this is pretty bold to buy an auto shotty. You know, auto shotty top HUD on Nuke, okay?
Yeah.
But this is a round with a bomb plant from FURIA. They know there's gonna be some rifles coming into this. He won't be a part of any retakes.
The M4's clean up middle first, then maybe that shotgun not tested, but it looks like it's coming his way. Switch, and give me a Senthiel's POV. He's gonna catch Molodoy in the headshot to Yuri.
And he just made all his money back too.
I mean, your options are limited on Mirage, but the peak deep apartment.
The auto shotty 3K by a Senthiel.
Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah.
FURIA go down in embarrassing fashion. A shotgun slays them.
And there is that intangible a little bit. You just got 3K bite on auto shotty.
Hit him with the thumper.
The money maker.
Rude. But a real testament to the confidence that Bait have brought to this first map, and that I can't help but appreciate.
Yeah, that reminds us what we saw in the first half.
You know, we kind of touched on it last map with Pain playing as well as they did. We're saying how, like, this level of Counter-Strike that the teams are bringing to the table as we're getting closer to stage 3 of the major. I mean, this is a Bait that's looking so smooth. You're telling me that the next 8 teams coming in cold aren't looking like, oh shit.
Let's extend that boot camp a little bit.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know, though, playing 4 stages, it is exhausting for these teams who have to prep every single day for their new opponents.
Yeah.
James was like one of the people who's referenced it the most. He just felt so much exhaustion after winning Rio, just having to prep all those games. So it's a fine line between warmed up and depleted, I think. But
Major champion, though, and I'm sure he wouldn't give that up.
Yeah, exactly.
Molodoy just gets shredded. And a USP double kill top middle as if FURIA weren't already getting bullied.
Just walking through Mirage right now. This is crazy.
So
this genuinely looked like it was going to be a competitive game in those first 5 rounds.
We'll We'll meet you guys on Nuke.
Yeah, feels like it. If
Hit
there's
that
going to be a
reset
FURIA
button.
comeback on Mirage, it would probably be on CT side, if anything.
We'll hit that reset button real quick.
Damn.
For FURIA's sake, that's what they're hoping to pull off. 9 map points. Or excuse me, it's not Nuke, it's Train.
Fun.
What could be the one and only gun round of this FURIA T side. They're going to try to play up catwalk with some tempo. Welcomes the smoke spam. Yakindar's going to try to punish that, but he ends up losing his head.
Wow.
Oh man, this auto shotty is still in play, and he can't really help out on the bomb site. He could hold back the apartments and grab the upgrade. AK gets delivered to him. Molotov for the default plant. Is this going to delay Fallen, who's now stuck over towards the van, and there's a support call coming in towards this apartments. That frag grenade drops half of Fallen's health off. Him, Molodoy, and Yuri all tagged up, feeling corralled at the moment. They've got cat control still to work with. Market utility starts to come out, so indicating the post positions of bait. Will FURIA anticipate 2 players' apps, though?
They don't need a smoke to plant this, but they do need to make sure something's clear. Ascentiel's doing an amazing job here putting pressure as his teammates coming in behind him.
And it's not all 3 Ts confirmed either. You see checking back Market just in case there's that murder hole flank. Bomb on the planter, but it doesn't stop the plant itself. Head trick getting the second.
Wow,
and it
man.
is a clean sweep.
Unreal.
Can you spell flawless? Because Bait have just absolutely owned FURIA on their map pick, and they set a tone for this qualification best of 3. Well, I hope for Furia's sake that they had a chance between maps here to dust themselves off, because Mirage was nothing but an ass whooping. Bait did not let go of the tempo from start to finish. The confidence was spilling over in all sorts of rounds, even with the occasional Yakindar Deeg shot, little upgraded 5-7 B hold. Mohan, Bait didn't give a damn. They hit the ground running back on Mirage, and it's going to take something special from the Furia side to, I think, upend that tempo and confidence that Bait have now earned for Train.
Yeah, I think Bait right now, they don't have like a good train per se, but they took wildcard to overtime in a best of one and ended up losing 16-14. They are going up against Furia, who are like better. They beat Spirit at Astana. That was their big win on this map. So I can totally understand why they went with this veto. Problem is like the hair on the monitor is so crazy.
It's crazy, right?
It is so crazy.
I think I know why they let this one go through, Mo. Look at that Astana games. There's a whole lot of victories over some Brazilian teams here. MIBR, Audic, MIBR a second time? That's no easy. And look at the nature of those scores. There's some lopsided stuff going down.
Yeah.
Weaponize it today. Tap into it.
So, yeah, I think Bait are going to be ready. I think they had a feeling that this would try to be picked on. Kinder's going to try to turn it up as well, but answered already.
Ouch.
That nade worked.
Love that bounce.
What?
Uh-huh. Good stuff from Essential.
Man, Essential's nade usage back on Mirage was amazing.
Oh, Kansas got Mohan stuttering with these clean headshots. USP to the dome again.
Oh, and they know where he is.
Stuck on default, Fallen. Trying to keep himself small. That's wild. How many more grenades does this team have? They're trying to defuse it. Fallen's so desperate, he is swinging a knife, and Kenzizor gets the headshot in the smoke.
I can't believe that all worked so well.
4 kills in the pistol.
Amazing.
Everything
amazing.
Everything other than the nade kill, Kenzizor.
He's done it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Essential as the anchor when he had the auto shotgun, his fallback grenades, the way he played so many situations was just fantastic. And I wonder if that nade, I'm just going to give him the credit and say it was on purpose. Because it bounced off the top of the train, but it really did land right in front of the choke point.
Oh, no, that's purposeful. No doubt. A little spot off the top of the ladder. Your gun might be inaccurate, but your nade trajectory is sure on point.
That's something funny they could change.
Just random nade lobs on jump throws? Yeah, sure. It's got the sound effect already. That should be the next thing we can buy. Not just music kits, but the sound you make when you successfully jump throw. It's just 3 clicks, Phillips screeching down the mic.
Or Connor saying, he's on the roof. Oh, the timing. Absolutely perfect. They're even running around a little bit. Oh, didn't believe they go for that peak. Bob trying to scale.
Line, dude. Kenzizor and Headtrick keep the pressure up even though they're eating the flashbang, so that gap gets closed by Furia to get onto site. Galil spray a little wild. Yakindar not able to get it going. Desert Eagle for Maladoy the one, but a fast swarming Bait. Look how quickly they respond to that move in the outer yard. Everybody just flooding out of Z to get this game done with.
Fundamentally speaking, there's just not much more you can ask for Bait. It just makes this match very scary. They didn't let a comeback happen at all back on Mirage. It would have been full tilt for Furia, and like Bait come into this, they probably have very adequate prep for Train specifically based on their head-to-head. They didn't ban it. So I'd definitely still be worried for sure if I was Furia. It's so early on in the map, but they've got to answer because Mirage was just such a statement, and oh, the AK gets shut down.
Sentiel with that deep peek as well, using their own Galils against them, and where there's one, there's more. That's really been the prowess of Bait in this series so far. So quick to answer, so quick to help, moving as a unit, round after round, map after map.
They've looked so aggressive, but they've never looked disorganized. every single move
Great
they've
distinction.
made. Yeah, they are having 2 people on these pushes. They're covering trades. They're taking map control properly, and I think that's the scariest thing right now.
Eating damage here. Queserado, he'll find space, but it comes with cover. Headtrick gives up his corner. Fast pop out of Ivy. A lot of bodies.
No, not 3 kills.
Headtrick just tearing everybody up. 4 kills.
Is this Cold Zera?
From the back pocket, Headtrick goes wild. And Yakindar is left stunned. No answer. Not on Mirage.
Wow.
And not here in the opening 4 rounds of Train either.
Yeah, that's a hot hand right there. He said pipe down. Damn, what a hold by Headtrick.
Gun round.
Gun round. And we also remember, I mean, Headtrick's an opera now, but he started out as a rifler. Like, that was his intended. He was playing with Monacy, and when Monacy left, he started opping in the Academy League, but he's comfortable on any gun.
Beautiful shots, man.
Yeah.
1 magazine of AK, 4 kills. Attack from both sides, just so well maintained.
That's genuinely a prime Cold Zera clip. New Train.
He loses his Ivy support as well, still picks up all that slack on his own. We've been praising Bait because pieces have rotated into help, but this time one of the original defenders just locks it down. Rocks Furia's approach. That'll send them back into upgraded pistols with a desperate hope of somehow finding footing on this B site, but leave it to Bait to remain active on the CT side, already up into T-Con, finding open space in A is gonna free up the Z rotate to already start to get into position. It is a good flash, and it makes it awkward. Yakindar gets a double deagle in the middle of all this. A 1v3 is what Kenzizor is gonna need off of it. Yakindar with the double kill goes deep for the AK control. We don't get to see those deep shots, but he sprinkles them in a much needed moment. There's the answer. Best individual moment from any of the Furia players so far. A triple kill for Yakindar posts Furia's first.
We could say for sure he's got the best eagle on the server today. He was great on Mirage. How did he get the second one? Whoa.
They lined up. Headtrick steps into the exact same angle.
It's a little bit of Mirage in the sense of Bader coming through fast, playing, and this is CT side now, but Furia answer back with a round like this, but they still can't streak because they never scare Bait, so we're gonna find out if that changes here. Nice pick off.
Confidence sitting ahead of that. You could hear the bullets going by, all the damage Molodoy had to deal with, but the angle was good and he knew it, trusted the process. Well-timed challenge onto NPL is gonna have him backside, half health, still he'll fight, and he holds them back. Flustered and burned out of sight, he continues to just stand in the open.
They need to fight him.
Come get it. Molodoy's Molotov spreads. Yakindar's gonna try to push through Sandwich here, smoked out on Icon, and it's a chance for the M4 to just cheat around the side of smoke. Doesn't end up finding an angle to stop that plant. And this looks like a shoe-in 4v2. But it doesn't feel like one. It looks like one. But with the precedent set by Bait in their 4-round wins, and the damage done on half of this Furia pack in the post plant, if only Headtrick was a little closer. This one's gonna end up on Furia's side. There's still a question about the cost that comes with it, but with Yakindar securing this kill, the exit comes for free, and that's Furia taking a second off of risky business from Molodoy and T-Con.
It's a risk you want to see him taking, I think, and especially in this spot where they need to answer back, get 2 in a row for once. They do that, and Molodoy is supported. He has some other teammates there in T-Con. He'd be the first to die to his spam, of course, but he knows that there's a chance here, and that's just such a clean shot to take. They use that, the perfect amount of leverage. I think it's a little scary when guys backside are trying to fight, but also they have a Molotov there. They're starting to scale. They made sure not to give up any extra kills. First timeout's coming in for Bait. Furia should be proud of themselves for pulling that off. And surely, unlike Mirage, we'll see a few more holes in their game. And even though, like, Bait aren't always winning this map, they're on a 3-loss streak. It's their T side that is really lacking in most of their losses. And so they really need to put up a good amount of CT rounds to give them room. That's what FURIA need to get in the middle of quickly. No early 5v4, but they start off this round with a distinct economic advantage. They've got better guns. Ascenthiel, he's been so good on utility, but right now he has none. Oh, this is going to go back outside. That's best case for bait, but they're reinforcing B because Ascenthiel doesn't have utility.
Kenzizor slides into cover, but again, the util's been good at forcing positions off. Ooh, barely spotted there. Slight delay from Yakindar, still a clean headshot. And now these follow-throughs on the outer yard are starting to find success consecutively for FURIA. If Headtrick's not posting 4Ks from behind Train, then it looks like they've found a way to win rounds. Finally in this series, overwhelming a bomb site with some early tenacity. FURIA, 3 rounds consecutive.
It's actually a key moment for Bait to save what they can. Moldoy closing off this angle as they're posted up in Ivy. Money's not like totally secured here from FURIA, but they do have some to work with. So I know they really want to get these saving players. But I don't think they can sustain any more losses. Caserado coming in. Oh, and he'll actually grab one. That's you. Oh, the spam.
The op. Oh, he's going to swing for it, but it gets covered. Wow. NPL
Crouched
knows that op's too valuable to lose.
He crouched under that final spam. Nice try for Caserado. Actually, just getting a third is huge. Yeah, that duel was very difficult. Hard for Yakinder to see, hard for his opponent to see through that same fire. And the only 2 saved guns, the only 2 guns that really come into this round for Bait. So it was worth a hunt down for Caserado. Uh-oh, they let him go.
Trying to flash it, it's very awkward. Wild blind NPL, lucky to pull one off again with a chance. Headtrick's got some respect on his name, burning down all the while. Caserado, great patience. 5-7 gets clipped as Fallen keeps his head on a swivel, making sure that the lesser equipped players can't capitalize on the chaos. And so we are staring a tied game in the face now. FURIA have found solutions. You can still see Bait trying to tap into that aggression, but you can also start to see an individual level shining through from FURIA. And in this case, it's not Caserado getting flashy, but just playing very intelligent. And then Yakindar throws in the flash to end it with those nice, crisp headshots to close.
Yeah, with the execs that are coming in, they're really forcing Bait to answer aggressively. And the last couple of rounds outside, Bait have been on the perimeter, rotating in from Icon, playing in Z. And with the utility that FURIA have, they're hoping that everyone ends up back there. So those 2 guns saved, tried to get the kills they could, but they're in a position to buy now. Headtrick with an opener, and they saw that Kenzie went up this far.
Oh my god, he takes the chance through the fire.
And Headtrick got another pick off.
Caserado's gonna crank that aggression down into the site. Ascenthiel not really ready. Yakindar stomping his way over. They know that there was a push up into Pop Dog, of course, so Yakindar can just serve as a lock-in for these 2 CTs that would love to go help on the retake front. Thing is, Yakindar gonna try to keep eyes on it. Nice reaction to Kenzizor, but there is another NPL.
Caserado so deep in spawn now. He's taking the peek. Well, he gets spotted, but gets by.
Now finally, with round wins flowing, it feels like FURIA are opening up a little bit, Mohan.
Caserado totally won this round, by the way. I mean, killing Ascenthiel in that awkward duel through the wall, if he didn't get the kill, there's no way down into the site with numbers. Yakinder would have had to come in and help out, and he did a great job of keeping him busy on that pop push. It's the X factor you want to see out of FURIA. And this is, I think, a momentary 5v3, right? He gets this kill. I believe he's the next guy on the kill feed too, yeah. It was this one duel. Bait are running through their timeouts.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like Bait are running through this map with how fast they played those opening rounds. FURIA able to adapt, now fighting fire with fire.
I think they need to entertain the idea of TCON control. I mean, they're trying to go fast pop very often, which also is welcome, definitely on train. They also have to look back on the last round and say, we got ourselves into a pretty good spot. We had a 5v3 for a second.
Keeping the guns flowing, keeping the identity going, the aggression again into Pop Dog. Trade potential with the same B ramp push set up.
They took a timeout and said, do it again.
Now Yekindar is going to take position on E-Box. He could catch NPL off as NPL peels closer towards the A site, but right there where he can't be found. He's going to force FURIA's hand to get into sight. Fallen seems content.
Oh, he missed the molly. Uh-oh. Ooh, op shot.
What? Fallen changes position, pushes that icon smoke. Molotoi gets the wall bang into Pop Dog?
Hell yeah.
Bomb has been planted.
Huh? Ascentio's going to see Yekindar falling back. That's a free one to kick off the 1v3. Last two players.
Oh, Molly.
Molly's going to make it awkward. He's going to hear them burning. Peeks in. Oh, but Fallen finds that perfect pocket right behind it. Show me this Molotoi kill.
Yeah, that's a wide part of the box that he wall banged into Pop.
How the hell? Check this out.
Oh, from that far away.
Yeah, because I'm like, Yekindar's signing up on the E-Box fight. You know, that's who the CT's looking for. You let Molotoi know where you are, and that op seems to find you. But again, guns keep coming. Round 11, weapons once more for Bait. Tempo out of FURIA, 6-round streak on this T side.
They've managed their money so well to have another buy right now.
Definitely giving themselves a great opportunity. And you know, regardless of it not working, I'm gonna sign up for an aggressive CT side on train. 9 out of 10 times. Bait have stayed true to themselves. Despite this clear opposition, FURIA decide to finally bring to the table. First time we've looked at FURIA with positive light in this best of 3. A little frag grenade to let them know defense is ready. 2 players hard allocated to B.
And just look at the lay of the map right now. They have way more map control outside, especially with this flank coming in, with the 2 players inner as well. FURIA don't know this is coming. And they're gonna fake inner, so this is a lot of info.
He just missed it. Now he's gonna drop.
Whoa, dropping is crazy.
Caserado knows damn well you were right here. And that's gonna force FURIA out towards E-Box, but there's no real cover. And they don't have any util to make it uncomfortable for the A defense either. And the sheer numbers here for Bait. Look at a spam away. Molottoi's op continues to find targets. It's low health outside TCON. Head trick, little to lose. So well supported from behind the bomb site. And so Caserado, who was worried about that loud drop, which felt crazy at the time, I guess did a great job of keeping Caserado out of the action.
They were just in such a good spot that dropping, it's like, okay, yeah, come back and try to fight me. Yep. You don't want to go outside. And now you don't want to come back either. It's going to be very hard to make this an inner hit. So I think they took the pause last time to do the same thing again. I think because they, head trick caught his op kills. But here is the real solution. It's playing closer to TCON. It's getting the flank in from Ivy. I think this is where FURIA might have the hardest time because their execs, once they get outside, are so fantastic. Their utility is causing too much confusion for Bait.
Setting up an outer execute. This time, more presence in TCON to chuck those nades over top, but with TCON control from Bait, you know they love to lean into the front of these hits. Holding that front side up sight, but fast FURIA kills out of FURIA. And again, this A site crumbles. We get that beautiful 4K from Head Trick early on that felt like it was gonna set the tone. Ever since, though, FURIA continue to sign up for this fight. There's definitely some conviction, some self-belief sprinkled into this T side, and you can see why. Looking to finish 7 rounds strong on the attack of their map pick. Still a bit of a weak point, perhaps, in the pool of Bait. They definitely brought their identity to the table. Head Trick on an individual level played well, but as a team, unable to hold FURIA back. Desperate here for a 12 HP 1v3 player right above you, so Molodoi is going to be that final hurdle that they can't overcome. A damn near 8-round streak, but a 7T round half. Well done, FURIA.
Hey, my name is Kerrigan. I'm currently the IGL for FaZe Clan, and today we're doing some map analysis. The game we're looking at is Liquid versus Heroic. So first of all, you want to always play for some mid control, or at least throw some mids as the CTs. And most of the time, you actually are going to play 2B. So the third option is always, are you going to control mid with 3 CTs, or you're going to control B with 3 CTs as well. So what happened in the round is basically they took the option of starting 2 guys B, counter the early aggression if it comes in with utility as you normally see. But they wanted the CT side to fight 3 guys mid. So to set up the round, they have to figure out how to run a fight mid. The utility dump you get down in this, what we call pocket area in our team, is where there's a lot of HGs, a lot of molos and flashes, and CTs are swinging with them. In this case, what Liquid is calling for is a classic tactic that has been played on Ancient for a while. So they send the best swarm out mid, and Heroic decides to fight aggressive up window. They want to be in this area. So they send Twist out mid with 1 guy supporting from spawn, 3 guys running towards what we call A main with bump. And of course there's a default smokes mid. We all have seen maybe donut smoke, there's a little bit of everything. But the key thing here is the guy coming out mid, the second he sees nothing, I am pretty sure the call is walk A main. Because if mid is clear, they are playing for A side, right? It means there has to be players B and players A. So in this scenario, normally what they want to happen is that the guy's running out mid, hopefully he gets a kill with the support in his back. But in this scenario he didn't get the kill, but he got information about the 3 players in mid, meaning there is 90% chance no one is A. What they do next is the key element of Ancient. They're coming out well knowing the closest player is probably here, or he is in this area in spawn. So the round unfolds in this way that they're rushing out A main, the mid guy is coming back, the guy from red who supported the window guy is coming back to CT. So now this guy is smoked off from the angle here, so he can't really support the guy. Now the decision made by Liquid is really good. The first 2 guys rub in a hand, third guy throws a flashbang behind the box over here that blinds the angle all the way into donut area. These 2 guys swing, they take out the donut guy. And now the key element in this thing is sometimes people smoke donut insta, but in this scenario Liquid decided to go in to take donut. Mostly important with that is that they can plant the bomb without getting spammed from 2 angles through the smokes. So they are actually getting a map area, because on Ancient A side you want to take an area, especially when planting the bomb, because there is nowhere to go after you plant the bomb. Liquid did the right thing. They went in to kill the guy, trade the guy that killed Twist in the middle, and therefore they had a good success to setting up the after plant and therefore win the round. I hope you guys enjoyed this map analysis by me. See you soon on Ancient.
The attitude and aggression that Bait set back on Mirage was clearly on full display at the start of this train map as well, but FURIA able to contain that fire and then crank it up a notch themselves. Excellent T-side by the end of it, had to hold Bait back a bit, but once they found the solution to that outer yard, Mohan, FURIA looked unstoppable.
It was nice to see them looking like the better team. They really struggled on Mirage, but only because Bait played so damn well. It's been a nice heat check, even though Hetrick had a great half. His teammates weren't as on fire.
Ooh, great flash to set up those Berettas. 2 pairs trying to fight top B ramp.
They just go forward with it.
Yeah, it looked like they were just very much adamant about running into this hard pack from Bait, who are now coming into the B site with the CT's Berettas against them. Fallen on the ladder makes some noise. Yakindar tries to compromise Pop Dog. We've got this A push coming out from Kenzizor, and Yakindar wants to get active on a flank that right now Bait don't seem ready for.
They were watching it a little bit. It's Pop, so you know there could always be someone lingering in. Fallen aware though in this spot. Now he'll get flanked, it looks like, but not killed.
Get him. Hit from 3 different directions.
Look at that split. That's incredible.
Kindar finally starting to get active here. Could still catch them off guard, but you see them now considering the threat. He's going to arrive with Essential holding the angle. Oh, but he gets the headshot. And the second right with it. Yakindar in the 2v3 retake gets the majority of the job done, and Molodoy knows where you're hiding, but you can't stop him from getting back in. Yakindar off the defuse, all 3 kills in the retake.
Oh, let's go, Yakinder. That's a fantastic round. That second shot was just glorious, and he really was patient about the way that he flanked Pop. That could have been an extended 1v1 if you wanted it to be. 10-second stick. It was a scary moment for Yakinder, but
great
hit his shot on his chance. Yeah.
Headtrick, the victim of a laser beam shot there from Yakinder.
That was a fantastic mid-round attempt, though. Getting into Z and yeah, the 3 choke point split when you're low on numbers. Like, wow. Very good try here for Bait. Goes right into a timeout, 8-5 score.
Felt like they were reading that Bait pistol attack, though. The 2 Berettas top ramp into the 5-player pack towards the hole in the wall.
Yeah, the fact that Bait just kept going.
Yeah. Okay. It's one thing to know what we're doing. It's another thing to stop us. And I'm sure that super late arrival of Kenzazor through C is going to keep FURIA on their toes. Like, hold up. We just lost track of something in the mid-round that we can't afford to do in a force or versus guns. Smoking a flash for Alex. But Yakindar's got that T-Con control. Had it, actually. Decides to give it back over. Fall into sandwich. And smokes it just as Bait wanted to get going.
But you know them, they just get going.
That's the thing, right? Look, challenging the side of it. It's a Galil to rattle off some bullets. Feels like that pressure's enough to put Yakindar in an awkward place. Teammates Util tries to hold back that Pop Dog exit, and it will work. You can see FURIA coming over here to try to hold the A-line. Really takes the tempo out of Bait's pace. Now a forward-leaning FURIA setup. SMGs versus SMGs. And Yakindar in this corner is going to be able to hold back T-Con. 1 kill as well from the Pop Dog side of things. Molodoy leaves something left to be desired. Luckily for him, awkward shots coming out of Alex in the process. And so he's got a 1v3 that's too much of an ask. On the brink of double digits are FURIA.
There was a ton of small chances there for Bait to try to answer, but I like the setup and for FURIA, and it makes perfect sense that Train comes back in the pool, and then Fallen's like, yeah, this is going to be our best map now. This is, I've always called him the king of Train when it came to CSGO. It's just one that he understands how to play, especially aggressive CT setups. They're really showing that off right now. Headtrick with a Deagle and an HE.
You just know Yakinder wants to jump into T-Con. This is his calling after all. But he reloads.
Yeah, that's actually fair enough, right?
Error. Luckily, he's got Fallen to take it right back.
Yuri's gonna have someone sneaking into his sight in a second.
Yeah, no eyes on upper until now. Quesarado getting into Z. So gets in position in time. Gonna take another clean Deeg shot. We get one inside T-Con. But Alex is down now. Quesarado holds that upper shelf swimmingly.
Plant's gonna go down.
Yeah, a little bit of extra money here for Bait. Nade nearly denies that one. Utility flushes him out in Quesarado. Good multi-kill between him and Yuri. 4 kills on the B site. There is that 10-5 FURIA lead. Not bad for what was once Bait winning 4-0. First 4 rounds of the half, and the last one sprinkled in.
And this will be, well, a little bit of time before they use their last time up, but they'll finally send it out to try to get something going here on T side. Their last attempt attacking Pop and T-Con was close. Their pistol was close. There weren't too many bad situations, but it's a 5-round gap and Furia's comfort on train. I'm sure they're a little less confident than they were back on Mirage.
Got to respect them trying to bring in that same conviction. Attacking the first half with the same pace, that forward setup, taking the and hoping that they could just straight up beat them head to head. Not the case though, getting outclassed. On the map, FURIA starting to make a name for themselves within, but still Alex, I mean, if they're gonna lose, they're gonna lose on their terms, and that is with aggression again out from T-Con. You're not gonna see anything though, smokes and a spam through it. Leads to an easy opening kill, but hanging on to that man advantage winds up being a bit more difficult. Kenzie Zork hears that underhanded smoke.
The right way to go around.
Cerato's on the right side of this train.
Cerrato, usually, he's the guy who, you know, you can't flank. And he's watching this, but he still loses his duel.
Kenzie Zork just a little quicker to the timing.
2 get spotted.
Yekindar inside Pop Dog. Oof, we get that jump back into T-Con. Dangerous games being played here by Bait. They could have just gotten snipped off it. They leave one. Yekindar decides to press up Pop Dog instead to try to cut off this inevitable rotate from Bait. I say inevitable, but it could always come back to Headtrick, still sitting out there on the A yard. Yekindar wants to get proactive, and he will indeed catch them off, but he can't get both. Bomb spotted with options at 40 seconds.
It is, but he's got to go pop. I mean, they have Headtrick out here already. They've got the rotations down inner. This feels like it's going to be an inner hit, so this is actually quite a nice mid-round once again out of Bait.
FURIA thinking that the entire pack had actually left that outer yard and probably head towards B. It's not numbers confirmed by Yekindar, but Headtrick's patience on A working out. At the very least, they'll have a post plant here to play with. Question that remains, will FURIA attempt the retake? Now they hear that utility going down on the outer yard.
Just playing fast, honestly, because FURIA aren't even thinking about this right now. They're coming into Z. They have very low utility, a lot to lose, but it's 2v2.
Plus, you've somehow got to get this Molodoy op out through Z. Yuri's the one playing with the kit. Smoke fades. Yeah. Bait worried about that Ivy side of things. You've got a player locked in opposite side, which means low trade potential here for the Headtrick fight. He wins his duel. No opening for Molodoy there, so he will just sneakily walk this off away, hoping he can save it. And that is Bait banking on Headtrick's outer yard slow burn play to find them a plant and a T-side round win.
Just been so impressed with Bait's mid-rounds, man. Whether it was on Mirage or their pistol round here in the second half, even though they lost, or this last round, leaving Headtrick out at Olaf and then wrapping around. And you can see that wraparound both leads to an outer split, but also seems like it's going to be an inner hit, and they could have used that to fake if Yekindar wasn't there. Brought this back from a 5v4. Very cool stuff.
Met by tenacity. Yekindar gets popped. There's been so many layers to this defense that it's no surprise to see Molodoy back in the kill feed, double kill, facing the attack of Bait, who try again to keep that tempo up, but FURIA have proven already on train they can stand to that test.
They've been monsters at stopping these rushes. This is kind of what Bait wish they figured out in the first half. And while they're good on low numbers, 2v4 in this spot doesn't seem likely. Ballin's the most prime target. If they don't clear him, we'll see. Gets his kill.
squeeze this last one out of Ascenthiel as well, just sliding in confidently, bolstered by the teammates behind him. That's really been the FURIA play. Let the front man take a risk because the trade potential behind is so strong. That's why Yakindar's been getting crazy, swinging into the T-Con exits.
Everything about the setup is huge. Like, they're blowing the smoke open at the right time. It's Molodoy's peak as well as the HE that comes over. The swing from E-Box, it wasn't the right time to go for that burst out of T-Con. It wasn't the last round either, but Fate still won it.
Working with less, but still trying to hang on to that identity. Yakindar, though, again, just thriving in fighting fire with fire. Response back from Ascenthiel, still 3 versus 4 to attempt to claw back, or FURIA take a 12th with 6 map points.
It's great to see Yakindar's aim just be so good again. Just the headshots, the crosshair placement, the way he's peeking. He's looking like his own self.
Yuri's gonna slip through him in case Serato again joining forces on this B site's been stellar for FURIA. If it's not Yakindar poking your eyes out in the opening few moments of the A defense. Molodoy given a chance, but Alex keeps that Galil shot clean as needed. Yuri's gonna come running over. Damage being done by Fallen, just happy to face them. And again, we see this fast move from Yuri with confidence. FURIA continue to rack up these rounds. And it feels like all roads lead to map 3.
Definitely. Other quick maps so far. Very solid here for FURIA, just proving what their train is made of. Every time a fight gets taken, there's a second player there. It always looks like there's a rifler to take the frag, and then it's Molodoy from behind. They've continued to let Yakindar thrive by being the front man, whether it's T or CT side. Despite Headtrick's best efforts, FURIA are in control.
Why would Yakindar stop? He's been thriving with this all map long, and he is about to attack a backline that no one's really holding. Kenzizor kind of thinking about it, but you're gonna find that bomb carrier making a move. Yakindar strikes one of the ramp players down. They're still gonna try to go down with the split, looking to follow through here, but Yakindar really stops the momentum, even with entries. Bomb's gotta get picked back up. It's gonna require somebody peeling away from the actual execute that needed all hands on deck. FURIA step up. All 5 players, rock solid defense to keep what was a hot looking bait at bay. No denying FURIA stepped up to the plate because Bait set a hell of a precedent at the start of this series. If you guys are just joining us for this progression game, Bait looked like they were untouchable after Mirage. They brought that same attitude to the table on Train, but attitude only gets you so far, Mohan. Fallen gave him a spanking, put him back in line, and now we go to Dust 2 to decide which of these rosters moves forward to top 16.
I didn't see Bait get sloppier. They just didn't look as capable. So Dust 2, I think, is going to be the best finisher for both these teams. I think it's going to be the best finisher for all of us actually watching. I feel like this is going to be very fun. We got FURIA with a little bit more confidence back. Yakinder finally got his flowers. He had some great shots on Mirage, but they just got overall destroyed. Train, his impact was definitely felt. Hetrick seems to have been good throughout, however. His Train looks pretty good. And now on Dust 2, he's going to be more important than ever. So here comes the big one. Both these teams know this is the best chance to advance. Just win Dust 2.
Well-timed flash gets Alex scrambled back towards the cross, gets away. And there's no funny business here from FURIA. It's an immediate follow-through. Jumping onto the ramp. Flash tries to get Alex in between them all as Yakinder's already surpassed that cross. He's looking for the next rotate. Looking like a comfortable plant here for FURIA. MPL can't manage to stop it with the Hail Mary jump up. Dual Beretta's trying to close the gap. It's always dangerous to start climbing boxes when at a moment's notice FURIA could swing. They try to throw that flash and go for it, but nobody from FURIA actually capitalizing off of that deep flashbang. Now the CT's getting closer. Hetrick with a response. Only one kill though in the middle of all of that, and you know that the FURIA pack was ready to swing. They'll keep their heads tucked, force NPL to come at this retake. He doesn't look like he wants anything to do with it.
They're so patient.
Better go ahead and save that Kevlar, boss.
They know there's no way that MPL could win the round, so he's just going to go for that one angle. And that's a good call here for FURIA. It's fast versus one player over on A. He's not either going to get the kill or he's going to fall back. And even if he falls back, they are happy to keep advancing. Not overthinking this one.
Nice, let's go. Let's go. Nice that.
One way to get Yakinder back. Buying HEs after you lose the first round, that's what you like to see. Now this is where it comes down to a hard read.
Oh, chance there for the scout of Hetrick. A couple millimeters off. Millimeters do indeed make the difference.
Kind of interesting. A lot of CTs close by mid. But with the smoke on Cat, I mean, it looked like FURIA really wanted to come up here. Ooh, they got to make a tough decision. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't end up going back mid B, but it's 5v4. I mean, they feel like they could probably do anything and it'll work if they do it soon enough. That's just a key word.
9 pressed up against the smoke. Not a horrible way to hold it, but you gotta come up with something. And unfortunately, that MP9 goes down. 257 still towards B, but this is not gonna be FURIA dropping the ball with the pistol. I said millimeters make a difference, but then I couldn't help but drift off and thought, hold on, what do Americans use when something's smaller than an inch? What's the unit of measurement smaller than an inch?
They don't have anything that small in Texas.
Oh. Okay. 1 inch minimum. I guess they just use fractions of an inch. Like 3/4 of an inch. 1/16 of an inch.
1/4 inch or whatever, 1/16 of an inch.
By God, that bomb went down by 1/16 of an inch.
You were rapping right there. Let me see. It's actually an interesting question. Yeah, because an inch is pretty big.
Right? Yeah, like a millimeter, very small. 12 millimeters. Yes. I can visualize that. 2/8 of an inch. Quarter of an inch. 1/36 of an inch.
Yeah, it's the smallest in Imperial.
Yeah, it's an inch.
Yeah.
And then fractions of an inch.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Sort of.
Activity in middle as they hear the rumblings of the long take going down. This scout on head trick wants a target to shoot at, and they've carved out enough info on Catwalk to see that it's free to justify coming back and trying to stack A site right before the T's actually find footing within it. You know, the timing there, down to the milliseconds. But it's not enough for the defense to set up any kind of a comfort zone. Alex just down beneath the smoke, hoping he can get away with that P250. Parting gift, perhaps? No, nothing other than shots sent his way. And so the ferociousness of FURIA that started on Train is already kicking off here for Dust 2 as well. Very capable 3-0 start on the T side.
Yeah, this is pretty cool to watch, actually. FURIA looking very good here. Bates, CT will have to find a way to respond. A lot comes down to, I think, head trick in a moment like this. There is some difference between, you know, the first map of this and their last series. It's just the thought that they could advance off of how well that they're playing. It was insane to be able to see Legacy just show that, you know, they're not going to get to the, you know, 2-0 and then take till the last day to make it through. Beating FaZe as well. But that's not the story you expect to happen every time with inexperienced players.
No. Well, I mean, go back one stage in the major. Two teams that go 2-0 that have more experience on international stages than Legacy. And those two teams end up losing, getting kicked out 2-3.
It was FlyQuest and who?
Exactly. Looking for that first round, gonna go for the long hold with 3 out of the gate. But you know, Kindar's always itching to test that doorway. FlyQuest and Wildcard.
Oh, yeah, and Wildcard lost to Legacy on the last day. Oh, Wildcard were 2-0, oh my gosh. That's tough. For my pick'em specifically.
Yep.
I think the FaZe Silver is going to be more valuable than the Vitality Gold, though.
Nope. Nope, no such thing. Gold is gold and diamond's diamond. Golden opportunity for a B-split here. Giving out mid.
They're working the map super well. Time's good. Lots of space. Not enough pressure here from the CT side. No pickoff. Kenzie late to the window.
Need that hero moment. And he's starting to kick it off. Good crossfire set up between him and the car defense. Answer back from K. Serrato. Khalil headshots are clean.
Okay.
But it is enough from two defenders who had very little support through that CT smoke.
I said late to window. I was totally wrong. He was there just in time to get that perfect lineup right by the wall and then get out. And then just completely transposed into a crossfire with him and Kara was like lovely. Nice round from Kenzie Zor.
Felt late only because it was going to then need very quick kills. He makes up for that. FURIA go up in flames. It's a bait that we're exuding confidence after map 1. Taken down a notch after Train, but they tap back into that potential for the crossfire on B. Still though, no denying they gave FURIA enough runway to to potentially have overwhelmed that site. And we'll see if FURIA felt confidence in how far they were able to get. Enough confidence to go for it again.
Man, look at the heavy lean towards the A site. You've got MPL behind the smoke. You have their 1B player playing retake. This is not a great look here for Bait. They were feeling, I think, a little bit too good about how well their hold went last round. This might not even get respected.
Yeah, Fallen's not buying it.
You can see the angle of the smoke, you know?
Kenzizor's gonna have to go heroic mode again. Only one this time. There is no car player. You can see FURIA making sure there's no one in these corners.
It's so important when you see people throw that smoke through the door. Something that gets forgotten about is if someone's sitting in tunnels, they see where the smoke is coming from, you know?
Sure.
If that's not coming from the back of the site, then you know you can just swing into that door. That's a clue. It's like a laser pointer on that wall.
So maybe a little overconfident Bait with how well that last round B site held. You thought you could get away with doing it with one player outside of the site? I don't think so. FURIA did like how close they got. They go a little heavier on the tunnels emphasis instead, and it works out perfectly to get this T side right back into winning ways.
That's why conditioning can take 2 or 3 rounds, you know? Fair to say it was very well played on that round from Bait. But if you took a snapshot of before FURIA entered into the site, it was a much better spot for FURIA. There was no help from CT spawn. They were smoked out. There was only 2 players in B, no third player on that side of mid. So technically, I think FURIA looked at that sort of realistically and said, if we replayed that, we would have won.
Yep.
And that's all they did.
Now, their thought was they could have taken it over even if it was the same setup, let alone a weaker state.
Rubik's Cube.
Rubik's Cube in a timeout?
Rubik's Cube in a timeout.
Bro, put it down.
I kind of love that.
Bro.
I'm trying to see a chessboard on timeout. Quick game of Uno on a timeout.
That's crazy, no?
You should do it standing up at least so FURIA have to watch him.
That's the trash talk?
It's better than a fidget spinner.
Yeah, I guess so.
Calculating.
You got too much brain power, kid. Ooh, hits it. Smoladoy survives on 5. That's crazy.
Tag for tag.
Opera is going to be whittled down to sub 10 health. Both lucky to be alive. Now, I didn't see who shot first. Back down to fractions of an inch. Alex on the doorway. He's got a lot to hold back, and he won't even get the first one. Yakindar, instant headshot.
I just love the way they're using him, man. It's going so right.
They really have gotten the most out of Yakindar. It's what he brings to the table has been implemented so well. Fallen saw it as a tool, sharpened it, and brought it back to the meta. Bomb's going to be freed up to rotate. Fallen's not skipping steps here. FURIA. Oh, hold on. Other ideas.
Oh, they're going to go back.
Or get that kill towards Tons and the one on cross.
They actually should have just kept running. It's a stat. Kinder got to the ramp. I think they blew it open. Killed him on the cross. Now it's just a losing attack towards A.
This is a 3v5.
Yeah. I guess with the op on head trick over on B, that's kind of nice. He won't be retaking.
Defense is 1 cat, 1 elbow. And that late retake on an 8 health head trick. Oh, NPL gets rattled by Fallen, who can't afford to plant out in the open. So that's not going to be for Moladoy on long, low health. Head trick looking to come bolster this retake from Catwalk off Kenzizor, who closes the gap onto elbow, taking a ton of damage. Flash set up to try to get him out here. Very low health for the last 2 players, and Moladoy called to the action. They get it over the line. Not going to just fall to that 3v5.
I'm happy that they didn't save, but I think they should have.
Right.
I think they should have.
Once you get 2 kills in the 3v5, and you've got that player Gandalf locked in.
Yeah. It's just that
You know, it's like the bomb kind of came to you.
Once the 1 extra entry came in, though, Fall and hit that clean shot.
Or get out.
Yeah. That's like head trick already got tagged down to 7 on the retake. He has an op. And,
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. All good.
Safe.
So head trick shot first. Both players survive that duel. But Bait don't survive the round.
It's my favorite reaction. Bonk.
Jump out through the long doors, no contest. It's NPL swinging for top mid control, but we've got passive eyes set on this. Looks like FURIA leaning back this round in response to what they anticipate to be a fast Bait move. I mean, that's the game plan that got Bait into victory lane on Mirage. It's what gave them the few rounds they had to play with on Train. You'd be a fool to get caught off by Bait aggression at this point.
They can keep stealing long control. It's just gonna really count against Bait. They can't leave the map like this every round. Like Yukinder leaves, they're not even retaking. They're pushing B. Oh, but timing.
Timing, but no easy kill. Yuri with the headshot, and Kesarado right behind him. Molodoik holds off on mid control. That is B site looking prime for the taking. You get 2 kills from the B push, plus the cutoff from the Opper down middle.
That was so excellent from Yuri because he pulled back so far. Kesarado could help him.
Yep.
If he didn't go back that far, it wouldn't have happened. I thought it was a little sloppy for him not to watch that when like Long wasn't getting retaken. They didn't see anything over there too.
What do you think of this?
Oh, and then Yukinder crushes them in the save.
They decide not even to go to B. Fallen's just still floating that bomb out, letting Yukindar go clear the opposite site while Kesarado already had B wrapped up just in case they were outside it. And this is FURIA feeling like they've got Bait contained at the moment.
Yeah, they can't let that go.
You know, Bait kind of like a pit bull at the moment, but a caged-in pit bull. They got a lot of bark. You know it's aggression. Buddy, you're in a cage. You're held back.
Yeah. Yeah. If they don't want to, they have to pretend they're at least going to answer back on Long as well. And, like, it's at the point where Yukinder's taking it, not even using it, getting out of there, and Bait are still just leaving him. They just don't want to deal with it. It's time for some more Rubik's Cubes.
It's essentially a fidget spinner.
Yeah, what if he doesn't know?
What if
he doesn't know the algorithm?
Yeah.
He's just spinning it.
What's funny is I saw that Rubik's Cube on a table outside of the studio sitting there for 2 days.
Okay.
Feels like he just decided,
So
he's finders keepers.
A Rubik's Cube player.
There's an admin out there somewhere looking for their Rubik's Cube.
You're calling admins nerds?
Never. No, no, no. They're the heroes of the story.
Yukinder thinking about Long again. He's got his mind on Long. Alex here to fight him. Standard lay of the map here for Bait. As they sit and wait. Still worried about B, still worried about A. Yukinder wins another duel. He's just tallying these fights. Look how fast he's going, too. They just know what's going on.
They're flooding in. Smoke for the cross. Yukindar already on the brink of this one. They're going to try to flash through it. They're going to try to challenge on the smoke. Oh, they nade it, actually, and Yukindar's already crossed over, so no vision on that, but they'll catch him with a nade in hand. CTs don't have a way to pop out at the moment. They're going to try to just do it dry. It worked, so it seemed at least. Yuri able to give cover there as Molodoy dropped the op shot. Top mid's not yours for the taking, bud. Head trick gets wrecked. Now, Essential knows 1v1 on ramp, and he drops bomb. 15 seconds. You know Kesarado is towards top middle. You know he doesn't have the time for this plant. It has got to be a rundown to hunt down Essential. Get out of the open. Hide!
Oh, what a shot!
A tap from Kesarado in what was otherwise an unwinnable round.
That is an incredible shot. There was...
You gotta hide.
What I don't get is, like, I guess he got the kill top mid, so technically he could have come into CT, but if not that, going into CT yourself is just the best place to go. I mean, he's got... The Senthiel's relying on someone else's information, so I don't know who who said what, but
yeah. Oof. Yeah. Doesn't feel like in the middle of this half that they can afford a one like that.
Who would have told him that? You know?
I don't know. I mean,
it's like the two best options are K-Serrano coming up cat or coming out long. So I'm not sure. I mean, someone surely just said last top mid, and then he made a call right there. But man, K-Serrano had to hit a hard shot right now to make that happen.
I just think if anything, play a position that has any kind of cover. Like the fact that he's even just running on the ledge. Sure. You know, you run along the wall, you're at least. I mean, there was no escaping that one tap for the sake of it, you know.
Elbow or whatever.
Yeah. Gandalf box, even a sight box, you know, and you try to dance out the time, the last 3 seconds. That feels risky, surely, but being caught out in the open's probably got you feeling like a fool. Sitting there exposed. And an 8th round win on the attack comes right with it. FURIA in total control of this situation ever since getting stomped on back on Mirage.
Ukinder just putting up another 2 more, nice and easily. Bait suddenly looking flat on Dust 2 is not what I expected to see, but a lot of this has to do with Ukinder's score. It's 10-4, but so many openings on long control, late timings this way. Of course, that massive save from K-Serrano. And NPL will win upper tunnels. Very nice for the map. Not the first 5v4 they've got. That's a perfect flash. Kenzizor ahead of the molly.
Oh, back in middle at the very least. 5v3 finally. Something going well for Bait. Oh, but Molodoy's going to track you down. Oh, there's no safety, no sanctuary. No break from this pressure.
Not at all. 3-on-4, very doable. Look at Kenzie's health, especially when they're pushed up against his position on Cat. Bait will split the difference. Kenzie drops down. They're leaving a gap on mid. This is going to be unnerving for Bait. And with this mid smoke, I think it's perfect for FURIA, but the op is in the right spot. Got a tag.
And a trick will finish off Yakindar. Pops back up in a second, but in that moment, Molodoy gets just a smidgen of an angle, and the bomb's gonna go down for him. Cat plant from Molodoy. Here's that rumblings of the climb up on Xbox. Ooh, he's fully displayed though to the CT crawl. Alex gonna catch off this post plant, fallen low health, but good for a clutch, you know it. Oh, NPL slides up from the catwalk though, and we've got a 2nd round win for Bait. Not bad, and expected, you'd say, once they start this round 5v3.
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't have been able to win, but Molodoy falling back from Cat was a little strange when he had 100 HP, then he went up to Cat Bricks. There was
utility really sketched him out, huh?
Yeah.
Molotov landing on the stairs. I guess he really thought both players coming in from Xbox. But always got to be cautious of the creepy crawlers.
That's a great shot. Sid taking control of things here, so FURIA will use one of their timeouts. I think if I'm Bait, I'm considering the reversion to what worked a lot for FURIA, which was taking out long control. I don't, and if I'm FURIA, I'm like, even if they know and they want to fight us, there's no guarantee that they'll win, so I'm happy to take those duels. Thought that's just the most important, easiest part of the map, but Bait have won one of the last 2 rounds. They got the 5v4 in both of them.
Give you a second here to process what's going on. This is Underdog, baby. It's as easy as picking higher or lower when it comes to Underdog. You can get up to $1,000 of free money upon first sign up using the code BLAST.
Molodoy picked higher on that cross and still lost.
Damn, how's that happen?
You wouldn't lose on Underdog.
As long as you pick right. Flushed him into it. Caserado ready for that one, and Molodoy holding for the cat play where there are 2 CTs ready to go off the flash. Headtrick gets the better of both. Top middle contained here by Bait, looking for a late game resurgence with a couple of elusive round wins.
Damn.
Trying to piece together something consecutive finally. They're going to leave FURIA spiraling out of control here in round 11, 2 versus 4.
Such a better look. So it's 3 rounds so they get the 5v4, but now they make it a 4v2 with a minute up, and they get all their kills in mid. They've been doing so good at getting these tunnel kills as well. The later situations when the numbers are high for both teams, it looks uncomfortable for Bait with the way that they leave mid open. They don't rotate too much or get info back. But when they have this many kills, you can just have a setup this way.
Headtrick's come over. He's going to play outside of window, which actually gives a bit of an angle out for FURIA. Nice third kill from Headtrick. Finally gets killed. Yuri, time to clutch up. Ooh, first 2 kills in the 1v4, and he only takes 2 damage. Then he's got the perfect utility to guarantee a bomb plant.
They want to run at this.
They've got a flash to try to get that player through door. Don't you give Yuri this chance. He will embarrass you. And they're already out through that doorway trying to section off fights. Yuri peeks out, can't manage a third. It is indeed Bait to win consecutive rounds, but is it all too little too late?
I don't think so. I mean, the 3rd round here, they just look good recently. Even the rounds they've lost, they've got 5v4s. I feel like they're starting to pick up a little pace. I think it's FURIA who are like, all right, well, now we're using timeouts. Things are not getting any better. In fact, they're getting worse. And Headtrick making sure that he shows his presence as an op is coming through. It's going to be keys to success here on Dust 2. Map isn't one-sided enough to really worry about a lead. If you get 4 rounds, game's still live. It was looking like they were flat for a second, but the timeouts really helped.
Oh, Alex.
Wow. Okay, that's one way to kill your Kinder coming out long.
Yes, sir. Sends you Kindar packing. He'll have to be holding off for the next half. I'm thinking about contesting with mid again. Very critical Headtrick moment 1 round ago where he got that double off cat. Now NPL's kind of signed up for the fight. Fire behind him. He's going to get vision on the player's lower tunnel. Elusive second kill. He's got a helping hand, but it is him to get the second. Headshots start to trickle through for Bait, and another clutch for Yuri. Scoops up the bomb, burns lower tunnels. Could have taken a chance at running down B, but he expects there to be defenders there. Reality is Bait decide to just stick around in mid.
I think he's... Maybe they don't believe he got the bomb back yet.
Uh-oh. Oh, but they open it. Oh, great spray control from Yuri. Now you've got that open road to B.
This is what he wanted. The kills and the fights first, and he's even trying to end this round now.
Okay. Oh. Bites off a little more than he can chew. Tries to get fancy. Close clutches, but 3 rounds in a much-needed moment. Bait 4 to the attack.
It's not too late. Bait.
It's not too late, Bait. 4 rounds on this T side. Oh, excuse me. CT side.
CT side.
Before they'll set the tempo on the attack themselves. I mean, it was such an electric pace back at the very first half of the series. Long gone is that success that Bait were able to tap into on the Mirage attack. But if there was ever a chance to do it again, it should be surely now on Dust 2's offense.
In the first map, they looked confident. On the second map of Train, they looked kind of incapable of beating FURIA. Now on Dust 2, they look capable, just a little confused, and they finally figured it out towards the end. But did they get the memo a little too late? FURIA, they showed up, understood the assignment, and have A's right now. 8 rounds is where they want to be.
Secured a massive first half. Utility makes it a little uncomfortable. Yuri Berettas is wild. And it's a bit of damage on the second and third player in. But it does still look like there's a firm bit of footing here for Bait in the post plant for a pistol. Senthiel holds off on the lower tunnels. And now this retake has just lost all its gas. So I like the way you put it, actually, before this round went live, where they looked confident on Mirage, you said, and then incapable on Train, but still confident on Train with some of the decisions and moves they were making. And I just hope that they can again weaponize that for the final map. The confidence of Bait is what was so impressive when it came with the capability of winning Mirage. Oof. Fallen. Gonna try to keep things clean here, exchanging blows down in CT spawn.
Terrorists win.
Bait should be capable again if they remain confident.
Yeah, I mean, let's get a 13-11 finish on this one. Both teams showed us impressive stuff on the last 2 maps. This pistol makes this game way closer. If this was FURIA picking this up, I mean, Bait might just lose faith entirely. So that won't be the case now. Investments coming in. I want to see Yakinder buy a Deagle. Yeah, there we go. He had a USB for a second. I really want to see him on a Deagle on all these rounds, like unironically, because he's had so much output on these second rounds.
Look at him swing.
This push works.
Looks like they don't even hear it. He's so fast.
Yeah, they use those HEs as well.
Breaking the sound barrier as they just stomp their way through the double kill into tunnels. K-Serato's position revealed, but still, he hangs on with the promise.
They are getting a kill.
Both players from the side of Long fluster K-Serato, but he just draws that line in the sand, and now Fallen laughs Bait out of the server.
I mean, I love that round out of FURIA. They used their utility to mask their run through those tunnels, got the kill, player back turned. I think Fallen's the only one who dies in that situation. And then, I mean, they throw a molly to car and get really scared, and they don't even watch the molly for a second to see if your K-Serato's there. One final timeout, but mentally right now, I feel like it's beyond the tactics. They got to look back on that, just feel a little bit embarrassed, package it up, put it in the past, and then start thinking about this next round. It's more of a stress break, I feel like, than anything else. That was such a brazen move from FURIA. I don't know. I gotta mentally recover from that.
That's $1 million smile. Fallen still leading Brazilian cores to success at majors. Will it ever end? The inspiration of a generation of Counter-Strike players. Yakinder steps up to the plate. Well done, considering so many bodies flooding at him on the catwalk. Contains it with the A1S spray. Bombus from Molodoy this time is going to continue to just peel back the numbers, and the health that remains. Bait is just near non-existent. Easy headshot close. 10-5 lead here for FURIA as they look to steamroll Bait on their road to top 16.
Yakinder in that exact same moment on Liquid would have just literally died. He would have died to a wide swing, and we would talk about, oh, what's wrong with his aim.
No, his form's so recovered.
So recovered. And when it's matters of confidence with the role that he plays specifically, where you just have to hit shots that are specifically very hard, a lot of wide swings, it's a mystery as to like how you solve that. So whatever he's done a great job with it.
Frag in the middle of the pack. Tenacity from Yuri here draws these pistols down into a chase. And there's still more layers on the attack from the defense here. Bomb control in lower tunnel spells disaster now for Bait. And unfortunately, only 2 players left, both of which completely separated. Tons of CTs in between them. And a frag for Headtrick. Oh, can't even stomach this one. 11-5, quick as can be for FURIA.
Oof. They're going to try to dig deep for this, but they can feel it slipping away. I mean, more than slipping away, it's being taken from them. I mean, FURIA are coming for these rounds, coming for these frags. Bait were probably over the moon after map 1. Headtrick has been consistent, but his teammates have not been.
No reason to let off the tempo by the looks of it. FURIA sign Yakindar up for a solo mission into lower, and he dies out alongside Serato and Fallen. So Headtrick taking control of the situation. Molodoi given a chance to strike fear in what's left of Bait. They will not be afraid. They chase him down, and so guns do look different in the hands of Bait.
That's pretty cool. I mean, just fast up cat. This sort of felt like one of their Mirage T-side calls. Everybody gets wiped from the board, so quick rounds back and forth, but this one just instantly puts a smile back on your face. Again, they didn't have to grind for this. They didn't have to finesse it. They just went forward with the rush. They hit their shots, and their top fragger got 2 more kills.
Yep, Headtrick, a triple kill in the end. And again, a moment here where FURIA decide to sign up for early fights. Bait seem happy to deal with that. And tagged. Headtrick hands on the op.
Oh, Molodoi though, he's
Still
going on an adventure.
Fighting lower with an op of his own.
They're not playing into mid, so they can't punish him on his way out too.
Exits all the way back
Smart
into CT
move,
spawn.
man.
And after that wallbang to kick it off on Yuri, it's the Molodoi op for first blood.
Looks like a great time to boost as well. Trusting Yuri is something that FURIA do over on B. A side is heavily stacked. And Yakindar has vision. Headtrick could clear this if he's careful.
Doesn't look it. Isn't able to snap up either. What felt like a strong start to the round with early damage now feels like a held back mid play.
They threw so much utility at him, but no one had an intention to kill him.
Catches a bit more damage, but it does also give the duel back to Essential. Second nade to expose it.
Oh,
B-site's falling. They're gonna try to contend with the windowsill, but a bit too late. A tag comes out from the off. That is 2 of Bait's players barely standing.
They're not going for this. They got so much damage.
But did they know it? One's off the wall bang.
Wow, they're just thinking about next round instantly.
Really?
Because Yuri doesn't get a kill. Yuri actually had so much support. They got so much early information, and he got pieced up. I don't know who killed him, but whoever did saved that round.
He was tagged by the op at the start of the round.
Oh, true.
So
true.
low health solo B.
Yeah, that's actually wild then. He got hit down to 25, right?
Yes, sir. Well, 27.
27, yeah. One bullet away from death, and he's soloing the site. It's a little crazy.
And I mean, they kept popping open that CT smoke. They did it twice. They just missed the timings on finding exposed Bait players each time.
Terrorists win.
These were no easy conditions to get up to the B site, but that's how Yuri ends up getting killed.
Yeah, it's just a little too easy, right?
That's going to keep Bait within touching distance of FURIA. 4 rounds the difference. An 11-7 scoreline. FURIA, they can taste it. An organization that has become a mainstay in top 16 at majors. The all-time most successful modern-day Brazilian organization.
Any team with Fallen is, I guess.
building off of the back of Art's success with this org coming out of the COVID era. Time period whereby FURIA owned the Americas region. Major after major. At times knocking on the doors of playoffs, and at times in Rio securing it for legendary best of threes. Here comes another fast move though from Bait. They're gonna try to test this site. It's not a wounded Yuri, and he's not alone either. May only have the MP9, but he's got Quesarado behind him.
It's a meat grinder.
They try to stuff their faces out through that smoke, and they get shredded in a much-needed round win. I'm almost surprised to see Bait right off the threat of the B defense.
Yeah, they guess they saw a weak B site last round. A wrong decision to leave Yuri alone. But this time, FURIA, they don't make the mistake twice. Oh, that's tough to go out like that. Alex, he's got an AK he'd love to save, but with everyone dying so early, he will be hunted down. Guess we've seen him make some big rotations in the past. All still preoccupied with this smoke. Dekinder now pushing long. And why is he committing?
Your guess is good as mine. 20 seconds versus 3 on site. I mean, can't win the round if you don't try, I guess. 2 kills in, this is why. Because he actually has them scared for a second.
Was he the guy who did the Mirage B window jump out and then flanked A? Was it also Alex?
Oh, I want to say yes,
I mean,
just because he has the tenacity to go for this one.
Yeah, I guess so. Wow. That's... looked like the AK was more valuable than the attempt, but man, he actually brought it close.
This man doesn't believe in the save, but we see the limitation it has now. He'll have a deagle here in round 20 to try to keep FURIA out of top 16. Stage 3 beckons another Brazilian core. Can they answer that call? With a boost on Catwalk, Molodoy sets it up for an easy push over the line. Fast climb up in response to try to take that control back, but met by smoke means Bait will have to wait, and they hate doing that.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. They would run through Molotovs and nades. This smoke, this time, they might be a little bit more careful. Head trick with an angle you could block with dental floss here through this doorway. Molodoy will not overextend. Looks like going up Cat was an eventuality. Smoke only slows him down, but doesn't stop him. Dekinder waiting, Molodoy here, 3 on A on this lean.
Smoke on the box to try to give them just that bit of wiggle room. Molodoy will be given chances. You've got no nades to throw, so keep that scope up. 35 seconds between FURIA and stage 3. Great play! Great play! Dekinder ends with 20 frags, and Fallen does it again for Brazil. 3 Brazilian cores in top 16 of a CS2 major for 3 consecutive majors. Time and time again, this flag gets waved at the top of this game. And Fallen a mainstay once again.
And for Dekinder to have a moment like that after such a great series and so much critical impact is just poetry, to be honest. Love to see the way that they used him. His entries out on T-side on long, the CT close in the end. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. He is looking confident again.
Wild scenes considering this roster left the entire Counter-Strike world scratching its heads and wondering what the hell FURIA were thinking. The last outing when they switched over to speaking English with Junior was a flub. Disappointment was all that one left their fans with, and yet this formula seems to be working.
I've got Queserado here after their win against Bait. Queserado through to the next stage of the major. What's on your mind right now?
Bro, so happy. So, bro, finally did it, right? We had 1 month out teams. We don't play that much on tournaments. We played like 2 tournaments. So I'm glad that we make it.
And a full 3-map series there, but then it felt like once it rolled over to D2, you guys were in control. A little bit stressful through the rest. How did you feel about Bait as an opponent?
Bro, they are really good. They play really aggressive. We fuck up some rounds that I knew they're gonna push it, but it happens. But we control the T side really well, and the CT side we fuck up as well a little bit, but it happens as well. But we keep going, and that's it.
I feel like no one quite knew what to make of this team when you guys made all these moves. You're bringing in Yakinda, you're bringing in Molodoy. It was almost like Frankenstein's monster being cooked up here, but hey, man, it's working. How's it feeling with the team atmosphere?
Actually, it's really good, bro, because now we speak English. Now it's really easy to understand the game and talk about what happened in the game, because the call-outs in English is way easier than Portuguese. We have like a bunch of Portuguese call-outs, and English is just easy, you know. So we are glad because Marek said he teaches us a lot of things. We kind of being the same page with Fallen, me, and Molodoy, Yuri, Marek. So it's kind of cool. We're doing good.
That's good to hear. Now through to that next stage, right? Having had a strong showing here, getting through 3-1, what's the expectation? How far can this FURIA take it here in Austin?
I don't like to jinx, bro. We're not gonna do our best, and that's it.
Let's go percentage. Confidence percentage rating for how you feel this team's performing.
100%, 110%.
110%. I think that tells us all we need to know, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What's up, everybody? I'm Darth Mike. I'm going to be running around the venue, taking you behind the scenes, showing you a lot of the action, filming a ton of content. We're going to go ahead and take a tour of the studio, see where the magic happens, see where the games are going to be going live. Teams are getting ready to set up, so let's go ahead and let's do it. Welcome in to the Blast TV Austin Major Studio. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. We've got so many beautiful things to look at. This is where the first 3 stages of the Major are going to occur. We got 32 teams rocking up. It's in this studio where everything begins, where we first learn to respect underdog. This is the mix zone. This is where the press will be after the games to catch players as they come off, get their interviews, get their snippet, give you guys a little insight. But here, as we come around the corner, this is where the magic happens. We've got 8 setups. Top of the line Alienware monitors, blacklight chairs, desks, everything you could possibly want to achieve your absolute best as a player. But these setups, we've got 8 of them, and that means that one set of teams can be setting up while the other set of teams is playing, so that we don't have any elongated breaks if everything works as planned. Knock on, that's not wood, but it'll be good enough. So with these 32 teams coming in, there's a lot of rookies. With the expansion of the Major, there's a lot of new faces, a lot of fresh faces coming through. And while the setups do a great job of allowing you to adjust, to tweak, to raise your level, to lower your chair, to do everything you could need to make yourself as comfortable as possible, let's be real. We all know what's on the line. We all know the stakes. It's never going to be as easy as when you're playing at home. We're coming down to the end of the row, and here's where the broadcast magic happens. They don't let me touch the cameras anymore, not since the incident, so we'll leave that alone. I move on in here to the jib. This is my favorite toy. This is how we get all the beautiful sweeping shots. It goes in, it goes out. Every time you see a dope crowd shot, it's thanks to one of these. But again, not since the incident. Welcome in to the desk here at the Blast TV Austin Major, where we have created this marvel of carbon fiber and electronics to bring you the absolute peak of analytical experience here at the Blast TV Austin Major. We have the beautiful Austin skyline on the LED wall behind me. They can change that to anything that they want. They got so much power here. And in between the games, in between the matches, they're going to be breaking down the information. They're going to be bringing you the highlights. They're going to be updating you on the storyline, keeping you abreast of the situation. And it's from this desk that our analysts can peer all the way down the room at those far setups so they can see the hype moments and maybe critique a player's posture. And if you're wondering why I'm so brilliant and beautiful and tall like these giant skyscrapers behind me, well, I got a little bit of secret. If you look down, this is just a little bit of a box there. That's a lower tech solution, but you know, sometimes everybody needs a bit of a lift. In a minute here, this hall is going to fill back up with players, and the games will commence. The screams of triumph, the cries of agony, the noises of defeat, those are all going to ring through the halls of this studio. So without further ado, let the games begin.